Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Life for Izuku Yagi was not as kind to him as it was for his dear sister and brother. He felt like the outcast of the family, receiving little attention from anyone. Bullying had become a daily occurrence, not just from former friends but even from his own siblings. Heartbroken by their betrayal, he decided to train in secret after his first encounter with violence. Now, at 16 years old, he was on his way to school, feeling the weight of sadness that had become routine for him. Each day followed the same pattern. Wake up, starve, go to school, face bullying, learn nothing, endure more bullying, return home to eat whatever was available, and then go to sleep. Fortunately, this was the last day of school. Izuku thought to himself about how eager he was for the school year to end, feeling overwhelmed by the situation he found himself in. As he approached the front gate, he spotted the source of his troubles, his personal tormentors. Among them were Izuku Yagi with the ability to manipulate the earth, Izumi Yagi, who could use telekinesis, Katsuki Bakugo and Katsumi Bakugo, both capable of creating explosions, Shoto Todoroki, who wielded the powers of fire and ice, and Shoka Todoroki, who had a unique combination of flames and winter abilities. Katsuki called out to him, and Izuku felt a familiar sense of dread. Izumi taunted him, and Izuku let out a long sigh, knowing what was coming next. The bullying squad jumped him before school even started. The school day passed in the usual manner, with students discussing their future career paths. Naturally, the bullies aimed for high school, but with their behavior, it seemed unlikely they would be accepted. Then, the teacher made a comment that stirred the class. The teacher mentioned that Izuku was also trying for leading to a moment of silence that quickly erupted into laughter and ridicule. They belittled him, claiming he would never be accepted and suggesting he would be better off gone. The teacher attempted to calm the class, acknowledging Izuku's impressive grades but reminding him that without a quirk, he couldn't enter the hero course. Izuku thanked the teacher, though he felt the weight of their words. As classes continued, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His bullies had been unusually quiet about his aspirations for Then, to his surprise, his high school crush, Miyako Mochizuki, approached him. She had never acknowledged his existence before, always avoiding him. Izuku, caught off guard, tried to appear calm, though inside he was a bundle of nerves. Miyako asked him to follow her, and he complied, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety as they made their way to the roof. Along the way, he was visited by his inner companions, Mariana, his angelic voice, and Darius, who often took on a devilish persona. They had been with him since he was 5, providing the support he lacked from his siblings. Izuku sought their advice about Miyako, and Mariana encouraged him, suggesting it could be the start of something appealing. Darius, however, raised a cautionary flag, questioning whether Miyako had ever spoken to him before. After reflecting on the day, Izuku realized that something felt wrong. He had only been bullied at the front gate, and throughout the day, his tormentors had been absent. Now, Miyako, who had never shown interest in him, wanted to talk. Darius pointed out that it seemed like a setup, and Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that they might be waiting for him to let his guard down. The realization settled in that something was definitely amiss. Darius felt the tension rise as he confronted Mariana. He knew he was pushing her buttons, but he couldn't help himself. Mariana, unyielding, stood her ground, ready to defend herself. She revealed her brass knuckles adorned with crosses, a symbol of her resolve. Darius, undeterred, brandished a barbed bat, challenging her with a fierce determination. Despite their constant bickering, they both cared for Izuku deeply, treating him like a brother. Their arguments often kept him awake at night. Izuku, caught in the middle, expressed his frustration, reminding them that their fighting wasn't helping anyone. Mariana, with a hint of a smile, acknowledged their bond, while Darius teased Izuku about his feelings for someone special. The playful banter continued, with Darius offering advice that left Izuku blushing and stammering. Mariana, amused by Izuku's reaction, promised to support him, urging him to invite her to the wedding. As she disappeared, Izuku gathered his courage and climbed the stairs with Miyako, eager to hear what she had to say. Once on the roof, Miyako posed a question that turned Izuku's world upside down. Did he like her? Overwhelmed with joy, he confessed his feelings without hesitation, expecting her to reciprocate. Instead, she burst into laughter, leaving him bewildered. As he looked around, he realized his bullies had been lurking nearby, waiting for this moment. Miyako, now revealing her true colors, mocked him for his lack of a quirk and called him a loser. The bullies joined in, and Izuku's heart sank as he understood he had fallen into a trap. They began to surround him, and despite his pleas for reason, they were relentless. For an hour, they unleashed their aggression, taunting him mercilessly. Each insult cut deeper as they reminded him of his perceived shortcomings. Their laughter echoed in his ears, a cruel reminder of his struggles. One of them pulled out a recording of his earlier conversation with Miyako, grinning maliciously. The threat hung in the air, and Izuku realized the depths of his predicament. Izuku was about to finish his thought when a sudden impact struck his face, sending him crashing to the ground. As he inspected himself, he realized he had a broken nose, blood staining his school uniform. He was shocked by how quickly he had been hit. But what truly shook him was the sight of his younger brother, the one who had caused the injury. In his brother's eyes, Izuku saw a deep-seated hatred directed not only at him but also at those who had tormented him. It was the gaze of a predator, with the bullies as its prey. Before anyone could react, a loud crack echoed through the air, followed by a scream. Izuku had effortlessly broken Shoto's leg and knocked him unconscious with a powerful punch. His sister, Shoka, attempted to retaliate, but Izuku was quicker. He delivered a drop kick that knocked the breath out of her, sending her crashing into the wire fence, where she sustained minor cuts from the sharp edges. Bakugo and his sister rushed at Izuku, believing they could take him down together. They were mistaken. Izuku grabbed both of them by their hair and forcefully brought their heads together, then slammed them into the concrete, rendering them unconscious. Only his siblings and his former crush remained standing, frozen in shock at the display of power. The brother they had once thought weak had just defeated 4 of his tormentors with ease. Mariana and Darius watched in disbelief. Mariana remarked on the situation, while Darius acknowledged Izuku's strength, reminding her of their bet on the outcome. Mariana, with a hint of annoyance, reluctantly handed Darius $50, confirming his prediction. Back in the present, the 2 siblings and ex-crush were brainstorming ways to escape the dire situation they found themselves in after witnessing such an unprecedented display of strength. They finally concocted a plan, but Izuku was not easily fooled by their clumsy excuse. Instead, he had a cunning idea of his own. Miyako stammered, trying to convince Izuku that it had all been a game, that they hadn't meant any harm. Izuku's response was met with a sudden, sharp crack. A scream escaped his lips as he realized his shoulder had been struck with such force that it opened a deep wound, blood pouring onto the concrete. He looked at his younger brother, horrified to see him wielding a piece of barbed wire like a 𝗕𝗶𝗆. Though his own hand was bleeding from gripping the wire, Izuku was undeterred. He was determined to send a clear message to his tormentors. He was done putting up with their abuse. Izuku had found the barbed wire next to some construction materials that had been left on the roof for days. Izumi confronted him, demanding to know why he had acted so violently. She wanted an explanation, but instead, Izuku expressed his frustration. He explained that the 6 of them had been tormenting him daily, and he was finally retaliating after enduring their bullying for far too long. He questioned whether their treatment of him was because he was quirkless, revealing the pain of feeling neglected and mistreated at home as well. He had struggled to survive on his own since childhood, and now he demanded to know why they had done this to him. Izumi was taken aback by her brother's words. She had known life was tough for Izuku after his quirkless diagnosis, but she hadn't realized how severe his situation had become. Overwhelmed with guilt, she began to cry, recognizing her failure as a sister. She explained that they had only wanted to protect him, fearing he would get hurt without a quirk. She apologized for her actions, admitting she had been a terrible sister. As Izumi wept, Izuku noticed that both Miyako and his older brother, Izuko, were also in tears, moved by his struggles. He had been so focused on his own pain that he had forgotten about their presence. The sight of the high school beauty queen crying for him struck him deeply, but he felt too exhausted to engage with them. As he attempted to leave, Miyako pleaded with him to listen, expressing her sorrow for not knowing how hard his life had been. Izuku, frustrated, told her to move aside, warning her not to push him further. He was tired of the drama and wanted to escape. He lashed out, telling her to return to her boyfriend and leave him alone. As he stepped out of the school rooftop, he was suddenly met with a powerful explosion that sent him flying. The Bakugo twins had unleashed their quirk, causing chaos as they shouted their signature phrase. The explosion had been so intense that it shook the building, waking the unconscious twins and snapping the Yagi siblings out of their shock. They quickly realized what had happened and rushed to the scene, where they found Miyako terrified and injured. The twins had attacked Izuku, and the group erupted in anger, demanding to know what had possessed them to act so recklessly. Izuku confronted Bakugo, questioning his motives, while Bakugo dismissed the concern, insisting he was just putting Izuku in his place. Izumi and Shoto expressed their worry about the severity of the explosion, fearing for Izuku's well-being. The argument continued until they heard faint cries nearby. They turned to see Shoka trembling and Miyako muttering quietly, both in distress. As they approached, their hearts sank at the sight before them. The Bakugo twins realized the gravity of their actions as they spotted a single emerald green eye on the ground where the rooftop door had been. Looking down the stairs, they saw Izuku struggling for life, having been impaled by a piece of rebar from the explosion. The reality of their recklessness hit them hard, and they were left in shock at the consequences of their actions. Everyone present couldn't believe what they were witnessing. It resembled a scene from a nightmare. Panic gripped them, leaving them unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Izuku, with tears streaming down his face, mustered what little strength he had left to call out for help. He pleaded for assistance, expressing his fear of dying and his desperate wish to be saved. However, to his dismay, they all fled the scene, abandoning him to his thoughts. Izuku reflected bitterly on their betrayal, realizing he had given them a chance to redeem themselves, only to be left alone. He laughed darkly at the irony of his situation, feeling a sense of relief that he wouldn't have to deal with them any longer. Just as he began to accept his fate, 4 mysterious figures emerged from a cloud of purple mist. Their forms were indistinct due to his fading consciousness, but one figure approached him, holding something in their hand. He barely caught the words, "Don't worry, safe," before he succumbed to darkness, left with a flicker of hope. Meanwhile, at the Yagi household, the atmosphere was thick with anger, regret, sadness, and grief. Izumi and others had rushed to inform the family about Izuku's dire situation. Without hesitation, Shota Aizawa, Namuri Kiyama, Hisashi Yamada, and Enji Todoroki sped towards the school, hoping to save their green-haired nephew. Upon arrival, they were met with a grim sight, a pool of blood. Undeterred, they continued their search and contacted Nizu, who mobilized the entire staff to aid in the search for Izuku. To Nizu, Izuku was not just a student, he was a cherished chess buddy, and he had known him since he was 5 years old. The staff was determined to find him and bring him back safely. Back at the Yagi household, the family was engulfed in pain, regret, and sadness, praying fervently for Izuku's safe return so they could be a family again. The Todoroki siblings faced their mother's disappointment, while the Bakugo twins braced themselves for a stern reprimand from Mitsuki upon their return home. Meanwhile, Izuku began to awaken in an appealing realm that felt nothing like the real world. He questioned whether he was dead. A voice responded, assuring him he was not. Startled, Izuku reacted instinctively, only to be met with a playful punch from Mariana, who giggled at his reaction. She explained that he had taken the Lord's name in vain, and it was merely an instinctual response. Izuku was astonished to learn that he was in his mindscape, marveling at its beauty. He expressed his amazement, and Mariana pointed out her own area within this realm. Just then, Darius made his presence known, playfully arguing with Mariana about their respective territories. Izuku observed Darius's area with surprise, expecting something more sinister. Darius, in turn, teased Izuku for his assumptions, reminding him not to judge appearances. The conversation continued, filled with playful banter, as Izuku began to understand the dynamics of this strange yet fascinating place. Darius appreciated the compliment on his appearance and then turned his attention back to Mariana. He asked if she had ever heard of territorial expansion, explaining that he was currently in the process of it and requested that she relocate her belongings. Mariana firmly stated that he should not call her pumpkin again, warning him that there would be consequences. She reminded Darius that they had already discussed this matter multiple times and warned him that he was about to discover the repercussions of his actions. As she brandished a peculiar weapon adorned with holy symbols and large slugs, Darius questioned her choice of armament, noting that bullets were ineffective against him. Mariana clarified that these were not ordinary bullets, teasing him about his lack of awareness. Darius, initially dismissive, suddenly recalled something important about the weapon, realizing its significance. Mariana chuckled, revealing that she was wielding the holy shotgun. Darius, realizing the gravity of the situation, prepared to flee, knowing that Mariana would not relent until she landed a hit, whether it was lethal or not. He sensed her determined intent and called out to Izuku, warning him to check on him if he didn't return in 24 hours. Mariana, playfully pursuing him, expressed her longing to talk. Meanwhile, Izuku, who had been observing their antics, decided to ask how he could escape his mental confinement. Both Darius and Mariana shouted for him to simply wake up. As they raced off into the distance, Izuku began to awaken, enveloped in a bright light that transported him back to reality. In the real world, the group that had rescued Izuku was engaged in what seemed to be an important discussion. One of them expressed a mischievous feeling, prompting another to ask for a glimpse of what was going on. Just then, a little girl burst into the room, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She exclaimed that her father had 2 hot dogs in his buns. The room erupted in laughter at her innocent remark, leaving her puzzled. One of the adults, trying to contain their amusement, asked her to repeat what she had said. She happily pointed to the hot dogs in her father's hands, completely unaware of the humorous situation she had created. The laughter continued, and another adult made a light-hearted jab at 𝗕𝗏, teasing him about the situation. 𝗕𝗏 responded with a playful retort, reminding everyone that at least his sister was not involved with his father's co-worker. As the tension in the room escalated, one individual challenged 𝗕𝗏, expressing disbelief at his earlier comments. 𝗕𝗏, unfazed, stood firm in his stance, revealing his indifference to the situation. 𝗕𝗏, fueled by frustration, demanded a confrontation in the training hall, to which 𝗕𝗏 readily agreed. Just as they were about to settle their differences, a knock on the door interrupted them. The door swung open to reveal a doctor accompanied by 2 security personnel. The doctor delivered the news that the boy had awakened from his slumber, offering the opportunity to see him. 𝗕𝗏 thanked the doctor, who introduced himself as 𝗵𝗃. 𝗵𝗃 explained that one of their prisoners had caused some trouble, prompting his discharge from their services. The mysterious individual urged 𝗕𝗏 to follow him, and they began walking through the empty corridors. Curiosity piqued, 𝗕𝗏 inquired about the significance of the child they had rescued. The mysterious figure explained that they had been monitoring the boy for some time, noting the irony of the son of the number 1 hero turning to villainy. However, upon seeing 𝗕𝗏's incredulous expression, the figure hesitated, realizing the gravity of the situation. 𝗕𝗏 clarified that they had indeed kidnapped the boy, but the figure insisted they had saved his life. They acknowledged the ongoing search for the child and the need to remain low-key to avoid attracting the hero's attention. 𝗕𝗏 expressed his hope that their judgment was sound, especially considering the child's presence. Arriving at the infirmary, they entered to find a green-haired boy looking around in confusion. 𝗕𝗏 greeted him, relieved to see him awake. The boy, Izuku, struggled to recall the events that led him there, remembering an explosion and a sharp pain. He realized that he had been abandoned on the roof. The mysterious figure reassured Izuku that they had been watching over him and had saved him. They emphasized that he was special, despite what others had said. Izuku was taken aback by the mention of a quirk, a power he had never known he possessed. 𝗏𝗏 explained that Izuku's quirk, called Apex Predator, enhanced his abilities and allowed him to communicate with animals and shapeshift into various forms. The revelation left Izuku in awe, recognizing the potential he had yet to explore. As the excitement filled the room, the leader of the Legion of Villains, Tomura Shigaraki, introduced himself. Izuku greeted him warmly, hoping for a positive relationship. The others in the room shared a protective sentiment towards Izuku, vowing to safeguard him from any harm. Shigaraki encouraged Izuku to rest, promising that they would train him to become formidable. 𝗏𝗏 mentioned that Izuku hadn't eaten all day and offered him a meal prepared by his wife. Without hesitation, Izuku began to devour the ramen, surprising everyone with his speed. 𝗕𝗵𝗍 remarked on his appetite, to which Izuku sadly explained that he often went hungry at home. Everyone was in disbelief at what they were witnessing. 𝗕𝗵𝗍, known for his tough demeanor, was showing affection to someone else. Most would think it impossible, but those present could see it happening right before their eyes. 𝗕𝗵𝗍 expressed his willingness to take action against anyone who threatened their newfound bond, suggesting he could easily deal with them. Others chimed in, eager to support him, insisting they would confront anyone who posed a threat. Izuku, feeling the warmth of their camaraderie, reflected on the sense of belonging and family that enveloped her. It was a feeling she had longed for. Amidst the conversation, one of the group introduced herself as Himiko Toga, while another insisted on being called Kurojiiri, revealing his human form. Kurojiiri advised Izuku to rest, knowing she had a lot of training ahead once she fully recovered. Grateful for their support, Izuku thanked everyone and wished them good night. As she drifted off to sleep, the villains gathered to discuss their future plans. 𝗕𝗵𝗍 voiced his protective instincts, questioning if anyone else felt the same way about safeguarding Izuku. The consensus was clear. They all wanted to protect her, solidifying their bond as a makeshift family. 𝗕𝗵𝗍 felt reassured by their commitment, knowing they were united in their mission. Shigaraki expressed his frustration, insisting that 𝗕𝗵𝗍 should not interfere in Izuku's battle. 𝗕𝗵𝗍, however, was eager for action, questioning what their next move would be. 𝗏𝗏 reminded them to stick to their plans, which involved strategizing their attacks, eliminating heroes, and staying vigilant against rival gangs. Toga chimed in, excited about training with Izuku, while 𝗕𝗵𝗍 warned her that she might regret it. Toga defended herself, asserting that she wasn't that bad, but 𝗏𝗏 sternly reminded her of the consequences if her troops failed. Suddenly, a woman in a green hood with mint green hair appeared behind them, startling twice. He exclaimed in surprise, questioning her stealthy entrance. 𝗏𝗏𝗧, the woman, casually addressed twice, suggesting he should seek help for his split personality. She then turned her attention to Shigaraki, updating him on Izuku's family. She reported that they were struggling emotionally after recent events, and the search for Izuku was slowing down, though it would likely resume the next day. 𝗏𝗏 inquired about Izuku's friends, and 𝗏𝗏𝗧 confirmed they were also in distress, with some of them visibly upset. As 𝗏𝗏𝗧 departed to continue her tasks, the scene shifted to Izuku, who was asleep but training his mind in a dreamscape with Mariana and a disheveled Darius. Despite some discomfort from slugs that grazed his body, Izuku was determined to recover and train hard. Mariana emphasized the importance of training his mind and soul, while Darius eagerly offered to help him channel his rage into strength. Mariana playfully reprimanded Darius for his enthusiasm, reminding him to behave. Izuku, filled with resolve, vowed that when he reunited with his friends, he would show them the transformation he had undergone and what it truly meant to be a villain. The story continued, hinting at the challenges and growth that lay ahead for him. Shinra 𝗬𝗍𝗫, a friend of Izuku Midoriya and a member of Company 8, was a force to be reckoned with in the crime world. He possessed the ability to wield every generation of fire. As a childhood friend of Izuku, he was aware of Izuku's past and held a deep-seated resentment towards the Yagis, Todorokis, and Bakugas. The news of Izuku's disappearance transformed him into a formidable presence. Nurse and a doctor for the Legion and the mother of Eri, was the first wife of 𝗏𝗏. She could be a source of mercy or agony, depending on the situation. Nurse Joy, also a doctor and the second wife of Overhaul, was not intimidating at first glance, but her words could either save or condemn. Tiara, the adopted daughter of Izuku, served as the Legion's little mascot and had a pack of wild dogs as pets. Anyone who dared to harm her would face severe consequences. Loto, another adopted daughter of Izuku and also a mascot for the Legion, had a name that meant lotus. She, too, would not be taken lightly if hurt. The Youngbloods were not your average group of kids. They consisted of delinquents from various gangs. Mikey led the group, with 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 as the first captain and ken-ryuguji as the vice leader. The staff officers included Tada Kisaki and Shuji Hanma, while division captains were Keisuke Baji, Takashi Mitsuya, Haruki Hayashida, Kazutora Hanamiya, Haruchio Sanzu, Nahoya Kawata, Taiju Shiba, and Izana Kurikawa. Each division had its own vice captains and members, creating a formidable network of loyalty and strength. The remnants of despair were a group that the world had turned its back on, but Junko Inashima, their leader, remained steadfast. Makoto Niji served as the captain, with Mukuro Ikusuba as the co-captain. Their members included Korikyo Shinguji, Shuichi Saihara, Tenko Chabashira, Gonta Gokura, K1BO, Ryoma Hoshi, Kokichi Oma, Maki Harukawa, Hyoko Sandi, Mikan Tsumiki, Rantaro Amami, Kurumi Tojo, Anji Yanaga, Himiko Yamino, Myo Iruma, Tsumijai Shirogane, Kade Akamatsu, Sora Emma Magarobi, and many others. The 12 Kazuki and their allies were a group that thrived in the shadows, with their leader Muzan Kibutsuji at the helm. The upper ranks included Kokushibo, Doma, Akaza, 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻, Hantengu, Gyako, Kaigu, and Jutaro, while the lower ranks consisted of Enmyu, Hero, Mikago, Rue, and Kyogai. The dynamic duo of Susumaru and Yahaba led the Arana Brigade, which included Rei, Guerra, Lily, Rosa, and Lobo. Main's crew, a group of cybernetic mercenaries, was led by Main and included members like Kiwi, Rebecca, David, Lucy, Pilar, Dorio, and Falco. The Phantom Troop operated as civilians by day but transformed into killers and thieves by night, led by Krallo Lucifer. His members included Phaeton, Nobunaga, Maki, Finks, Franklin, Shizuku, Benolanov, Pakunoda, Shalnirk, Uvijin, and Kortopi. Night Raid and the Jaegers had once shared drinks at a bar, leading to a reckless decision to target the Prime Minister. Since then, they had been on the run, with Najenda and Isteth as their leaders, and members like Akame, Bullied, Chelsea, Leon, Lubbock, Mine, Shiel, Susna, Tatsumi, Kurome, Bowles, Seryu, and Koro among them. Stylish wave-run others Suzukame's Sten Iberditer Liver Nyao Beast Pirates were gathering for an intense celebration. The leader, Yamato, had emerged after Kado's passing, embodying a fierce spirit. The All-Stars, King, Queen, Jack, and the Tobarapo members, Page 1, Altai, Who's Who, Black Maria, and Sasaki, were now the harbingers of war. Once a problem for Pandora, they had become a threat to the entire world, especially with the borders now in disarray. The new leader, Sledge Queen, daughter of Sledge, was determined to make her mark. Commander Butcher Rose and the captains, including Sledge, Crom, Baron Flint, and others, were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The notorious crew, known as the Big Mom Pirates, was also making waves in the modern world under the leadership of Charlotte Perispero, following Big Mom's demise. The underworld was rife with crime families and gangs, each vying for power. Hajime Hinata led the Underworld Guardians with captains from various notorious factions, including the Marcano crime family and the Voodoo Boys. The streets were filled with rivalries and alliances, each group more dangerous than the last. Over the last 3 years, Izuku Yagi had transformed into Izuku Shigaraki, a formidable member of a new legion. His training was rigorous, focusing on mental meditation, physical strength, and weapon mastery. He honed his senses to an extraordinary level, making it nearly impossible to sneak up on him. His ability to sense vibrations, enhanced sense of smell, and sharp vision allowed him to navigate any situation. Each mentor contributed to his growth. Mariana taught him to control his rage, Darius showed him how to wield it as a weapon, and Shigaraki guided him in leadership. Toga introduced him to stealth techniques, while Twice educated him on firearms and weaponry. Kurojirai instilled a sense of calm in chaotic moments, and Barros taught him the intricacies of archery. Overhaul provided insights into the Yakuza and gang dynamics, while Mikan shared the fundamentals of healing and the darker aspects of pain. Dabi emphasized the importance of ruthlessness in the underworld, where mercy was a luxury few could afford. Spinner trained him in the use of melee weapons, ensuring he was prepared for any confrontation that awaited him. Compress taught him the art of charm, while Nurse Joy instructed him in the basics of medicine and cooking. Nurse and showed him how to make his enemies suffer, whether physically or mentally, and Eri taught him the art of sweet picking, mostly candy apples. Others, such as Kendo Rappa, Hari Kurono, Joy Iranaka, Shin Nemoto, Rikia Katsukame, Toya Setsuno, Yuhojo, and Hekiji Tengai, introduced him to the fundamentals of gang activity and how to earn money in the underworld. However, when it came to Didoro Sakaki, it was challenging to understand him, as he was often inebriated and always carried the scent of alcohol, making it hard to concentrate. 𝗬𝗵𝗏 was always trying to eat something. Meanwhile, the three families, the Yagis, Todorokis, and Bakugos, never stopped searching for Izuku. They wanted to find him and make amends, hoping to be friends again. The parents were disappointed in their children, as they had been taught better. Inko and Tashinori had not been the same since they learned that Izuku had been impaled and was now missing. Inko often cried, feeling like a terrible parent, while Tashinori did his best to find Izuku. When Izumi informed them that he had been surviving on his own for 6 years, guilt consumed him. After that night, no one spoke to the Yagis, and the others distanced themselves from them. Nizu was initially hesitant to allow the kids into his school, but Nana intervened, stating they wanted to redeem themselves to prove to Izuku that they had changed for the better. Upon hearing that Izuku was missing and that Tashinori had neglected one of his sons for so long, she confronted him with great intensity. The underworld was becoming a hot topic in the media, but most civilians and heroes viewed it as just another villain trying to rise to power. However, it was much more than that. The underworld was a city of BLD and sin, where everyone had a reason for being there, whether to eliminate someone, make a living, escape their problems, join a gang, or create their own. From gangsters to those in dire straits, everyone had a purpose, but most aimed to rule the criminal underworld. Many had tried, many had failed, and none had succeeded. It was a relentless race to see who would claim the title of Underworld King and dominate the empire. With only 3 months left until the entrance exam, the group formerly known as the Bully Squad, now called the Fallen Angels by the U staff, had been training intensely to pass the exam. Their motivations were twofold: to fulfill their dreams of becoming heroes and to gain easier access to resources that might help them find Izuku. They were currently at Takoba Beach, cleaning up the litter left by careless individuals. Izuku encouraged himself, determined to HRSS his abilities. As he called out his move, a gust of wind flowed by, but nothing happened. Frustrated, he expressed his anger at his lack of progress. Izumi suggested he take a break, but Izuku insisted he needed to get stronger to find Izuku. Katsumi reminded him that he couldn't find Izuku if he didn't have the strength to bring him back. Izuku was adamant about his promise to get stronger, feeling the weight of being his older brother and the guilt of having called Izuku names. Katsuki reassured him that they were all worried about Izuku and were working hard to find him. Izumi added that they would get into U and reunite as a family, no matter what it took. Suddenly, a chilling yet familiar voice interrupted them, mocking their efforts. Katsumi demanded to know who had spoken, and the mysterious figure revealed themselves with a sinister grin, standing atop a damaged car. It was Shinra 𝗬𝗓𝗏, Izuku's childhood friend, back in town. He had learned about Izuku's situation from a detective and expressed his disappointment in how they had treated Izuku in the past. Izuku attempted to address him, but Shinra insisted on being called 𝗬𝗓𝗏. Tensions rose as Katsuki confronted him, but Shinra swiftly moved behind him, showcasing his speed. He warned them to be prepared for the U entrance exam, stating he would be there to challenge them. As he walked away, he issued a final warning. If anything bad happened to Izuku because of their past actions, he would hold them accountable. With that, the fallen angels were left shaken, contemplating the weight of their past and the urgency of their mission to find Izuku. Barrows observed the unfolding events from a distance atop an office roof, finding the situation intriguing. Meanwhile, Izuku was meditating in the dojo, with Eri attempting to do the same but frequently opening her eyes. Izuku encouraged her, explaining that if she kept peeking, she wouldn't grasp the essence of meditation. Eri expressed her confusion, noting that he simply stood still like a statue. Izuku reassured her that it calmed the nerves and was beneficial for relaxation. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 chimed in, agreeing with Izuku and mentioning that he came to the dojo to escape the chatter of others. Eri was curious about how Izuku could remain so still, to which 𝗕𝗏𝗏 replied that it required a lot of patience. He then informed Izuku that Shigaraki wanted to speak with him once he finished meditating. After 30 minutes, Izuku made his way to Shigaraki's office. Upon arrival, he learned that Shigaraki believed it was time for the underworld to recognize their presence. Izuku was excited about the prospect of establishing a foothold in the territory. However, Shigaraki reminded him that he had missed the meeting where this was discussed due to sleeping through it, despite having enjoyed his nap. Shigaraki revealed their plan to take over the night market, which had previously been under the control of the Dragon Syndicate but was now available for the taking, with only a new gang called the 𝗵𝗲 Killers remaining. Izuku was tasked with handling the situation at a location known as the Bud Breeder, where the 𝗵𝗲 Killers had been troubling the owner. Eager to begin the mission, Izuku set off to find Himiko. After they donned their casual outfits, they made their way to the night market, which was just 2 blocks from their base. Upon arrival, they encountered several individuals dressed in ninja-like attire, confirming that these were the 𝗵𝗲 Killers Shigaraki had mentioned. As they walked through the night market, Izuku noticed the decline in its vibrancy. The once bustling area was now nearly deserted, with those who remained facing daily harassment from the gang. It had lost its former charm, which had made it a hotspot for various activities, both legal and illegal, serving as a refuge for many. Toga lamented the changes, expressing that it was no longer the lively place it used to be. Izuku recalled that Toga had visited the night market before, and she shared that it had been her escape from her difficult home life. Chu was still operating in the area. Izuku suggested that once they restored the place to its former glory, they should grab a bite to eat at Ms. Chu's. He was looking forward to it, especially since Toga claimed her food was the best in the night market. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a man who looked like he had just stepped out of a music video, flanked by several others in black jackets. Known as Capone the Preacher, he approached them with a smirk. He asked what a cute couple like them was doing alone in such dangerous streets and offered to help for a small fee. Izuku declined, stating they were looking for a building called the Bud Breeder. One of the thugs warned him that they were in 𝗵𝗲 territory and advised him to pay up before things got ugly. Toga, unfazed, challenged their ability to handle them. Capone's temper flared, and he shouted that they were too young to talk tough. Izuku, feeling the tension rise, was ready to defend himself. Capone ordered his goons to take action, but as they approached, Izuku charged at Capone, ready to strike. In the chaos, Toga leaped onto one of the thugs, using her knife with precision. As Izuku prepared to punch Capone, an unexpected four-wheeler came barreling toward him. Capone sidestepped with a smug grin, but Izuku's quick reflexes saved him from being hit. He caught the driver, 𝗵𝗲𝗏 mid-air, who protested loudly. Once released, 𝗵𝗲𝗏 began bouncing from building to building, gaining speed. Capone realized too late that the situation was turning against him. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 taunted Izuku, but Izuku remained unfazed, ready to counter. With a powerful punch, he struck 𝗵𝗏𝗏, the sound echoing through the area. Everyone witnessed the shocking display of strength as 𝗵𝗏𝗏 fell, leaving Capone and his remaining goons in a state of panic. Toga, caught up in the moment, was exhilarated by the chaos around them. Izuku, noticing the BLD on his shirt, turned his gaze to Capone, signaling that he was next. In a moment of sheer terror, Capone decided to flee, urging his companions to escape. As he attempted to take 𝗵𝗏𝗏's four-wheeler with him, Izuku swiftly caught him in a chokehold. Capone, desperate, pleaded for his life, promising to do anything to avoid harm. Izuku and Toga exchanged glances, intrigued by his fear. Capone hesitated, worried about his boss's reaction, but Toga insisted he should be more concerned about them. With a threatening tone, Toga demanded he reveal their base's location, warning him that even if he talked, he wouldn't escape unscathed. Capone stammered, caught between fear and loyalty, unsure of what to do next. In a vast junkyard known as 𝗔𝗂𝗁𝗏, Izuku tightened his grip as he faced Capone, who appeared visibly shaken. Capone revealed that the individuals dressed in black were members of the Jade Gang, affiliated with the Triad. Izuku thanked him for the information and decided to let him go, prompting a sigh of relief from Capone. He then jokingly asked Capone to say hello to his pet goldfish. Toga, who was nearby, playfully expressed her disappointment that Capone wasn't bleeding, to which Izuku replied that he preferred to keep his outfit clean. Toga seemed to forget her earlier comment, and Izuku teased her, causing her to blush. As they prepared to continue their journey, they were approached by a newcomer. The stranger introduced himself as Milo Sage Strain, codenamed Sensi Star. Izuku noticed that Milo didn't look well, and Milo commented on the amount of BLD present, questioning if they were part of a gang. Izuku clarified that they only wanted to speak with the boss of bud breeders. Milo led them inside, cautioning them not to touch anything on the shelves. Upon entering, they were greeted by the overwhelming scent of marijuana. Shelves, counters, and even the ceiling fan were adorned with the substance. They spotted someone at the counter inspecting a peculiar floating strain of weed. The individual, upon seeing Milo, inquired about his break. Milo shared the shocking news of Capone and 𝗵𝗃𝗲's demise, prompting a surprised reaction from the owner, who called for another person named Mustard to come over. Mustard arrived, and the owner introduced himself as Sean Mantiego, codenamed Skywalk. He offered Izuku and Toga a choice between trying something new or sticking with the classics. Toga, feeling the effects of whatever she had consumed, declined and expressed a need to sit down. Sean assured them that they didn't need chairs, as he prepared to demonstrate a technique. Despite Milo's hesitation about the technique's safety, Sean reassured him, though Mustard reminded them of a past incident involving a mishap. As introductions continued, Izuku explained their purpose for visiting: to restore the night market to its former glory. Mustard revealed that they could help by taking down the leader of the Somber Killers, known as Sun Chip, who had been causing trouble and stealing supplies. Izuku accepted the challenge, but Milo warned him not to underestimate the remaining gang members. Mustard acknowledged the complexity of the junkyard, likening it to a maze. They agreed to discuss further plans once Sun Chip was dealt with. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated house within the junkyard, a frustrated figure raged about a theft. His subordinates, Roger and Simon, nervously approached him with troubling news. They hesitated before revealing that Capone and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 were dead. The boss's reaction was immediate and intense, leading him to order them to leave before he lost his temper. As they exited, they reflected on how the encounter had gone better than expected, but their conversation was interrupted by distant screams, hinting at more chaos to come. No, it was a scream of anger and rage as they looked back, filled with fury. The leader of the Somber Killers declared that when he found out who had harmed Capone, he would make them pay dearly. He was Sun Chip's, the breakdancing tyrant of the night market, and he was determined to get his revenge. The legion of villains sped toward their destination, the hideout of the Somber Killers, where their target awaited. He had heard through the grapevine that someone was coming for him, so he had gathered all his manpower, shooters, mechs, and engineers. This would be his resting ground, though he was unaware of the storm approaching. Along with his crew, he had brought 3 others from the weed shop, eager to settle scores with Sun Chips, who had crossed the wrong weed owner by destroying the night market and causing chaos. Milo was having second thoughts about the impending confrontation. They were about to break into a gang's hideout, and fear gripped him. Meanwhile, Sean was too high to feel scared, functioning well under the influence, as it seemed to enhance his performance. In 𝗔𝗂𝗁𝗏, it was transforming into a fortress of solitude. Sun Chip stood with the remaining captains of the Somber Killers: Ben, Sam, Will, Roger, Simon, Josh, Beef, Gunryo, Brandon, Dominic, and Dewey. 𝗓𝗵𝗃 addressed them, ready for war. Dewey felt it was pointless to question him, so he asked about the situation. gunryo expressed his disbelief that his brother had been killed by a couple of kids, lamenting the absurdity of it all. The group shared a moment of solemnity for their fallen comrade. Dominic inquired about the plan, and 𝗓𝗵𝗃 confidently outlined his strategy to send in the cavalry first and flank the enemy. Beef hesitated, suggesting a different approach, but without warning, 𝗓𝗵𝗃 shot him, a reminder of his ruthless leadership. The others were unfazed. This was not the first time 𝗓𝗵𝗃 had eliminated dissent. He commanded them to stick to the plan or face dire consequences. As the Sombra killers scattered to prepare for the attack, they were unaware that they were merely low-tier thugs attempting to play with the big dogs. Their fate would soon be revealed. Meanwhile, the Legion had their own plan, armed and ready in the back of a van. Shigaraki confirmed that everyone knew the plan, and they were prepared to put an end to the Sombra killers while potentially gaining new recruits. Mustard expressed his enthusiasm, and Milo vowed to follow wherever they went. Sean affirmed Mustard's leadership, and the League celebrated their growing numbers. As they approached the hideout, 𝗬𝗶𝗍 noted the increasing scrap metal along the way. 𝗬𝗏 rallied the group with enthusiasm, while Mr. Compress communicated with Barrows, who had a group of Sombra goons in his sights. Shigaraki instructed him to take action if the opportunity arose. Outside the van, Sombra goons patrolled the perimeter until they noticed the approaching vehicles. Instead of being suspicious, they assumed it was a 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗽 and opened the gate. The League members seized the chance to slip inside unnoticed. As the gate opened fully, the Sombra goons saw the trucks and prepared to welcome their new benefactors. Mr. Compress introduced himself, claiming to bring gifts of the finest products, from drags to weapons. The Sombra goon, intrigued, welcomed them inside, unaware of the impending chaos that was about to unfold. The truck approached gunryo, one of the captains of the Sombra killers, who appeared before it with a serious expression that went unnoticed by others. As he stepped forward, he revealed himself to the goons, demanding to know who allowed the trucks in without his permission. The goons glanced at him, recognizing gunryo, the junkyard ninja and brother of Flip D. One of the goons explained that the trucks were merely 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗽 vehicles seeking protection, carrying 3 loads of supplies. gunryo ordered them to check the back, wanting to verify the truth of their claims. As they opened the back door, he expected to find someone inside, but to his surprise, it was empty except for a large quantity of cane. With his guard lowered, he decided to let the truck enter the inner walls of the junkyard, where a party was about to begin. However, he soon noticed 2 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗽 trucks parked far apart from each other and questioned whether there were any other gifts. The goon replied that there were guns and women in each truck. gunryo acknowledged this and prepared to leave, but just then, another goon rushed toward him, looking alarmed and upset. He shouted that the trucks were empty and that they had been deceived. gunryo was taken aback, realizing there were no drivers in the front seats either. He contemplated a serious discussion with their benefactor upon his return. Before he could confront Mr. Compress, the goon added that there was a strong smell of gas coming from the area. gunryo's eyes widened as he connected the dots. They had made a grave mistake by allowing the trucks in. The 2 vans were decoys for the real one. It was too late to turn back now. He shouted for the alarm to be sounded just as the first explosion erupted, grabbing everyone's attention. Amidst the chaos, a familiar voice rang out, belonging to Mustard, who stood atop a crane, calling out with defiance. As the explosions continued, they signaled the destruction of the other 2 vans, which had taken out the gate patrols at all 3 checkpoints. The outer gate exploded open, revealing the culprits: 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗽, 𝗬𝗶𝗍, Spinner, Mustard, Milo, Sean, and a few armed citizens who were fed up with the Sombra's tyranny. Inside the remaining van, locked and loaded, Toga, Mr. Compress, Shigaraki, and Izuku were prepared for action, waiting for the signal from Shigaraki. With a wicked grin, Shigaraki declared it was time to start the party, commanding everyone to eliminate their foes. The back door burst open, revealing the gun squad, who shouted their surprise and charged into the fray. Chaos erupted as the gun squad unleashed a barrage of bullets, taking down several captains in their path. Amidst the turmoil, Ben found himself running for his life, panicking at the unfolding disaster. He thought to himself about how everything had spiraled out of control. Just as he was about to escape, he spotted Milo, someone he used to see at the ramen shop, standing frozen in fear, unsure of what to do. He had never found himself in a situation like this before. Ben had never had to confront anyone in such a serious way. He could have kept running, but he saw this as an opportunity to finally rid himself of Milo for good. Ben had never liked Milo. He often called him weak because he never stood up for himself. Mustard or Sean would have to save him, and Ben felt a sense of power in tormenting Milo, knowing he couldn't defend himself like Sean could. This time, Ben planned to take his time with Milo. As he approached, he grabbed a rusty pipe, ready to confront Milo. Meanwhile, Milo was battling a headache and wrestling with his conscience, particularly his darker self. They were at odds, and Milo felt overwhelmed by his emotions. His darker self taunted him, insisting that he had been pushed around for too long and needed to take action. Milo felt trapped in his own pain and memories, but he was also tired of being the victim. As the two sides of Milo's mind debated, Ben drew closer, taunting Milo about his lack of movement. Ben questioned whether Milo was a shooter or a cheerleader, and Milo, feeling cornered, dropped a gun he had been holding. Ben smirked, thinking Milo was too weak to defend himself. Suddenly, without hesitation, Milo's darker self seized the gun and fired at Ben, hitting him before he could react. Ben was shocked, bleeding from the wounds he had not anticipated receiving from Milo. He thought he could still escape if he could just stop the bleeding. But as he looked into Milo's eyes, he saw a chilling determination. Milo's darker self took control, and with a final shot, Ben's fate was sealed. Milo felt a rush of adrenaline, realizing he had crossed a line he never thought he would. He and his darker self were now intertwined, and they both agreed it was time to show the world who they really were. As Milo walked into the junkyard, the remaining goons stared at him in disbelief. One goon laughed, mocking Milo's newfound confidence, but that laughter quickly turned to fear as Milo fired at him, demonstrating that he was no longer the weak person they once knew. The others began to back away, realizing Milo was serious. Just then, a voice boomed from the shadows, announcing the arrival of Dewey, who piloted a massive mech armed with machine guns and a flamethrower. The goons cheered for Dewey, thinking he would easily overpower Milo. But as Dewey turned to confront Milo, he saw him running away, realizing that Milo had changed and was not willing to face certain defeat. Milo felt a mix of fear and exhilaration as he fled, determined to escape the chaos and find his own path. Compress ensured that the gang members remained incapacitated while Mustard and Sean led the armed civilians through the compound, neutralizing any remaining somber members. 𝗕𝗵𝗄 sat at a bar counter, surrounded by the aftermath of chaos. Izuku, dressed in his villain outfit, searched for the leader. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗏 and his clones found themselves in an unusual arena-like setting. 𝗬𝗏 remarked on the gladiatorial vibe of the place, while his clones offered mixed opinions. Unbeknownst to 𝗬𝗏, two figures observed him with curiosity. Roger and Simon recognized a kindred spirit in 𝗬𝗏, excitedly exclaiming that he was just like them. 𝗬𝗏, puzzled, asked who they were. As they revealed their plan to unleash something called the Scrapper, 𝗬𝗏 was taken aback. Simon operated a crane, lifting a large crate and tossing it into the arena. While 𝗬𝗏 questioned the purpose of the crate, it began to shake violently, and the roof burst open, revealing the Scrapper. Roger and Simon urged the Scrapper to attack, while 𝗬𝗏 rallied his clones to confront the mechanical beast. As the clash began, the scene shifted to 𝗏𝗵𝗲, who observed the unfolding chaos from his throne, flanked by 3 mercenaries. He expressed hope that his investment in them would yield results. 𝗏𝗵𝗲 laughed to himself, confident in his 𝗕𝗵𝗄, unaware that someone was approaching him with a vendetta. Izuku was determined to bring the night market back to its former glory and was ready to confront 𝗏𝗵𝗲. The battle between the Legion and the Somber Killers raged on, with most of the Somber members defeated, leaving only Dewey, Roger, Simon, Ill Will, Gunryo, and 𝗏𝗵𝗲 standing. Meanwhile, Milo found himself in a precarious situation as Dewey pursued him relentlessly. Dewey declared that he would chase Milo to the ends of the earth, while Milo expressed his frustration at being hunted. As Dewey taunted him, evil Milo, now in control, devised a plan to lure Dewey towards a scrap magnet. Evil Milo, with a mischievous grin, provoked Dewey about his name, igniting the latter's anger. As Dewey activated his mech's boosters and saw, evil Milo guided Milo closer to the scrap magnet. Just as Dewey closed in, he unwittingly approached the trap. Milo warned him, but Dewey dismissed it, only to find himself lifted into the air by the magnet. As Dewey realized his predicament, he lamented his situation, while Milo reveled in his victory. With the car crusher looming, Milo maneuvered the magnet towards it, taunting Dewey about his impending fate. As the countdown began, Milo delivered his final words, leaving Dewey with only a moment to react. Nothing happened at that moment, and Milo realized he was in trouble. He thought about how he should have dealt with his opponent when he had the chance. The evil version of Milo taunted him, urging him to speak up. Just then, the timer hit 0, and the crushing mechanism came down on Dewey, blood seeping from the machine. The evil Milo laughed, reveling in the moment, and suggested they go out for more chaos. As Milo turned around, he was met by Ill Will and 30 of his followers, all staring at the blood dripping from the crusher. Ill Will asked if Milo had killed Dewey, to which Milo confirmed. Ill Will then revealed that they had come with gifts for him. He explained that while Dewey was a brilliant engineer, he was also quite unpleasant, and since Milo had taken care of him, they thought he should have something of Dewey's. As the group parted, they revealed a hulking set of power armor. Milo was thrilled, exclaiming that it felt like an early Christmas. Ill Will, sensing a shift in the mood, asked if Milo planned to turn on them. Milo simply smiled, indicating that plans had changed. Meanwhile, Toga was engaged in a fierce battle with a mercenary. She demanded to know who her opponent was before they met their end. The mercenary retorted that she was out of her league. Toga confidently declared her intent to drain her opponent dry, while the mercenary scoffed at her bravado. Toga challenged her, and the mercenary introduced herself as Jin, a hired killer. Toga dismissed her words as mere last words for someone about to lose. In another part of the battlefield, Twice was fighting against a scrapper. He was using his quirk to keep up with the relentless machine, but fatigue was setting in. He realized he needed to finish the fight quickly and devised a risky plan. He called upon his clones to take control of a crane and distract the scrapper while he faced it directly, armed only with a picking tool. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗆 and 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐵 were dealing with another mercenary who posed a significant threat. 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗆 expressed his frustration at being injured, while 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐵 noted that their opponent was proving to be quite a challenge. The mercenary laughed maniacally, enjoying the chaos he was causing. 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗆 compared him unfavorably to Toga, and 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐵 suggested it was time to bring out their strongest abilities. The mercenary continued to taunt them, claiming he was the 𝗕𝗏𝗄r of chaos and would make them squeal in defeat. 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗆, unfazed, challenged him to come at them, ready for the fight ahead. 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐵 expressed a longing to end the fight quickly, feeling hungry from all the talk about food. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was struggling, bleeding from his mouth. He noted that his opponent was tough, but the mysterious figure only responded with a simple declaration of thirst. Shigaraki, frustrated, pointed out that his opponent had been repeating the same phrase throughout the battle. Determined to change the tide, Shigaraki unleashed a powerful decay wave, sending a wave of debris toward the figure. In response, the figure clapped his hands together, creating a strong gust of wind that halted Shigaraki's attack and pushed him back slightly. Shigaraki realized he would need a different strategy and asked the figure if he could say anything other than thirsty. The figure introduced himself as Pitbull, letting out a fierce roar. As the battle raged on, Izuku was searching through a vast junkyard, wondering how large it was. He suddenly heard the sound of a little girl crying and rushed toward it. What he found was heartbreaking. A girl with cuts and bruises, clearly malnourished and frightened. When she saw him, she panicked, thinking he was her father. Izuku reassured her, removing his mask to show her a comforting smile. The girl revealed that someone had hurt her, but before she could say more, a voice called out, striking fear into her. Gunryo appeared, having survived an explosion but with visible injuries. He demanded that Izuku hand over the girl, revealing her as a valuable asset. Izuku, filled with anger, refused to listen and confronted Gunryo, expressing his intent to take down the boss responsible for the girl's suffering. In a swift and decisive action, Izuku eliminated Gunryo, ensuring he would no longer pose a threat. He turned back to the girl, reassuring her that she was safe now. She expressed concern for her mother and sister, leading Izuku to ask where they were. The girl pointed to a large pile of trash, indicating that they were beyond it. Izuku thanked her and gave her a name, Loto, meaning lotus, after learning she had never been given one. Loto was delighted by her new name and made a pinky promise with Izuku to stay safe while he went to find her family. Meanwhile, Toga was facing off against Jin, who was taunting her. Despite her injuries, Toga managed to rise again, surprising Jin. Just as Jin was about to leave, Toga took advantage of the moment and attacked, using a machete to strike Jin. Jin acknowledged Toga's skill before collapsing, leaving Toga to reflect on the encounter. As she moved on, Toga encountered Twice and Milo, who was in power armor. Twice was relieved to see Toga alive, but she pointed out his disheveled appearance. Milo explained that he had received the armor after defeating a captain, and the trio decided to regroup with the others. Meanwhile, 𝗕𝗵𝗍, Mr. Compress, Spinner, and Shigaraki were still battling Pitbull, who seemed impervious to their attacks. Spinner remarked on how repetitive Pitbull's declarations were, while Mr. Compress compared him to another formidable foe they had faced. The fight continued, with each side determined to emerge victorious. Compress was quick, but his bullets were even quicker. 𝗕𝗵𝗍 expressed his frustration with the ongoing battle, feeling weary of the strange opponents they faced. Shigaraki urged everyone to focus, revealing he might have a plan and instructed Spinner to retrieve a meat hook. As Spinner tossed the hook to Shigaraki, Pitbull charged in, boasting that a tiny hook couldn't harm him. Shigaraki, however, had other ideas. With a snap of his fingers, an arrow struck Pitbull's kneecap, causing him to cry out in pain. Shigaraki taunted Pitbull, questioning his thirst for victory. He then drove the meat hook upward into Pitbull's mouth and grabbed the chain, forcing it open. Shigaraki called for 𝗕𝗵𝗍 to ignite the flames. 𝗕𝗵𝗍 complied, ready to unleash his power. Before Pitbull could react, Compress and Spinner restrained his arms with all their might, allowing 𝗕𝗵𝗍 the opportunity to unleash a wave of fire down Pitbull's throat, leaving only a charred husk behind. Exhausted from the battle, Shigaraki remarked on how tiring the fight had been. 𝗕𝗵𝗍 questioned Shigaraki's earlier claim about their opponents being few in number, to which Shigaraki admitted he had been mistaken. As the four regrouped with the others, they encountered Toga, Milo, and Twice. Compress felt relieved that everyone was still in one piece, but they needed to find the other three. Toga expressed her concern for Izuku, vowing to kick his butt if he was hurt, reminding him that he still owed her a dinner date. Just then, Sean rushed in, urging everyone to come quickly because Izuku was fighting Sunship, and Mustard was knocked out. As the group hurried to check on Mustard and witness Izuku's battle, the scene shifted back to how this confrontation began. Izuku had climbed to the top of the junk pile that Loto had told him about. From there, he could see the entire junkyard, and his attention was drawn to a throne and a small shack. Approached, he noticed a woman emerging from the house, looking around anxiously. The woman called out for her child, Loto, pleading for him to return. Just then, Sunship appeared, grabbing her by the arm and dragging her inside. She protested, trying to break free, but he threatened her, insisting that her only purpose was to create more of those little drag testers. The woman, in a moment of defiance, insulted him, which earned her a harsh slap. Sunship warned her that one more word would lead to dire consequences. The woman began to cry, and Sunship, satisfied with his intimidation, prepared to continue his cruel plans. Suddenly, Izuku burst onto the scene, furious and ready to confront Sunship. He drop-kicked Sunship to the ground with such force that it nearly knocked the wind out of him. Izuku declared that Sunship and his gang were finished. Sunship, taken aback, demanded to know who Izuku was. Izuku boldly proclaimed himself as the devil, ready to take down Sunship with his bare hands. Sunship, undeterred, challenged him to fight. As the battle commenced, 𝗓𝗵𝗵 began to breakdance, spinning towards Izuku like a whirlwind. Izuku leaped into the air to evade the attack and landed with newfound strength, charging at 𝗓𝗵𝗵. He rammed into him, sending him flying into the air. As 𝗓𝗵𝗵 fell, Izuku transformed, gaining a kangaroo's legs and tail. He used this advantage to jump off his tail and deliver a powerful dropkick, sending 𝗓𝗵𝗵 crashing into a pile of scrap. Izuku returned to his normal form as 𝗓𝗵𝗵 emerged from the debris, ready to retaliate. He leaped into the air, attempting to slam Izuku down, but Izuku countered with a spin kick that sent 𝗓𝗵𝗵𝗆 spiraling. He followed up with a kick to 𝗓𝗵𝗵𝗆's back, causing him to crash to the ground. Izuku approached, thinking the fight was over, but 𝗓𝗵𝗵𝗆, using the last of his strength, grabbed Izuku's arm in a desperate attempt to break it. However, Izuku skillfully maneuvered around him, breaking 𝗓𝗵𝗵𝗆's arm instead, eliciting a scream of pain. With determination, Izuku transformed again, gaining a Cape Buffalo hoof, and stomped 𝗓𝗵𝗵𝗆's head into the ground, creating a small crater. He then lifted 𝗓𝗵𝗵𝗆 by the back of his head, revealing the damage he had inflicted. 𝗓𝗵𝗵𝗆, trembling, pleaded for his life, claiming he still had to rule the slums. Izuku coldly replied that it was too late for him and that he would burn in hell along with his gang. He reached for the weapon 𝗓𝗵𝗵𝗆 had, but before he could pull the trigger, a voice interrupted him. The woman from earlier appeared, accompanied by another little girl. She asked to see the gun, expressing her longing to finish 𝗓𝗵𝗵𝗆 herself. Izuku handed it over, and the woman requested that he look after her daughter, 𝗕𝗓𝗓. He agreed and left her with the defeated 𝗓𝗵𝗵𝗆, moving to comfort 𝗕𝗓𝗓. 𝗕𝗓𝗓 asked who he was, and Izuku introduced himself. She insisted she was a big girl, not little, and Izuku acknowledged her. He explained that her mother needed to take care of some business and asked if she wanted to see her sister. Excited, 𝗕𝗓𝗓 asked where her sister was, and Izuku promised to show her. As they made their way to find Loto, gunshots rang out in the air, signaling that 𝗕𝗓𝗓's mother had taken care of 𝗓𝗵𝗵𝗆. The 𝗵𝗵𝗆 killers were no more, and the Legion had won the fight. News of 𝗓𝗵𝗆's demise spread quickly, bringing joy to the people of the night market, who were relieved that the tyrant was gone. The night market was once again up for grabs, but it was short-lived, as the Legion took control and revitalized it, restoring it to its former glory. The market became a bustling hub for shop owners and food stands, just like it used to be. The remaining 𝗵𝗵𝗆 killers went into hiding, with some, like Simon and Roger, leaving for good. Others, like Ill Will, either met their end or were imprisoned, trying to revive the 𝗵𝗵𝗆 killer's name. The junkyard was burned down, along with the remnants of the past, leaving only a sign and 𝗓𝗵𝗵𝗆's head atop a pile of charred gang members as a warning to others. The scene shifted to the Legion enjoying a meal at Mrs. Chu's restaurant, the Golden Koi, alongside three new faces, all impressed by the beauty of the night market. Toga remarked that Mrs. Chu's cooking was the best in the night market, and Izuku agreed, savoring the delicious food. Twice enthusiastically praised the flavors, while 𝗬𝗲𝗍 teased him about his excitement. Shigaraki asked if everyone was enjoying their meal, confirming that the night was a celebration of their victory. Compress found the food delightful and expressed his appreciation to the chef. Spinner remarked that it was far better than what they had eaten before. Overhaul cautioned Spinner to show respect, reminding him that he had survived on his wife's cooking. Loto asked if they could have some of his food, and 𝗕𝗓𝗓 chimed in with a pleading expression. Izuku, unable to refuse such a request, sighed and agreed to share. The two children cheered joyfully as they took off with their new dad's food, while the rest of the group, minus Toga, exchanged sly smirks with Izuku. He defended himself, stating that they would have done the same in his position. Shigaraki acknowledged the cuteness of the children, suggesting that Izuku should introduce them to Eri, who would get along with them splendidly. Toga teased Izuku about his newfound fatherhood, but he urged her to relax, pointing out that they were dating and there was no need for hostility. Kayana, the children's mother, looked better than when they first met her, and Toga noted that even she agreed with her. Kayana remarked that Izuku might as well be called their dad based on how he treated them. Izuku found himself overwhelmed by the playful banter from the girls. A lot had transpired in just a few hours. Kayana had developed feelings for Izuku after he saved her and her children, and he awkwardly found himself dating both her and Toga, who were now vying for his attention. Mr. 𝗵𝗲 observed that his teachings had not been in vain. Mustard then inquired if anyone had seen Milo or Sean, to which everyone replied negatively. Mustard mentioned that they had unfinished business to attend to. Meanwhile, Spencer was walking down the street, chatting with his mother on the phone. He was dressed casually and seemed content. He expressed his eagerness for her to meet Whitney soon, but inwardly struggled with how to explain his complicated romantic situation. Unbeknownst to him, a red Chinese van had been following him for a while, driven by Sean and Milo. Milo questioned why they were after Spencer, and Sean explained that Spencer had disrespected him in the past, prompting him to seek revenge. They prepared to confront Spencer, ensuring they had their masks on to conceal their identities. As Spencer checked the time on his phone, he expressed excitement about his plans for the evening. Just then, Sean instructed Milo to act, and they swiftly approached Spencer. They managed to overpower him and drove off to a secluded location, where they intended to confront him. Back with the Legion, they were in a meeting with Alexa, the new user of All for One and the sibling of the original user. She confirmed that everything was progressing well and informed Shigaraki that they had established a foothold in the underworld, with the night market under their control. She revealed that they had received intel about All Might and a class visiting the USJ soon, instructing them to find out which class it would be. Additionally, she tasked them with recruiting 3 individuals: 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲, the Slum King Alpha, and Winston Chu, the leader of the Water Street Gang. She shared details about May's past, explaining that she had always lived in her brother's shadow, leading to her rejection from you due to favoritism. Toga's excitement about BLD interrupted the meeting, causing a collective sigh from the others. After Toga's enthusiastic outburst, the Legion split into groups to see if they could persuade the 3 individuals to join their cause. 𝗵𝗃 went to May's location while Dabi, Shigaraki, and Twice headed to the slums to find Alpha. Spinner, Overhaul, and Mustard went to talk with Winston Chu. Meanwhile, Sean and Milo had just finished with Spencer and disposed of his body in an alley. They were now in a blue sedan, waiting for someone to leave their house. Sean asked who they were staking out, and Milo replied that they were waiting for a guy named Alex and his companion, whom he referred to with disdain. When Sean inquired about her identity, Milo hesitated but eventually shared that her name was Lisa. She had once been his girlfriend until Alex unexpectedly came into the picture and took her away. Milo felt he needed to confront this situation to move on. Sean empathized, explaining that his own situation had started similarly but had evolved into a longing for revenge. After 5 more minutes of waiting, they finally spotted Milo's ex and Alex heading to the movies. As soon as they turned the corner and were out of sight, the 2 men got out of the sedan, approached the door, and broke in. They took anything of value, from necklaces to rings and even the television. Milo kept a few items for himself. In the past 3 weeks, the Legion had used reporters as a distraction to seize the USJ files, discovering that Class 1A and 1B were both headed to the USJ. They formulated a plan. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 was busy preparing something in her lab, so she requested that no one approach her shop. Not that anyone was particularly interested, as business was thriving thanks to the alliance with the Water Street Gang and Alpha joining the Legion. Everyone else was focused on their training. Kurohige and Izuku were tasked with locating low-level villains for their mission, while Alexa sent the Nomu to Shigaraki to confront All Might. Meanwhile, All Might chose Mirio as his successor for One for All. The 𝗬𝗧 staff continued their search for Izuku while attempting to teach. Nana managed to gather additional help in the search for Izuku, including Mirko, Best Jeanist, Ryuku, MT Lady, Kamui Woods, and WWPC. We shifted to the Yagi residence, where 𝗵𝗀 was doing chores around the house, reflecting on memories of Izuku from when he was 5, the only memories she had of him. 𝗵𝗀 wished for his safety and expressed her sorrow for not paying enough attention to him. Just then, there was a knock at the door. She wiped her tears and opened it to find the mailman with a package. The mailman informed her that it was a package for Izuku Yagi and asked her to sign for it. Curious, 𝗵𝗀 asked who had sent it. The mailman replied that it was from Izuku Yagi. Upon hearing her son's name, 𝗵𝗁 quickly signed for the package and rushed inside, calling everyone over to share the news. 20 minutes later, the front door was filled with familiar faces from 3 families and the search party, including Shinra and Miyako. Nizu asked if a package from Izuku had arrived, and 𝗵𝗁 confirmed it, feeling immense relief. The group expressed their joy at the news of Izuku's well-being, though some were angry at the kids responsible for his predicament. As they opened the box, they found a note and 2 DVDs. The note read that if they received it, it meant Izuku was alive and well. He explained that he had been left on a roof with a broken rebar through his chest and was missing an eye. He didn't know where he was but had 2 messages for them on the DVDs. The first was about his past life, and the second was about how he was doing now. As everyone felt happiness at hearing from Izuku, they also simmered with anger toward those who had wronged him. They prepared to watch the first DVD labeled Past, eager to learn more about his journey. As everyone finished listening to the first song, Aizawa unexpectedly punched Toshinori before anyone could reach him. Shoka, Katsumi, Izumi, and Miyako were in tears after hearing those poignant verses. Aizawa expressed his frustration about how these 2 had neglected Izuku. Not only was he surviving on his own, but he was also resorting to pills, drinking, and smoking. Nana felt a surge of anger, ready to confront them for their negligence. Izumi apologized, realizing that it wasn't a lie. Katsumi lamented that Izuku would rather leave than see her with someone else, feeling foolish for her past actions. Shoka reflected on how Izuku would have treated her like a true lady, and she regretted taking him for granted. Miyako confessed that she never intended to trick him, feeling remorseful. Shinra, confused, asked who Miyako was, to which she introduced herself as Izuku's crush. Shinra dismissed her, indicating that they would discuss it later, as he was not in the mood for such matters. Mirko stated that they had enough evidence against Toshinori, but Night Eye interjected, explaining that they couldn't arrest him. Ryuko and Gran Torino urged Toshinori to reveal his true identity. When Toshinori transformed into All Might, the kids were shocked, and many in the room felt an urge to confront him, except for Night Eye, Nana, Gran Torino, and 𝗵𝗁. However, Endeavor's flames began to intensify. All Might attempted to reason with Endeavor, but Endeavor was consumed by his anger, contemplating a fight. Ray, sensing the tension, urged him to calm down, which caused Endeavor to quickly extinguish his flames and embrace her, apologizing for his outburst. Ray reassured him that she understood his feelings. Mitsuki, frustrated, suggested putting in the next DVD before things escalated further. The group agreed, and Nizu called for calm, asking Aizawa to play the next disc titled The Present, which would show how Izuku was doing. As the song concluded, everyone was taken aback by the beauty of Izuku's voice. He sounded genuinely happy while singing. Mirko remarked that he seemed to be doing much better without certain people in his life. Izuku, feeling defensive, questioned what she meant. Ryuko pointed out that Izuku sounded much happier than before, which prompted Izumi to assert that Ryuko didn't know anything about her brother. Ryuko warned Izumi to watch her tone, and the authority in her voice silenced her and anyone else who might have spoken up. Vlad King then shifted the conversation, asking Nizu for his thoughts. Nizu suggested that Izuku's words could be clues to help locate him, especially since he referred to himself as a soldier. All Might expressed concern that this might mean he was being turned into a weapon, to which Nizu replied it could also be a figure of speech, emphasizing the need to continue their search. Hisashi cheered in agreement, while Aizawa urged everyone to quiet down. Unbeknownst to them, Barrows was on the roof, observing the entire scene with a sinister grin, feeling triumphant about his plans. Meanwhile, the heroes continued their search and we shifted to you. Specifically Class 1A, engaged in casual conversation until Aizawa entered to make an announcement. He informed the class that they would be going to the USJ alongside Class 1B and instructed them to prepare for the bus. As the teachers left, both classes began to gather their things, but they soon noticed 3 delinquents lounging near the buses. The tension escalated when Bakugo confronted them, demanding to know who they were. The delinquents, unfazed, claimed they were minding their own business. Katsumi challenged them, asserting that they were outnumbered. Lita intervened, stating that if they didn't move away from the buses, they would use necessary force. To everyone's surprise, the delinquents burst into laughter. Mikey, one of the delinquents, teased that they were trying to jump them, while 𝗓𝗏𝗁 and 𝗕𝗏𝗁 chimed in, confirming the absurdity of the situation. Mikey then whistled, and the sound of approaching motorcycles filled the air, causing alarm among the students. Mina warned everyone about the incoming group, and they all turned to see a large number of bikers circling them. Mikey taunted them, asking if they still wanted to fight, while Momo pleaded for peace. Baji assured the girls they wouldn't harm them, only the boys, starting with 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗲. As 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗲 charged at Mikey, 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗁 intervened, delivering a swift blow that left 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗲 unconscious on the ground. Just as 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗁 turned to leave, he sensed danger and narrowly dodged a capture scarf thrown by Aizawa, who demanded to know who they were. South, one of the delinquents, arrogantly claimed to be the king of delinquents, which prompted Aizawa to question him. Mikey confirmed the title with a grin, drawing skeptical looks from the students. Monoma laughed mockingly, claiming to be the real king, which angered the youngbloods. Дракон warned that they had stirred up trouble, while Mikey prepared to show why he was called their king. Vlad advised them to leave before they faced consequences for assaulting you. Students. Mikey rallied his gang, and they rode off on their bikes. As the classes boarded the bus, Tsuyu turned to Izumi and bluntly asked why her brother had black hair while she had green hair. The question drew attention from everyone, including Class 1B. Izumi explained that it was simply how her brother was born, but she also mentioned having another brother. Denki interrupted, surprised to learn about the other brother, but Jiro silenced him, urging Izumi to continue. She revealed that her other brother had green hair like hers and that they were twins. Kirishima expressed admiration for their bond, but Izuku interjected, explaining that they didn't know where their brother was. Kendo inquired why, and Izuku shared that an accident at their old school had resulted in him losing an eye. The revelation made everyone uneasy, and Izuku added that they suspected someone had taken him. Sato began to ask what someone would do with a dead body, but before he could finish, Shoka threatened him with an ice knife, warning him to watch his words. Shoto urged Shoka to put the knife away, and she reluctantly complied, reminding Sato to heed her warning. The students were shocked to witness such intensity from one of the Todoroki siblings, realizing that they were capable of surprising reactions. The rest of the bus ride was uneventful, and they finally arrived at the USJ, where they were greeted by the space hero, 13. 13 welcomed the students enthusiastically, and Uraraka excitedly expressed her admiration. Aizawa inquired about the absence of a certain blonde hero, prompting laughter from Vlad. 13 explained that they would be training in rescue operations, emphasizing the importance of using their quirks responsibly to avoid causing harm. The mention of past incidents with Izuku lingered in the minds of the bully squad, but before 13 could elaborate further, Kirishima noticed something intriguing. In the training exercise, the students were informed that there were no fake villains available. Ciro pointed towards the center of the USJ, where a purple mist portal opened, revealing a group of low-level villains, including Shigaraki, Izuku in a villain outfit, Toga, Mei, Kurojirai, and finally, the Nomu. The teachers quickly alerted their students that this was a real villain attack and instructed Lita to run back for backup. The students experienced a whirlwind of emotions, ranging from fear and panic to calmness and excitement. Lita protested, expressing his unwillingness to leave his teachers behind, but Aizawa insisted that staying would endanger everyone. Reluctantly, Lita agreed to go for help. Just as he was about to reach the door, another mist portal opened, and Izuku emerged, armed with 2 camo knives and a G3SG1 slung across his back. 13 warned the students to stay back, recognizing the danger Izuku posed. Kurojirai introduced their group as the Legion of Villains, stating their intention to eliminate All Might. 13 informed them that All Might was not present and that they would be apprehended. Suddenly, 3 gunshots rang out, silencing the area. The students froze, witnessing Izuku shoot 13 without hesitation. The reality of the situation hit them hard when Izuku spoke, questioning why heroes always felt the need to deliver speeches before a fight. 𝗬𝗏 urged the students to run and alert you, but 𝗧𝗏 was determined to find a way past the villains. Izuku, confident that they wouldn't allow 𝗧𝗏 to escape without a confrontation, commanded 𝗬𝗁𝗧𝗏 to act. Before 𝗬𝗁𝗧𝗏 could respond, Bakugo and Kirishima tackled him to the ground, allowing 𝗧𝗏 to continue his sprint toward the door, unaware that Izuku was right behind him. Bakugo shouted for Kirishima to hold 𝗬𝗁𝗧𝗏 down while he rushed after Izuku. 𝗧𝗏 reached the door, ready to open it, when Izuku taunted him, revealing himself with the knives drawn. In a swift motion, Izuku plunged the knives into 𝗧𝗏's legs, halting his escape. 𝗧𝗏 cried out in pain, and Izuku laughed, boasting about the sharpness of his weapons before delivering a kick that knocked 𝗧𝗏 out. With 𝗧𝗏 incapacitated, Izuku prepared to move on, but Bakugo's voice rang out, prompting Izuku to react instinctively. He punched Bakugo, the impact loud enough to draw everyone's attention. Once again, Bakugo lay unconscious on the ground, leaving Izuku to face the chaos unfolding around them. Izuku faced his opponent, Izuku, ready to engage in battle. As Izuku summoned a giant floating fist made of stone, he prepared to strike. Izuku, with a playful smirk, decided to reveal his own transformation, shifting into a half-werewolf form. He noted to himself that he could only fully transform at night, but he was determined to show his strength regardless. Izuku taunted Izuku, believing he had the upper hand. Izuku, with a low growl, responded, indicating that he had more tricks up his sleeve. Just as the tension escalated, 𝗬𝗁𝗧𝗏 intervened, teleporting the students to different locations, leaving Izuku and Izuku to regroup. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗏 managed to extract 2 knives from his legs without a sound, determined to reach you and alert the heroes. As he dashed away, Shigaraki observed the 2 teachers effortlessly dispatching low-tier villains. He turned to Mei, suggesting it was time for her surprise, but she refused, wanting to save it for a special occasion. Toga, eager for action, was given the green light to pursue her own targets. Suddenly, Izuku emerged from a portal, and Shigaraki inquired about any escaped students. 𝗬𝗁𝗧𝗏 reported that none had gotten away, but Izuku mentioned a speedster who had managed to flee. As they discussed the situation, a random villain complained about being hit by a knife, prompting Izuku to realize he had found one of his lost weapons. Meanwhile, Toga was on the hunt for her next victim, observing 3 students, Setsuna, Denki, and Nyrenjiki, surrounded by villains. She decided to wait for the perfect moment to strike. As the 2 1B students strategized, Denki was lost in his thoughts, leaving Setsuna to take charge. Just as they felt secure, Toga swiftly knocked Setsuna out and dealt with Nyrenjiki, leaving her with 2 potential targets. Back at the center, Aizawa and Vlad had finished off the low-level villains and prepared to confront the ringleaders. Shigaraki commanded the Nomu to attack, but Aizawa's attempts to neutralize its quirk failed. The Nomu charged forward, and Vlad intervened just in time to block its powerful punch, sending both teachers flying back. Izumi, Tsuyu, and Mineta watched in horror as the Nomu approached their teachers. They realized they needed to act quickly to protect their mentors. Izumi suggested targeting the ringleader, while Mineta hesitated, fearing the confrontation. As they prepared to execute their plan, Izuku landed behind them, capturing all 3 students in a swift motion, causing Tsuyu to cry out in alarm. Aizawa demanded Izuku release his students, but Izuku revealed he had overheard their plan. Shigaraki saw an opportunity, suggesting they could eliminate Izuku instead of All Might. The group, including Mei and Toga, agreed on their next steps, with Toga excitedly sharing her recent exploits. As the Nomu returned to Shigaraki, he commanded it to prepare for an execution, targeting Tsuyu. She pleaded for mercy, fearing for her life as the Nomu loomed over her. Aizawa shouted for everyone to stop, but the chaos continued. Class 1A was in disarray, with Tsuyu and Izumi expressing their alarm. Mineta, in a panic, pleaded for mercy, claiming he hadn't even seen her in her casual attire yet. The others exchanged looks of disbelief at his comment. Toga, fueled by irritation, declared her longing to take him out first. Shigaraki, with a smirk, assured Mineta that they wouldn't harm her, but he would be the one to take her place. Minata's expression turned to shock as he realized the implications. Izuku, transforming back into his human form with a mask on, had an idea. He instructed the 𝗓𝗵𝗲 to open its mouth, suggesting that if it was always thinking with its instincts, it might be interesting to see what would happen if those instincts were suddenly challenged. The boys felt a wave of dread, while the girls were excited by the prospect. Minato begged for mercy, but Aizawa intervened, trying to protect his students. Toga silenced Aizawa, urging him to watch the unfolding drama. Before Izuku could give the command, the door to the 𝗕𝗔𝗍 burst open, and a strong gust of wind swept through. All Might's voice rang out, announcing his arrival. The students, initially fearful, felt a surge of hope at the sight of their hero. However, Shigaraki was ready for the confrontation, and the tension escalated. All Might declared that he was there to uphold justice, but before he could finish, a chilling sound interrupted the moment. Mineta's upper half was seen on the ground, while the 𝗓𝗵𝗲 feasted on the rest of him. The students were horrified, realizing that the stakes were real. Aizawa was left in shock, contemplating how to explain this to Mineta's parents, while the girls were caught between disbelief and excitement. Shigaraki laughed, reminding everyone that they were not ordinary villains but part of a formidable legion. He commanded the 𝗓𝗵𝗲 to attack All Might, who retaliated with a powerful strike. The 𝗓𝗵𝗲 absorbed the blow, revealing its resilience. Shigaraki boasted about the 𝗓𝗵𝗲's abilities, but Izuku pointed out that he had inadvertently revealed crucial information. All Might seized the opportunity, using the newfound knowledge to gain the upper hand. As the battle intensified, the 𝗓𝗵𝗲 retreated momentarily, and All Might taunted Shigaraki, believing the creature couldn't withstand his strength for long. Shigaraki insisted that the 𝗓𝗵𝗲 was far from finished, hinting at a surprise from his partner. May, eager to showcase her invention, prepared something from her bag, causing both anticipation and concern among the heroes. With a dramatic flourish, May revealed what she had brought, only for everyone to be taken aback. It was a bowl of katsudon topped with honey, prompting laughter from the students. Bakugo mocked the absurdity of the situation, questioning May's intentions. However, May remained serious, signaling that something significant was about to happen. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed through the area, resembling that of a bear. Momo expressed her concern, but May confidently announced the arrival of a new competitor, 𝗓𝗪𝗀. As the beast charged into view, its massive size left everyone in awe, shifting the dynamics of the confrontation. May eagerly awaited the group's reaction to her latest creation. Shigaraki declared it perfect, while Toga marveled at its size. Izuku expressed doubt about All Might's chances against it, and Kurogiri praised May's work. 𝗓𝗵𝗲 remained silent, and 𝗓𝗪𝗀 seemed to sense something in the air. Suddenly, he let out a roar and grabbed something, causing a commotion. Pony, confused, wondered who was screaming, while Mina realized it was Toru. Aizawa panicked at the thought of losing another student, and All Might demanded that the creature let her go. May, however, defended 𝗓𝗪𝗀, calling him her good boy. 𝗓𝗪𝗀, in a playful mood, lowered his head as May showered him with affection. All Might seized the moment, ready to take action. May urged All Might to break 𝗓𝗪𝗀's leg, and the creature charged at him with a fierce roar. The battle commenced, and the sounds of punches and roars filled the air. 𝗓𝗪𝗀 dominated the fight, leaving All Might battered and bleeding, while 𝗓𝗪𝗀 remained unscathed, even playfully sticking Toru to his belly. As the fight continued, 𝗓𝗪𝗀 unexpectedly fell asleep mid-battle, leaving everyone in disbelief. All Might took advantage of the moment to rescue Toru from 𝗓𝗪𝗀's fur, but in doing so, he accidentally tore some of the fur off, causing 𝗓𝗪𝗀 to roar in pain. All Might laughed, reassuring Toru that he had her. 𝗓𝗪𝗀, enraged, leaped into the air, aiming for All Might. In a desperate move, All Might threw Toru to safety just as 𝗓𝗪𝗀 crashed down, creating a massive cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, All Might lay defeated, and 𝗓𝗪𝗀 let out a triumphant roar, leaving everyone terrified of what might happen next. Monoma expressed his fear, while Bakugo urged All Might to get up. Izuku and Izumi pleaded for their father to rise, fearing they would lose him. Shigaraki dismissed their hopes, claiming All Might was finished. But All Might, defying expectations, rose to his feet and declared he would not be defeated so easily. He unleashed a powerful punch that sent 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 crashing into the shipwreck zone. Mei watched in horror as her creation sank, calling out for 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏. The group stood in awe of All Might's resilience, with Toga commenting on his tenacity. Kurojirai suggested retreating, but Shigaraki insisted they still had a chance. Mei desperately called for 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 to return, fearing he couldn't swim in his current form. As the water began to rise, everyone feared the worst, but Mei's relief washed over her when she realized 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 was alive. Shigaraki questioned what Mei had created, and she revealed that she had used Izuku's BLD to enhance 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏. Izuku was astonished to learn he had a connection to the creature. Mei commanded 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 to return to the surface, and suddenly, a new creature shot out of the water, landing in the center of the USJ with a fearsome roar. The heroes stared in terror at this new arrival, and Mei shouted for it to send their enemies to a watery grave. The Legion was taken aback by Mei's latest creation. First, it had been a bear, and now it was an ice shark on 4 legs. All Might felt a surge of dread, realizing he lacked the strength to confront this new threat. Shigaraki laughed maniacally, declaring that the end of hero society was at hand. Toga ominously stated that the streets would soon be filled with chaos. Kurojirai noted that hero society was crumbling faster than anticipated. Mei commanded the ice shark, 𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏, to attack All Might, pointing directly at him. With a powerful roar, 𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏 dove into the ground, surprising everyone. As the fin emerged, 𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏 leaped into the air, poised to strike All Might. Suddenly, an unknown figure intervened with a swift and powerful punch, sending 𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏 sliding back toward the Legion, who narrowly avoided the impact. Even the Nomu was cautious of the speeding shark. Shigaraki was bewildered, questioning who could possess such strength. The mysterious figure introduced herself as Nana Shimura, confidently proclaiming her prowess. All Might, overwhelmed, fainted upon seeing her. Izumi rushed to her father's side, while Nana reassured them that All Might was merely unconscious. She urged the rest of the Legion to surrender for lighter prison sentences. Izuku, however, was determined and demanded Kurojirai open a portal. Before Kurojirai could comply, Nana restrained him, preventing the escape. Mei commanded 𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏 to attack Nana, while Shigaraki ordered the Nomu to stop her. The two beasts charged, but just then, reinforcements burst through the door. Lita announced his return with backup, and another figure hinted at the arrival of the original Big Three. Nana acknowledged the cavalry's arrival, while Shigaraki panicked about their next move. Toga expressed her concern, and Izuku, refusing to back down, prepared for battle. Kurojirai, still struggling against Nana's grip, realized the situation was dire. The heroes believed they had the upper hand, but Mei had a surprise in store. Mei commanded 𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏 to revert to his base form. Shigaraki questioned her decision, but Mei explained that 𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏's true name was not what they thought. As 𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏 transformed into a smaller, teenage figure, shock rippled through both the heroes and the Legion. Mei revealed that this was All Might's lost son, Izuku Yagi, also known as Project Green Mint. Nana was taken aback, and Inko, Izuku's mother, was distraught. Rei and Mitsuki expressed their outrage, demanding to know what had happened to him. Mei proudly declared that she had transformed him into something greater, now the king of monsters. Green Mint whimpered, and Mei comforted him, expressing her affection. Shigaraki found the situation awkward, while Izuku felt uncomfortable with Toga's actions. The parents of the heroes were furious and charged toward Mei, but she called for Green Mint to protect her. As tiny rocks were thrown and ice bullets shot forth, Mei and Green Mint evaded the attacks. Mei then commanded Green Mint to call for reinforcements. The ground trembled, and a massive hole opened up, releasing a horde of juvenile creatures. Green Mint whistled, directing them toward the heroes. The Legion seized the opportunity to escape, having not defeated All Might but having caused significant damage. News of the incident spread quickly, leading to outrage among the families of the injured. Minata's family and Nirenjiki's family sought justice, but their lawsuit against you failed, igniting public protests. Meanwhile, Denki and Setsuna sought therapy after their traumatic experience with Toga, who had marked them. In the underworld, the Legion celebrated their victory, raising their glasses in a toast. Unbeknownst to them, the repercussions of their actions were unfolding rapidly, catching the attention of powerful figures like 𝗲𝗏𝗃 and the 8 Bullets, who were plotting their next move. 𝗲𝗏𝗃 proposed a profit-sharing plan with another Yakuza boss, hinting at the growing chaos in the world around them. Morningstar, do we have a deal? They were discussing one of the many Yakuza bosses, Lillian Morningstar, a casino owner among 3 in the underworld. There weren't many casinos down there due to the high costs of equipment and the frequent damage caused by angry patrons. Fortunately, if one had a personal cleanup crew, the bloodstains on the carpet wouldn't be a concern. Lillian explained to 𝗲𝗏𝗃 that the only reason she continued their meetings was out of boredom and her interest in his little legion, particularly a certain green-haired boy. Izuku sneezed, prompting Toga to check on him. He assured her he was fine, speculating that someone might have been thinking about him. Kaina suggested they could figure that out later and proposed a second round, which both Izuku and Toga eagerly accepted. Meanwhile, 𝗲𝗏𝗃 was growing increasingly agitated. He clarified to Lillian that the Legion didn't belong to him, he was merely a part of it. Lillian pointed out that he sounded like a follower. She made it clear that she wouldn't give him money to use as he pleased, emphasizing the violent nature of their business, referencing his past actions against a little girl's parents. 𝗲𝗏𝗃 defended his actions, claiming he had saved her from a worse fate. Chronostasis, noticing 𝗲𝗏𝗃's rising tension, advised him to relax. 𝗲𝗏𝗃 assured Lillian that her money would not go to waste. Lillian, however, was skeptical about promises and proposed instead to purchase an old 5-story building in Night Town, which would serve as the location for his casino. 𝗲𝗏𝗃 was taken aback by her assertiveness, but she insisted that they would build the casino together, with the potential for more casinos in the underworld if they succeeded. As Lillian left to her car, 𝗲𝗏𝗃 pondered who would be willing to help run a casino. Hours later, he gathered Nolan, Milo, and Sean, expressing his longing for them to assist him in transforming a casino from rags to riches. The trio was hesitant, citing their lack of experience and current commitments. 𝗲𝗏𝗃 reassured them that someone would be teaching them, and Mustard had agreed to manage the shop alone. He encouraged Nolan, the one he envisioned as the boss, to have faith in himself. After some hesitation, Nolan affirmed his belief in his potential, prompting 𝗲𝗏𝗃 to emphasize that true bosses do not second-guess themselves. Just then, 2 of Lillian's workers arrived, eliciting mixed reactions from the group. 𝗲𝗏𝗃 internally groaned at their presence, while Sean and Milo admired their appearance. The workers introduced themselves as Asuna and Karen, stating they were there to help the group succeed. Karen assessed Nolan and deemed him unfit to be the boss but offered to help him improve. They discussed the need for equipment to attract guests, and Asuna revealed they had warehouse locations in mind. Milo speculated they would need to confront whoever ran these warehouses, to which Karen confirmed they were dealing with street thugs trying to make a name for themselves. Sean found this manageable, but Asuna reminded them that the girls involved were young, prompting a collective realization among the boys about the seriousness of their task. The boys stood in front of a rundown apartment, quietly entering to find one of their targets using drags. Without making a sound, Milo slipped a plastic bag over the target's head, ensuring he could no longer breathe. Meanwhile, Sean walked into a mini arcade where another target was engrossed in a dance game. Once the game ended, the target turned around, only to be met with a sudden and overwhelming force. 𝗲𝗏𝗃 emerged from a building, his gloves stained, as he stepped over the remnants of those who had crossed him. Milo found himself at a fishing dock, searching for his next target after leaving the first one hidden away. He spotted the second target in a meat processing area, and with no one around, he swiftly grabbed the back of the target's head and slammed it into a swordfish, ensuring the target would not rise again. Sean had just finished with his target, who now hung from a basketball net, a bag obscuring his identity. 𝗲𝗏𝗃 took his time with his target, who had been caught in the act. Once finished, he set the house ablaze, ensuring the girl was safely away from harm. Milo drove around in a jeep, the sounds of distress echoing nearby. He had strung up his target, who was now screaming in terror as he was pulled. One of the pimps attempted to charm 4 girls into joining him but suddenly collapsed, a shot having ended his life. Sean had taken the shot, ensuring the girls were safe. Another group of pimps found themselves cornered, trapped in a dead end. 𝗏𝗏 stood at the end, and after a few moments of chaos, he emerged looking unscathed. The last target dangled helplessly, and Milo observed as the target squirmed. The situation escalated when the target was lowered into the water, and suddenly, the rope snapped, dragging him under. Moments later, only dismembered body parts floated to the surface, the cause being a very angry giant squid. After eliminating all their targets, the boys regrouped with Karen and Asuna to discuss their next moves. 𝗏𝗏 stated that every hustler was dead. Karen remarked that it was time to cut the head off the snake, while Asuna introduced their new targets, the brothers, Riley, Rodney, and Roger. Nolan's anger flared at the sight of Rodney's smug face, the one responsible for his family's destruction. Asuna explained that Riley was easy to find, often at a club called Tipsy Twins, causing trouble with the owner and the staff. Sean suggested making it look like an accident or gang-related. Karen noted that Rodney was more elusive, preferring to keep to himself. Nolan confidently claimed he would handle Rodney, prompting Milo to insist on joining him. Asuna continued, explaining that Roger, the oldest brother and leader of a PRSTTN ring, was crucial to take down. 𝗏𝗏 emphasized the need to clean the streets of these criminals, and Karen instructed them to handle their targets and retrieve equipment from the warehouses afterward. The scene shifted to Tipsy Twins, where Riley was trying to charm Melanie and 𝗵𝗃𝗗𝗏. He boasted about his wealth and status, but the twins dismissed him, leaving him frustrated. Junior, the club owner, warned Riley to stop harassing his employees. Riley threatened to call for backup, knowing the name Rodney would instill fear. Outside, Riley called Rodney, asking for help at the club. Rodney dismissed him, telling him to find someone else. Riley, feeling slighted, checked the news and saw reports of murders, realizing they might be targeted. Determined to take matters into his own hands, he planned to call some friends for backup. Unbeknownst to him, a van was approaching, with Sean sticking out the window, ready to confront Riley. As the three looked over, they saw a body fly through the window and slide onto the dance floor. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was none other than Riley, injured and in distress. They rushed outside, determined to find the shooter, but all they heard were tires screeching off into the night. Sean remarked that one was down and 2 were left, lighting a blunt. 𝗏𝗏 disapproved, tossing the blunt aside, and Sean expressed his frustration. 𝗏𝗏 insisted they needed to find Roger, while Sean worried about Nolan's ability to handle the situation, given his inexperience with firearms. 𝗏𝗏 pointed out that they were all young and had faced their own challenges before, suggesting that everyone has to start somewhere. Meanwhile, Rodney was driving home, feeling exhausted. He hoped his brother Riley had understood the message and thought about checking in on Diana, wishing to reconnect after so long. He planned to call her when he got home, unaware of the van creeping up behind him. 𝗏𝗏 and Sean were close, ready to make their move, but decided to wait and see how things unfolded. Once Rodney arrived home and parked, he tried to turn on the lights, only to find they wouldn't work. Remembering his lamp, he went to 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏. Just as the light illuminated the room, he felt a sharp pain in his ankle and calf, causing him to stumble. Milo, lurking in the shadows, warned him not to scream and demanded he reveal himself. As Nolan stepped out, Rodney recognized him as Diana's son, and the surprise was palpable. He taunted Nolan, questioning why he was in his house. Nolan, fueled by anger over Rodney's past actions, decided he wouldn't take any more disrespect. He confronted Rodney, who was now frightened, believing Nolan might hesitate. Milo suggested they proceed with their plan, and Nolan prepared to take action. The tension escalated as they moved forward, with Rodney realizing the gravity of the situation. Rodney was taken to the bathroom, where the bathwater was drawn, and a metal toaster sat ominously on the sink. Confused, he thought they were going to bathe him. Nolan, however, had other intentions and made a chilling remark about the dangers of electricity and water. Rodney, realizing the threat, attempted to escape, but Milo restrained him. Nolan taunted him further, revealing the true nature of their intentions. As the situation grew more dire, Rodney pleaded for his life, mentioning his impending fatherhood. Nolan, momentarily taken aback, decided to toy with him further. He dropped the toaster, leaving Rodney in a state of despair. Outside, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Sean waited, ready to move on to the next phase of their plan. Once the deed was done, Milo and Nolan joined 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Sean in the car, driving toward the airport to intercept Roger before his flight. Meanwhile, Roger anxiously waited in line, hoping his brothers were safe, unaware of the chaos unfolding around them. Roger felt a surge of frustration as he threw his phone against the wall. He was overwhelmed with anger, vowing to confront those responsible for his family's troubles. As he moved through airport security, he noticed the curious glances from others but chose to ignore them. Suddenly, two attractive women approached him, catching his attention. They mentioned noticing his earlier outburst and asked if something was wrong. Roger brushed it off, insisting it was just personal business. The women, eager to help, offered their assistance. After a brief conversation, they found themselves in a secluded bathroom, where Roger was excited about the unexpected company. He realized he hadn't caught their names and wanted to keep track of his encounters. One of the women introduced herself as Rin, while the other was 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗵𝗏. Roger, feeling confident, prepared to impress them. Just as the moment was about to unfold, 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗵𝗏's phone rang, prompting her to step out to take the call. She asked Rin to wait and mentioned her mother's delicious cookies. Left alone, Roger sighed, feeling the disappointment of interrupted plans. He stood up and checked himself in the mirror, reminding himself that once this business trip was over, he would seek revenge on those who had harmed his family. As he turned around, he was startled to find 4 men behind him, who swiftly ended his life with silenced pistols. Once they finished, they exited the bathroom to regroup with Rin and 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗵𝗏. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, one of the men, confirmed that their task was complete. Rin expressed satisfaction and mentioned calling for cleanup, while 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗵𝗏 eagerly anticipated their casino project, teasingly asking for VIP entry. Nolan, another member of the group, stumbled over his words, caught off guard by the situation. Rin playfully chided him for his nervousness, turning the moment into a light-hearted exchange. 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗵𝗏 noted that everyone had to pay unless she said otherwise. Milo observed Nolan, impressed by how he was stepping up. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 felt confident in his choice of Nolan as the boss. Sean expressed his disbelief at how quickly Nolan was growing up. 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗵𝗏 sighed, realizing her efforts had been in vain, while Rin urged the group to leave before anyone noticed the aftermath of their actions. As they returned to their destination, the boys found themselves at the casino, surprised by how quickly everything had come together. The exterior looked impressive, and stepping inside felt like entering a grand castle. As they wandered through the space, they all shared the same question: who had done all this? A voice interrupted their thoughts, introducing itself as King Dice, one of the casino bosses. Nolan greeted him, while Mr. Wheezy pushed past, directing attention to 𝗏𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 introduced himself, pointing to Nolan as the real boss. The casino gang exchanged skeptical looks, questioning 𝗏𝗏𝗏's seriousness. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 affirmed his choice, explaining that he had faith in Nolan, who wouldn't be alone in this endeavor, as Milo and Sean were there to support him. Nolan expressed his gratitude, feeling lighter now that Rodney was gone. The casino gang realized they were dealing with a group of kids who were not as ordinary as they seemed. Just then, King Dice introduced Yumiko Jabami, the new poker emissary, who greeted Nolan warmly, leaving him flustered. Karen remarked that the group was all present, and Asuna confirmed it. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 inquired about what had happened while they were away. Karen explained that while they were dealing with threats, others had heard about the casino and gathered equipment to help. Asuna added that Yumiko had sensed wallets in distress and decided to assist. Sean was excited about getting started on their plans. Suddenly, someone asked if there was room for 3 more. Sean and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 recognized the voice, belonging to Junior, the former owner of Tipsy Twins. Junior expressed his gratitude for Riley's demise, unaware that Nolan was the one responsible. Team Casino exchanged glances, realizing Junior didn't know the whole story. Junior warned Nolan not to boast about his actions, as it could attract unwanted attention. Nolan assured Junior there was room for him, but Melanie interrupted, clarifying that Junior wasn't talking to her. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 explained that Nolan was indeed the boss. With everyone settled, they prepared to get to work. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 decided to stay on the sidelines, ready to assist when needed, while Nolan rallied the team to focus on making money. The team responded enthusiastically, ready for the challenge ahead. Meanwhile, 𝗕𝗏𝗃 was preparing for the sports festival, struggling to regain public trust after the USJ incident. The situation was dire, with many families choosing to withdraw their students. The school faced numerous lawsuits, and the atmosphere was tense. On the other side, the Legion was thriving, with many eager recruits lining up to join, much to Shigaraki's satisfaction. Back at 𝗬𝗏𝗃 acknowledged the severity of their predicament. Aizawa expressed concern that the festival might be cancelled due to public sentiment. Vlad agreed, recognizing their failure to protect the students. All Might insisted that they couldn't simply cancel the event. The students demonstrated their readiness for any challenge, showing no fear despite the recent attack. Nemuri expressed her frustration, reminding everyone that All Might had come dangerously close to losing his life, questioning how he could downplay the incident. Nizu intervened, reminding her to watch her language but agreeing that All Might's survival was thanks to Nana and the reinforcements. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 pointed out the formidable power of the members of the villainous Legion. Snipe added that May and Izuku, whom she referred to as Green Mint, had proven to be a serious threat, having easily bested All Might. Inko, visibly upset, lamented that May was responsible for transforming her son into something unrecognizable. Hisashi mentioned the dangerous individual known as 𝗬𝗏, who had nearly harmed 13. Nizu, gathering the information they had, proposed a straightforward plan: to establish a dorm system that would enhance the safety of the students. Aizawa agreed that it was a solid idea, and Vlad concurred. Nana decided it was time for her to leave, stating that she and the search group would seek out May for answers. Just then, Kazuchi Soda, 𝗕𝗏𝗃's ultimate engineer, entered and offered his assistance, indicating he might have valuable information. Nizu welcomed Kazuchi and inquired about May. Kazuchi pulled out a picture, asking if it was the same person they had encountered at the USJ. The staff examined the image and unanimously confirmed it was indeed her. Nana affirmed it, and Inko expressed her anger, recalling how May had taken Izuku from them and transformed him. Nemuri noted the distinctive pink hair and sharp eyes, confirming they had a match. As the group acknowledged the resemblance, they noticed Kazuchi starting to tear up. Aizawa asked if something was wrong. Kazuchi sniffled, revealing his mixed emotions about finally finding May but under such distressing circumstances. Nizu sensed there was more to Kazuchi's feelings and pressed him for the truth. Soda Kazuchi revealed that myheroacademia was his sister, and silence enveloped the room for a few moments, broken only by the distant sounds of teachers shouting. Meanwhile, in May's workshop, she sneezed, prompting Green Mint to look at her curiously. May assured him that she was fine, playfully kissing his forehead and expressing her belief that someone was talking about her, a thought that made her a bit annoyed. She invited him to rest his head in her lap, showering him with affection. Back at 𝗬𝗏𝗃, All Might expressed surprise at the situation, while Nizu considered its potential usefulness. Kazuchi, however, was skeptical, imagining a female version of himself, which he described as his sister. This thought triggered a flashback in Power Loader, who recalled the chaos caused by Kazuchi's inventions. Kazuchi continued, explaining that May was a caffeine enthusiast who could work for days, only to sleep briefly before starting the CYCL again. Nizu and Power Loader exchanged worried glances, realizing the implications of such a personality. As the teachers resumed their discussion about the upcoming sports festival, the mood in Class 1A and Class 1B was somber due to the loss of their friends. Class 1B mourned 𝗓𝗫𝗃, while Class 1A felt the absence of Mineta, who had been a source of annoyance for the girls. Denki and Setsuna were still undergoing therapy, and condolences were being offered to both classes, except for one student. Kendo raised a concern about the class's morale, prompting Reiko to ask for clarification. Kendo emphasized the need for the class to uplift one another, leading to a collective realization that they needed to cheer each other up. Kozii chimed in, pulling out a bag of stress relief, only to be warned by Hiryu to put it away before it attracted unwanted attention. The class exchanged glances, particularly at Lida, who had a reputation for being a snitch. Suddenly, a new student entered the scene, introducing himself as Hitoshi Shinso. He claimed that he would win the sports festival, which sparked a reaction from Katsuki, who was fiercely protective of his family. Shinso made a provocative remark about Katsuki's sister, which triggered a fierce response from him. In an instant, Katsuki found himself momentarily under Shinso's control, his expression blank. Shinso took advantage of the situation, declaring war on both Class 1A and Class 1B, asserting that general studies students could also be heroes. Ibra confronted Shinso, expressing anger over his insensitivity, while Kirishima defended his classmate and demanded that Katsuki be returned to normal. Shinso's response was to suggest that Katsuki punch himself, which snapped him back to reality. Furious, Katsuki searched for the culprit behind his momentary trance, while Shinso made his exit, leaving the atmosphere tense. Outside the lunchroom, Izuku observed the unfolding drama, contemplating the situation and preparing for his own mission. He transformed into a pygmy owl, ready to assist his friends. As time passed, the students trained vigorously for the sports festival, which had not been cancelled despite the recent turmoil. Present Mike energized the crowd as the festival commenced, welcoming everyone with his signature enthusiasm. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Aizawa, feeling exasperated, wished for some peace. Present Mike introduced the host of the event, the Valkyrie hero, who received a warm welcome from the audience. Denki expressed excitement about her presence, while his friends reassured him about his progress in training. Valkyrie addressed the crowd, asking for patience as she navigated her first time hosting. She called Katsuki to the stage for a speech, and he seized the moment to declare his intention to win, much to the mixed reactions of his classmates and the audience. The atmosphere shifted as the crowd responded, but Katsuki remained undeterred, ready to make his mark in the competition. Bakugo has always been known for his explosive personality and fierce determination. He trained tirelessly, pushing himself to the limits to become the strongest hero. His classmates often admired his skills, even if they found his temper intimidating. One day, during a training exercise, Bakugo faced off against his rival, Midoriya. The atmosphere was charged with tension as they prepared to demonstrate their abilities. Bakugo's eyes glinted with intensity, and he unleashed a powerful blast of energy, sending shockwaves through the arena. Midoriya, focused and determined, countered with his own strength, showcasing the growth he had achieved through hard work. As the battle raged on, the two pushed each other to their limits, each determined to prove their worth. The ground shook beneath them as they exchanged blows, their movements a blur of speed and agility. The spectators watched in awe, captivated by the display of raw talent and determination. In the end, both Bakugo and Midoriya stood, breathless but proud, knowing they had given their all. The rivalry that fueled them only served to strengthen their bond as heroes in training. They left the arena with newfound respect for each other, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Bakugo stood with a fierce determination in his eyes, ready to face whatever challenge lay ahead. His fiery spirit was evident as he prepared to unleash his full potential, driven by a longing to prove himself. The air around him crackled with intensity, a testament to his unwavering resolve. He was not just fighting for himself, he was fighting for his friends, for his future, and for the dreams they all shared. With every step, he felt the weight of his ambitions pushing him forward, igniting a fire within that could not be extinguished. Bakugo pointed at Shinso, declaring that he saw him trying to hide and was coming for him. He warned Shinso to pray to whatever god he believed in that they wouldn't end up in the same ring. He expressed his frustration with the general studies students and shouted about wanting to confront whoever had turned his best friend into a monster. With a final declaration of love for his parents, he exited dramatically, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The crowd, heroes, and students all reacted with disbelief, while Valkyrie noted how interesting Bakugo's speech had been. She then shifted the focus back to the sports festival, rallying the crowd to cheer as the event commenced. Meanwhile, at the National Bank, Police officers were gathered outside, waiting for the command to breach. The chief took charge, using a megaphone to give the robbers one last chance to surrender. The response from inside was defiant, escalating the tension. The chief learned that the hero 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏 had arrived to assist with the hostage situation, and he quickly called for backup. Just as 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏 prepared to help, chaos erupted. A loud noise filled the air, followed by screams. The chief, confused, tried to get information from his team, but static filled the radio. Suddenly, he was caught off guard by an unexpected attack, leading to a shocking scene that left him reeling. As the smoke cleared, 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏 found himself facing a group of robbers, armed and ready. Among them were Toga, Twice, David, Rebecca, and Kiwi, each prepared for a confrontation. Izuku, aware of the urgency, urged everyone to hurry as they faced the police. The robbers, now in a tense standoff, prepared to make their move. As the situation escalated, 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏 attempted to escape and call for help, but the robbers were quick to pursue him. A fierce chase ensued, with David and Toga launching an attack on 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏. The confrontation became increasingly intense, culminating in a dramatic finish that left 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏 incapacitated. The robbers, now victorious, celebrated their success and discussed their next moves as sirens blared in the distance. Izuku revealed that they had stolen an armored vehicle, which caught Kiwi's attention. As the police announced their approach, the group quickly loaded up the vehicle with bags of cash and prepared to make their escape. With a signal from Izuku, the drivers took off at full speed, leaving the chaos behind as they raced into the night. As the chaos unfolded, the group was desperately trying to evade the pursuing police vehicles. Toga was fixated on the idea of BLD, while Kiwi was overwhelmed, wishing for silence. Izuku, observing the antics of his friends, noted their playful nature. Lifty and Shifty exchanged mischievous thoughts, both coming up with a plan. Meanwhile, back at the sports festival, everything proceeded as expected. Izuku triumphed in the race, and Shoto secured first place in the cavalry battle. Unfortunately, Bakugo did not face Shinso. Instead, Izuku found himself in an easy match against Bakugo, having a solid understanding of his quirk. Shinso, despite his trash talk, had a cool demeanor that intrigued many. The next match featured Kirishima against Tetsu, which turned into an arm wrestling contest that Kirishima won, leading to a newfound friendship with Tetsu. Monoma faced Shoto next, but Shoto easily defeated him without giving him a chance. As the sports festival neared its conclusion, Valkyrie addressed the crowd, energizing them for the final match. The audience erupted in cheers as she introduced the competitors: Izuku Yagi, the unbeaten earthbender, and Izumi Yagi, the telekinetic. The siblings were ready to face off, both eager to prove who was the strongest Yagi. Just as the match was about to begin, chaos erupted. The crowd screamed and scattered as an armored truck crashed into the stadium, drawing everyone's attention. The back doors flung open, revealing 8 individuals emerging from the wreckage. Lifty and Shifty cheered, while Izuku groaned, checking on his friends. David and Rebecca reassured everyone, and Kiwi attempted to maintain her composure despite the chaos. Toga, noticing the BLD on Kiwi's forehead, warned her not to tempt fate. Izuku quickly assessed the situation, realizing the gravity of their predicament. He confronted Lifty and Shifty about their reckless decision to crash at explaining that it was essentially a larger police station. The realization hit them hard, and panic set in. Valkyrie, recognizing their status as villains, presented them with 2 choices: fight or surrender. Izuku, determined and defiant, declared his intent to battle. As the tension escalated, Izuku transformed into his hybrid form, ready for a real fight. The crowd watched in awe, recalling the last time they had seen him in action. Izuku was prepared to unleash his full potential. Meanwhile, at the Legion's hideout, Eri was enjoying a moment with her 2 mothers, who were playfully competing to turn on the TV for her. 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗆 entered, snatching the remote, and Eri excitedly requested to watch her favorite show. As the news broadcast began, they were shocked to see a live report of the ongoing chaos at the sports festival, featuring Izuku and his friends in a fierce confrontation with Valkyrie. Back in the sky, Valkyrie and Izuku clashed, both acknowledging each other's strength. Valkyrie noted that Izuku was unlike most villains she faced, impressed by his resilience. Izuku was determined to showcase his abilities, charging forward to meet her challenge. Meanwhile, Toga and Twice were brainstorming their next move. Lifty and Shifty, ever the troublemakers, had an explosive idea. As they prepared to launch their makeshift explosives toward the pursuing heroes, Toga warned Twice to get ready. The chaos escalated as the twin thieves ignited their dynamite, launching it toward the heroes with exuberance. As the smoke cleared, a green hat floated down, marking the aftermath of their antics. Toga mourned the loss of the explosive duo, while David shouted a warning about the incoming chaos. Twice was launched into the fray by a very angry Aizawa, confronting the one who had carved the name 𝗕𝗏𝗏 onto his student's back. Vlad, equally furious, pointed at Toga, demanding to know if she was responsible. Toga, with a hint of confusion, asked for clarification, claiming to have branded many students in the past. As she pulled out her katana, Aizawa and Vlad pressed her for the names Denki and Setsuna, which triggered a realization in Toga. She exclaimed in shock, recognizing the names as Reptile and 𝗕𝗏𝗏. Aizawa and Vlad rushed toward her, insisting that those were not their names. Toga, eager for a fight, charged at them, declaring the start of a chaotic battle. Meanwhile, Kiwi was attempting to repair the damaged four-wheeled vehicle, frustrated that it had malfunctioned after a crash. She was lost in thought until she noticed smoke billowing from the truck's engine. Confused, she remarked that armored trucks shouldn't run on perfume. Midnight appeared, revealing that it was not perfume but her special sleeping gas. Kiwi, initially alarmed, quickly realized the truth and prepared to confront Midnight. As the gas approached, Kiwi dashed toward Midnight, surprising her. Midnight, puzzled as to why the gas wasn't affecting Kiwi, assumed a fighting stance. Kiwi, wearing a mask, delivered a powerful gut punch, stunning Midnight, who was not accustomed to hand-to-hand combat. Kiwi then unleashed a fierce kick, sending Midnight crashing to the ground, unconscious. Returning to her vehicle repairs, Kiwi was startled when two figures fell from the sky, screaming. Lifty and Shifty landed safely, caught by a man resembling a hawk, who flew them down to Kiwi. They marveled at the situation, and Izuku reminded them to hurry and fix the escape vehicle as more heroes were approaching. With urgency, Izuku flew back toward Valkyrie, ready to finish the fight. He transformed, declaring it was time to rise like a phoenix. The two combatants clashed in a spectacular display, resulting in a loud crash that drew everyone's attention. Valkyrie fell, wounded, while Izuku, despite his victory, was also injured. Exhausted, he landed on the ground, reflecting on the intensity of the battle. As he assessed the situation, Rebecca informed him that the vehicle was still not fixed and that reinforcements had arrived. They were met with the sight of a knocked-out Midnight, a bloodied Aizawa and Vlad, and some defeated students. Izuku felt a surge of anger upon seeing all might and 𝗏𝗏𝗏. He asked how much longer until the truck was ready, and Lifty and Shifty indicated it would be a little while longer. Despite his injuries, Izuku was determined to keep fighting, but Toga questioned his ability to continue. Twice reassured him that it was just a scratch, while David pulled out a mantis blade, asserting that they had come too far to give up. Rebecca echoed his sentiment, ready to face the heroes. Kiwi, surprisingly, noted that she never thought she'd end up in this situation, but was prepared for anything. All Might confronted the group, declaring them under arrest. Selva, refusing to back down, pulled out two weapons, ready for a fight. Just as tensions escalated, an arrow flew through the air, landing between the two sides and halting the confrontation. Ectoplasm and Best Jeanist recognized the arrow's speed, while a random hero was caught off guard by a second arrow that struck him, causing chaos among the heroes. Gunhead shouted in confusion as two figures revealed themselves to be the Arrow twins, Barrows and Arrow. Izuku expressed gratitude for their arrival, while Toga, feeling protective, claimed Izuku as her own. Amidst the unfolding drama, the heroes braced for the next wave of conflict, aware that the battle was far from over. Barrows glanced at the twins, reminding them that they couldn't be forgotten. He pointed out that if it weren't for him and Arrow, they would still be on that prison bus headed for jail. The 𝗕𝗵𝗃 acknowledged his words, expressing gratitude and excitement to show the heroes what they were capable of. As the chaos began, a random hero felt a surge of fear upon seeing the snake twins. He tried to reassure his companions, claiming that with so many heroes present, they stood no chance. Barrows, with a smirk, encouraged Black Mamba and King Cobra to unleash their fury. The 𝗕𝗵𝗃 dove into the fray, ready to make their mark. The twins moved with precision, slicing through their opponents. With ease, boasting about their skills. Toga, observing the scene, commented on their demeanor, while Kiwi noted that they seemed friendly to her. Gunhead, frustrated, declared that he had enough and initiated a barrage of bullets. The twins, dodging effortlessly, continued to taunt him, aggravating Gunhead further. Arrow, noticing a target, called out to Barrows, who playfully responded. They released an arrow that struck a random hero, causing him to cry out in pain. The boys found humor in the situation, sharing a laugh as they regrouped. Returning to the battle, the 𝗕𝗵𝗃 prepared to finish off Gunhead. Their quirks intensified, sharpening their blades and transforming their expressions into fierce determination. They declared their intent to serve up heroes like perfect cuts of meat, launching spikes toward Gunhead. He narrowly avoided the attack, but the twins mocked him, claiming they saw a dead man walking. Before Gunhead could respond, he was caught off guard as chaos ensued, and his body was overwhelmed. The 𝗕𝗵𝗃 reveled in their success, joking about their new batch of meat. 𝗕𝗵𝗿 noted their level of craziness, surprising Shigaraki, who saw their potential for the Legion. As some heroes attempted to flee, they were cornered by the 𝗕𝗵𝗃, who relished in their predicament. The twins declared themselves the Butchers, urging the heroes to run. Amidst the ongoing battle, a group of figures with concealed faces appeared on a rooftop, observing the chaos. One of them decided to make their presence known, triggering an explosion that sent shockwaves through the area. The hidden figures revealed themselves, and a conversation about fighting ensued, showcasing their eagerness for battle. Ritsu prepared for another explosion, which turned out to be even more powerful, taking out many of the remaining hero reinforcements. Izuku and his companions looked up, puzzled by the newcomers. They exchanged comments about the unexpected weight of the figures, leading to a humorous misunderstanding about their appearances. As they tried to make sense of the situation, Shigaraki introduced the new recruits, while Sharon expressed disappointment over missing a chance to fight a powerful opponent. Suddenly, All Might emerged from the smoke, furious at the destruction around him. He charged forward with determination, but Sharon, undeterred, prepared to confront him. The clash between them promised to be intense, as Sharon declared that everything was possible. As the battle raged on, 𝗕𝗵𝗃 unleashed electricity, causing chaos among the heroes. The twins coordinated their attacks, executing a combo move that resulted in multiple explosions, further decimating the area. Amidst the chaos, Inkka declared a combo breaker, while Ritsu reminded them of the allies still fighting below. Ritsu nearly collided with Inkka, who winced in pain. Ritsu declared it was meant to hurt and instructed everyone to stand down. With a whistle, she called upon the flames of creativity, summoning firebugs to do her bidding. She warned them not to harm their allies' little ones, as the heroes were now their hosts. As the firebugs began their work, the infected heroes screamed in terror, transforming into infernals of various shapes and sizes, complete with wings and multiple arms. The heroes fought against these infernals while Izuku and his team seized the opportunity to escape by blasting a hole in the stadium. Izuku asked 𝗵𝗃 if he had the explosives, to which 𝗵𝗃 gleefully produced 3 boxes of TNT. Izuku then turned to 𝗕𝗫, who pulled out the matches with a mischievous grin. With everything in place, Izuku announced they were leaving. Rebecca mentioned she had run out of ammunition, and David agreed it was time to go. Kiwi expressed relief, while Toga lamented the loss of BLD and excitement. Twice tried to cheer her up, but Izuku reminded them that they were in this predicament together and needed to escape. As 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗕𝗫 prepared to execute their plan, the students gathered their courage to stop them. Izumi urged everyone to take action, insisting they couldn't hide forever. Monoma pointed out that they were still alive, but Izuku challenged them, recalling all the trash talk about their class. Rin warned that stepping outside would be dangerous, but Bakugo declared he was going in regardless. The fallen angels decided to join him, while Kirishima cautioned Bakugo against it. Katsumi rushed in, calling out to the enemy. Izuku watched in disbelief as she charged forward, and Katsumi shouted for her brother to sit down. In a moment of chaos, Izuku aimed his weapons at Katsuki, who was dodging the attacks. Unbeknownst to Izuku, Izuku and Izumi were preparing a special move together. Izuku stomped the ground, causing 2 giant boulders to rise, while Izumi used her telekinesis to accelerate their spin. Izuku leaped into the air, launching the boulders toward Izuku. Izuku, realizing he was unable to jump due to ice binding his feet, looked down in surprise. Just then Katsuki charged in, unleashing a powerful attack. The resulting explosion was deafening, causing everyone to pause and turn toward the smoke cloud that had formed. Twice marveled at the strength of the impact, while Kiwi expressed sympathy for whoever had been struck. David noted Izuku's absence, prompting concern among the group. Katsuki laughed triumphantly, declaring victory over the villain. Izumi celebrated their success, and Shoto remarked on their achievement. Shoka added that they had proven Izuku to be weaker than expected. Izuku felt confident that if they could defeat a villain like this, they would become great heroes. Meanwhile, Toga panicked at the thought of losing someone important, and Shigaraki remained silent, observing the chaos unfold. As Shigaraki prepared to place all 5 fingers on the ground, a loud roar echoed through the smoke, not from an animal but from a man. Toga expressed her excitement, and twice confirmed that he was alive. David cheered, while Rebecca and Kiwi shared their relief. Lifty and Shifty were astonished, and Izuku felt a sense of déjà vu wash over him. He recalled a similar situation from long ago and turned to Yagi, noting that he had intended to go easy but was now quite angry. As he stepped out of the smoke, his broken mask revealed BLD running down his lips and his eye patch. Izumi gasped, noticing he had only one eye. Izuku acknowledged her surprise, remarking on the durability of his mask after the recent attack. He decided it was time to reveal his true self, the demon they had created. As his mask fell to the ground, the boys stared in terror at his smile, while the girls blushed at his appearance. Those who recognized him were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. Izuku stammered, trying to confirm his identity, and Izuku enthusiastically declared that he was indeed alive and better than ever. Izumi cried out for her brother, while Shoka expressed her sorrow. Katsuki questioned what was happening, and Shoto demanded to know what had occurred. Izuku simply explained that it was the 6 of them who had caused this transformation. Kirishima recognized him as the guy from the USJ incident, but Mei corrected him, stating that Izuku was her baby boy, Green Mint. Everyone turned to see Mei and Green Mint in the less damaged part of the stadium. Mei revealed that she had come for her brother's blueprints, thanks to Green Mint, who she affectionately petted. Suddenly, a random hero attempted to confront them, but Mei commanded Green Mint to take action. With a swift motion, the hero's neck was snapped, and his head spun before hitting the ground. Mei defended Green Mint, asserting that he was not just a thing. She then instructed him to transform, and he became a fearsome creature known as the Radiation Deathclaw. Mei commanded the creature to eliminate anyone who dared to stand in its way. The Deathclaw unleashed a blast of radioactive smoke, engulfing many heroes who were unable to escape in time. Their cries of distress filled the air as the creature searched for any survivors within its toxic domain. As the smoke spread, Shigaraki suggested it was time to leave before they suffered the same fate. Overhaul agreed, and Kurogiri prepared to assist. Izuku rushed to the truck, urging everyone to start it up for their escape. Ritsu called for Sharon to hurry, while Izumi expressed her fear of losing Izuku again. Izuku insisted they had to go, and Katsuki picked up Katsumi, urging them to leave before it was too late. As Izuku hopped into the back of the truck, he encouraged the team to make their escape. With a loud explosion, the stadium wall gave way, allowing them to flee. As they sped through the gates of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 the news of their escape spread rapidly, leading to public outcry against the school for its inability to protect its students and citizens. The losses were staggering, with many heroes, students, and civilians affected. You faced significant financial repercussions, and the public remained unaware of Izuku's true identity. Meanwhile, Shigaraki brought Izuku to meet some potential new allies. As they entered a bar, they found 4 individuals engaged in a heated argument. Tensions escalated as one individual threatened the others, but another warned against such actions. Shigaraki intervened, urging everyone to calm down. Izuku noted the striking appearances of the 3 women and commented on one man's unappealing looks, which sparked further banter. Shigaraki introduced Izuku to the group, which included the hero killer Stain, 𝗵𝗲𝗍 the gunslinger, Roberta the deadly maid, and Balalaika, the queen of Roanoper, along with 2 others known as Hansel and Gretel. Izuku realized that things were about to get much more interesting. To be continued, and become its new rulers. 𝗵𝗲𝗍 expressed her acceptance of the idea, but Roberta cautioned her not to start any trouble. Stain accused them of wanting to destroy society, to which Shigaraki clarified that their goal was to change it, specifically targeting the hero society. Stain found the notion of a world without heroes intriguing and encouraged Shigaraki to elaborate. Meanwhile, Izuku was engaged in a mental conversation with some old friends. He greeted Mariana and Darius, asking where they had been. Mariana explained that after his training, she had received a call from a higher power and had to take care of some business in heaven, working as a devil exterminator. Darius chimed in, mentioning his own work involving holy beings, and complimented Izuku on his transformation from weakness to strength, teasing him about his newfound confidence. Mariana playfully warned Darius about his comments, reminding him to be respectful, while Darius insisted he was merely stating the truth. Izuku noted their ongoing banter and decided it was time to leave, bidding them farewell. As Izuku returned to the real world, he realized that the situation had worsened, especially after Shigaraki revealed their plan to eliminate All Might. Stain and Shigaraki were locked in a fierce battle, each determined to eliminate the other before one became a significant threat. Izuku, observing the chaos, felt a surge of confusion about what had transpired. 𝗵𝗲𝗍 explained that Stain had become enraged after learning that their plan involved targeting All Might, leading him to lash out violently at them. Stain declared his intent to dismantle their group, insisting that All Might was the only true hero capable of defeating him. However, before he could continue, Izuku intervened, swiftly incapacitating Stain with a well-placed strike. Izuku dismissed Stain's fervent declarations, stating that they didn't idolize heroes in their world. Shigaraki expressed his gratitude for Izuku's assistance but questioned the necessity of such a forceful action. Izuku reassured him that Stain was merely unconscious and that the situation wasn't as dire as it appeared. Shigaraki pointed out that hitting someone with a hockey stick was indeed serious. Izuku acknowledged his appreciation for the unexpected weapon, leaving Shigaraki puzzled about who he was thanking. Izuku thought about their current situation and wondered what to do with the unconscious figure before them. He questioned whether the person knew their location, contemplating the need to eliminate the threat. Shigaraki, however, reassured him that Kurogiri had found the individual, suggesting they could simply drop him off somewhere. Izuku decided to return to the others, curious if they were still intoxicated. 𝗵𝗲𝗍𝗍, overhearing the conversation, expressed her excitement about joining them for drinks. Roberta chimed in, a bit hesitant but also intrigued by the idea of having a drink or two. Balalaika added her agreement, asking if there was any juice available for Hansel and Gretel. Izuku confirmed there was, and they all set off together. As the group walked away, Shigaraki observed them, pondering how Izuku managed to connect with people so easily. His attention then shifted back to Stain, who remained unconscious, and he began to contemplate what to do next. Meanwhile, the lively villains at the bar were either passed out from drinking or still reveling in their wild antics. Izuku noted that 𝗕𝗵𝗍𝗺 and 𝗕𝗏𝗏 seemed to handle their liquor well. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 explained that dealing with 2 chatty housewives made one resilient, while 𝗕𝗵𝗍𝗺, inebriated, began to rant about various grievances before losing consciousness. Izuku was left bewildered, questioning 𝗕𝗵𝗍's outburst, while 𝗕𝗏𝗏 prepared to join him in slumber. Not wanting to deal with the aftermath of their partying, Izuku headed to his room, hoping for some rest. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by Toga and Kayana, who had a surprise for him. Despite his exhaustion, he felt a rush of energy at the unexpected turn of events. Just then, another figure emerged from the shadows, revealing herself as Kiwi. She claimed she could help Izuku relieve some stress with her new abilities. Toga and Kayana teased Kiwi, suggesting that Izuku would keep her busy. Kiwi, confident in her skills, accepted the challenge, unaware of what awaited her. Outside Izuku's room, those who were still sober could hear the commotion. Barrows asked how everyone's day had been, while Sharon boasted about defeating the #1 hero. Inka mentioned blowing things up, and Ritsu excitedly shared her latest invention. Arrow, growing tired of the noise, decided to confront Izuku, demanding quiet and suggesting there was room for more people in the room. Izuku, surprised, acknowledged Arrow's request, while the others expressed their eagerness to join in. He felt overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Darius and Mariana watched the unfolding chaos. Mariana commented on how quickly Izuku had moved on from Miyako, while Darius proudly cheered for him. Mariana, frustrated, pulled out a toy weapon, but Darius dashed away, leading to a playful chase. Most of the group managed to sleep off their hangovers, but the next morning, Shigaraki gathered everyone at the round to discuss their plans. He announced that they had acquired more territory and, thanks to 𝗕𝗏𝗏, had opened a casino called the Treasure Voyage. David mentioned the ruthless reputation of the casino's owner, while Mustard felt proud of his friends for standing up for themselves. Meanwhile, at an Italian restaurant, 3 men were dealing with a situation involving someone who had failed to pay for damages. Sean sneezed, prompting a conversation about superstitions, while they plotted their next move regarding their captive. Back at the round table, Mustard sneezed as well, reflecting on his friend's well-being. Shigaraki shared that Barrows had discovered that 𝗬𝗧 was struggling after the sports festival incident, losing significant funds and facing public outrage over their inability to protect the people. Izuku expressed concern about Stain, to which Shigaraki casually mentioned they had left him in an alleyway. As they discussed their plans, the scene shifted to 𝗬𝗧, where the staff faced the fallout of Izuku's transformation into a villain. Aizawa lamented their losses, while Inko expressed her heartbreak over her son's choices. Midnight attempted to keep the situation in perspective, reminding everyone of their responsibilities. Inko felt a wave of despair wash over her as she confronted the reality of her son's choices. She expressed her anguish, declaring that one of her children had turned into a villain, and she had every right to feel heartbroken. Midnight, however, pointed out that Inko's family played a significant role in shaping the circumstances that led to this moment. Nizu intervened, urging everyone to remain calm and avoid escalating the situation. All Might pondered their next steps, emphasizing the need to continue their mission of running the school, protecting the students, and capturing the villains. Vlad chimed in, acknowledging their shortcomings in fulfilling those responsibilities. Nizu reflected on the past, regretting that if they had been there for Izuku, they might not be facing this crisis. Meanwhile, students from Class 1A and 1B were embroiled in a heated argument. Izuku confronted Monoma, who had suggested that Izuku should be arrested for his actions. Bakugo, unable to contain his anger, delivered a swift blow to Monoma, shocking everyone around. Kirishima attempted to mediate, while Setsuna harshly criticized those defending Izuku, claiming he was the reason for their friend's absence. Denki defended Minetta's memory, while Rin dismissed him as unworthy of being a hero. As tensions escalated, Kendo warned Mina not to speak ill of their fallen comrade, leading to a physical altercation between the two. Aizawa soon arrived, demanding to know the cause of the chaos. Izumi explained that they were discussing her brother's fate, while Monoma insisted he deserved punishment. Shiro suggested that there might be reasons behind Izuku's actions, prompting Jiro to agree. Just then, Shinra entered the room with a smile, revealing that he had information about Izuku's past. He accused the Fallen Angel Squad of being responsible for Izuku's transformation into a villain, explaining that they had nearly killed him and left him to suffer. The revelation shocked everyone, and Monoma realized the implications of their actions. As the students processed this information, Aizawa reminded them that they needed to focus on their upcoming internships. He presented a stack of papers for them to choose their placements, noting that Izumi and Izuku would be training under Night Eye. Later that night, the Yagi twins were hard at work at Night Eye's agency, monitored by Bubble Girl during their patrols. They expressed their confusion about the constant supervision, wondering why they were not trusted. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, Shigaraki, Izuku, and Kurojirai plotted their next move. Shigaraki instructed Izuku to prepare for a significant action, signaling Kurojirai to release the 𝗵𝗲. As the trio wrapped up their patrol, an explosion interrupted their conversation, prompting them to rush toward the source of the chaos. They arrived to find a scene of destruction, with flames and monstrous creatures wreaking havoc. The USJ 𝗵𝗲 had evolved, becoming more unstable and dangerous. Bubble Girl was taken aback by the sight, while Izumi and Izuku braced themselves for the confrontation ahead. The creatures from the USJ were formidable. One alone could take on All Might, but there were at least 4 of them, along with the fire monsters from the sports festival. Ritsu acknowledged this, confirming the gravity of the situation. The group looked up to see Ritsu, Inka, Arrow, 𝗕𝗁𝗲, and 2 unfamiliar faces among them. Izumi felt it was time to seek backup. Izuku recalled the 3 from the sports festival and called out to them, demanding to know where his brother was. 𝗕𝗁𝗲 responded, indicating they had no idea where Izuku was amidst the chaos. Izumi insisted on knowing Izuku's whereabouts, but Inka retorted that they were not in a position to make demands. Arrow warned them that they were outnumbered and could not hope to defeat all of them. He then instructed Heron to take action while the zookeeper managed the 𝗵𝗲. Heron leaped down, ready to engage the enemies, while the zookeeper commanded their creatures to attack. The 𝗵𝗲 charged at the trio, but just then, Endeavor unleashed a powerful fire attack. The zookeeper called for evasive maneuvers as the chaos unfolded. Mirko joined the fray, delivering a decisive kick that incapacitated one of the enemies. As the battle raged on, Izuku, along with May and Green Mint, observed from a rooftop. Heron recognized Izuku as the second in command of the Legion and expressed admiration for his presence. Izuku, however, was focused on finding someone amidst the turmoil. His siblings, Izuku and Izumi, followed him, urging him to return home. Izuku, feeling betrayed by their past actions, transformed and prepared for a confrontation. The siblings launched themselves at Izuku, but he evaded their attacks, expressing frustration over their pursuit. They insisted they missed him and wanted him back, but Izuku reminded them of their past mistakes. As tensions escalated, they prepared for a fight, but their clash was interrupted when Bubble Girl caught them just before they fell from the rooftop. Night Eye, frustrated with the situation, demanded to know why they had run off. Izuku asked Night Eye to hold his siblings while he dealt with a target. As Bubble Girl attempted to take them back to the agency, Izuku and Izumi protested, but they were whisked away, leaving Night Eye and Izuku to face each other. Izuku, determined to find his target, engaged Night Eye in a fierce battle. The two exchanged blows, with Night Eye showcasing his training. However, Izuku's strength was formidable, and he managed to gain the upper hand. Just as Night Eye thought he had won, Izuku countered, catching him off guard and using the HNDCFFS against him. As Night Eye lost consciousness, Izuku felt his quirk surge back to life. He was ready to resume his search for Stain. Meanwhile, the battle in the center of Hosu continued, with Heron taunting the heroes and demonstrating their strength. Sharon joined the fray, adding to the chaos, and laughter echoed from the alley as the fight raged on. Susumaru complained about her persistent headache, suggesting that 𝗕𝗏𝗲 should try sleeping. 𝗕𝗏𝗲 replied that Rue should hear that, as he never seemed to leave his game. Rue, overhearing them, reacted with irritation. 𝗕𝗏𝗲 whispered for Susumaru to be quiet, and she teased him about it. 𝗕𝗏𝗲, feeling disgusted, warned her about her behavior. Rue interrupted, jokingly suggesting that they could take their antics elsewhere once the chaos was over. The heroes and villains were confused about each other's identities. Ritsu asked Sharon where he had found the newcomers, to which Sharon responded that they had simply followed him. He rallied his hype squad, leading them in a chant to smash, crash and bash. With a burst of energy, Sharon leaped toward 𝗕𝗏𝗏, catching him off guard and slamming his face into the ground, creating a crater. As chaos erupted, a random hero shouted for 𝗕𝗏𝗏, but Hren, the villain, assured him he would soon join 𝗕𝗏𝗏. Hren skillfully dodged attacks from multiple heroes, thinning their numbers until he began to tire. A random hero urged the others to act quickly while Hren was down. Arrow shot a fire arrow, but Hren confidently declared he had a plan. The heroes watched in horror as Hren transformed into a lesser demon, reveling in his newfound power. He began to wreak havoc, taking down heroes left and right. 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐺 confronted him, declaring that his rampage would end. Hren taunted him, suggesting he should watch his back. Just then, Arrow struck 𝗵𝘃𝗁 from behind, but unbeknownst to her, he was healing his wounds. The zookeeper commanded his creatures to seek and destroy, sending a winged creature into the fray. He then instructed another to multiply, creating one-eyed creatures from the original. The zookeeper continued to direct his minions, and chaos ensued as a random hero was overwhelmed by the creatures. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, eager for action, leaped into the fray, announcing her intention to join the fight. She launched dodgeballs at the heroes, causing one unfortunate hero to meet a gruesome fate. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 urged her teammates to dodge, acknowledging the danger. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 sighed, noting 𝗵𝗃𝗁's usual intensity, but decided to join in on the fun as well. 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗕𝗏𝗃 unleashed their own attacks, immobilizing the heroes with paralysis arrows. As the heroes screamed in terror, their bodies began to change. 𝗬𝗏 reveled in the chaos, looking forward to more test subjects in the burning city. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, excited to finally stretch her legs after being confined, was met with a challenge from 𝗵𝗃𝗁. They exchanged blows, each showcasing their strength. Meanwhile, the battle raged on with various heroes and villains clashing, all caught up in the chaos of the moment. In a separate confrontation, Lita faced off against 𝗬𝗏𝗏, vowing to bring him down for his past actions. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 taunted him, revealing what he had done to 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏, Lita's brother. Lita was enraged, but before he could attack, a sudden explosion knocked him to the ground, leaving him in agony. Izuku appeared, shotgun in hand, warning Lita to remain quiet. He declared his intention to take down 𝗬𝗏𝗏, emphasizing his advantage. In a swift motion, Izuku fired at 𝗬𝗏𝗏, severing his arms. As 𝗬𝗏𝗏 writhed in pain, Izuku communicated with his allies, acknowledging their support. He approached 𝗬𝗏𝗏, who lay helpless, and delivered a final blow, silencing him amidst the chaos. Izuku had just defeated his opponent with minimal effort. As the body collapsed to the ground, only the lower jaw and a few teeth remained. He felt a sense of relief wash over him, thinking about heading home for some well-deserved rest. However, he had two others to deal with first. He approached 𝗕𝗏𝗏, who was visibly shaken and frightened. With a look of disgust, Izuku swiftly incapacitated him, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Next, he turned to Lita, who was trembling in fear. Lita pleaded for his life, expressing his desperation. Izuku, unfazed, posed a question. He offered to heal Lita's brother in exchange for his loyalty to the Legion. Lita was incredulous, questioning why he would ever serve villains. Izuku pointed out that if Lita didn't want his brother to suffer, that was his choice. With that, he left the alleyway, heading off to check on his allies. Meanwhile, the battle raged on in the central part of Hosu. Heroes were struggling against the relentless onslaught of Nomus and Green Mint, while Ritsu, Inkka, and 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏 tried to avoid close combat. 𝗕𝗕𝗏𝗏 shouted for someone to catch a massive crocodile-like creature. Sharon, undeterred, taunted 𝗕𝗕𝗏𝗏, provoking him into a fiery response. The situation escalated as Sharon hurled 𝗕𝗕𝗏𝗏 through a building and jumped after him. 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗏 was ready to intervene when 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏 lunged at him, catching him off guard and lifting him off the ground. The creature's ferocity was alarming, and as it tore into him, the sound of ripping flesh echoed through the chaos. Just then, 𝗵𝗃𝗁 intervened with a powerful kick that sent 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏 staggering back, releasing 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗏𝗏. Grateful for the assistance, 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗏𝗏 acknowledged 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗏, who then turned her attention to May, insisting she needed to come with her. May, however, was not willing to comply, emphasizing the importance of saving civilians over her capture. Just then, a random hero struck May, causing her to react dramatically, crying out in distress. The heroes were taken aback by her reaction, while the villains exchanged glances, bemused by May's emotional display. As May cried out for green mint, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Buildings began to explode in flames, and green mint transformed back into his base form, exuding an aura of menace. He noticed May's bruise and the hero responsible, and a swarm of firebugs surrounded him, heightening the tension. 𝗵𝗃 felt her instincts kick in, sensing the impending danger. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 noted the rising heat, while 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗧 questioned what kind of monster was about to emerge. May urged Green Mint to unleash his rage, and as he consumed firebugs, a massive blaze engulfed him. When he emerged, the flames were more intense than 𝗕𝗏𝗏's, and his expression was one of pure determination. Ritsu warned May to calm her friend, but she was confused about why. Just then, Green Mint's fiery fist was poised to strike, but at the last moment, Sharon intervened, saving her from certain doom. Sharon exclaimed the urgency of the situation, revealing that Green Mint had transformed into an apex infernal. Izuku, witnessing the chaos, was left in shock, realizing the gravity of the unfolding events. Izuku barely dodged a kick from the apex infernal, feeling the heat singe his hair. His instincts were on high alert as he wondered what had just happened. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 explained that a swarm of firebugs had attacked, and the infernal had erupted into flames. Arrow speculated that the infernal might have consumed them, which usually resulted in an explosion, but he was confused about the situation. May reassured Izuku that she was fine, calling out to him. The apex infernal, with a menacing grin, declared that the heroes were his enemies and pointed at one who was trying to escape. The hero, feeling the threat, panicked as the infernal charged on all fours with a terrifying roar. In a shocking moment, the hero was caught, and everyone watched in horror as the infernal extracted a small fireball from the hero's chest. Ritsu stuttered in disbelief, realizing they were facing a soul-eating infernal. Inka and Sharon confirmed the grim nature of the creature. Izuku stepped forward, determined to act. Arrow warned him not to, but Izuku had a plan. He pulled out a water bottle, calling for Green Bean to come. To everyone's surprise, the apex infernal transformed back to his normal self after drinking the water. The group erupted in cheers, amazed that it had worked. May jumped on Green Mint, expressing her relief and affection, while 𝗵𝗃 reminded them that despite the happy ending, they still faced consequences. Izuku snapped his fingers, and suddenly, subway trains crashed through the ground, emerging onto the streets. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 was bewildered, questioning what Izuku had done. Izuku explained that he had made some calls, and it was time for the heroes and misconducts to clash. As the two sides engaged in battle, chaos erupted. The Legion and the three demons seized the opportunity to escape amidst the turmoil. Kurohige wondered if this was what Shigaraki meant by making a phone call. Izuku confirmed it and urged everyone to leave. Kurohige introduced the demons, Rei, the spider demon, Yahaba, the arrow demon, and Susumaru, the Fadebringer demon. With introductions complete, they prepared to leave when a voice called out, halting the fighting. The leader of the misconducts, Unholy, along with his generals, confronted Izuku, declaring that he had delivered the promised chaos. He threw something to Izuku, who caught it with excitement, preparing to use it against 𝗕𝗏𝗏. As Izuku launched himself into the air, the weapon glowed blue, and he smashed it into the ground, creating ice spikes that shot toward the heroes. Only 𝗕𝗏𝗏, 𝗵𝗃, and 𝗏𝗃𝗏 managed to evade the attack. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 looked back to see a giant hockey stick embedded in the ground and a closing purple portal. Unholy laughed, signaling the misconducts to unleash chaos in the streets. The heroes struggled to contain the situation, outnumbered and outgunned, ultimately retreating as the misconducts left Hosu City in ruins. The aftermath was devastating, with the city transformed into a war zone, and the heroes suffered a significant loss. A week later, Class 1A visited the mall to relieve their stress. Lita ventured into a dark alley, where Izuku awaited him. Izuku acknowledged 𝗧𝗓𝗧's consideration of his deal and inquired about his prosthetic leg. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 assured him he had not been followed and handed over some files, insisting Izuku hold up his end of the bargain. Izuku reviewed the files and agreed to the deal, warning 𝗧𝗓𝗧 to keep quiet about it. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 mentioned hearing rumors about Bakugo twins, prompting Izuku to reveal the emptiness of his eye socket, shocking 𝗧𝗓𝗧. As 𝗧𝗓𝗧 expressed gratitude, Izuku warned him to leave before he attracted unwanted attention. Just then, Izuku shot a silenced pistol, hitting someone who had been following 𝗧𝗓𝗧. When 𝗧𝗓𝗧 opened his eyes, he found himself alive, realizing the bullet had struck 𝗕𝗁𝗁 Kuwaro from Class 1B, who lay lifeless nearby. Izuku advised 𝗧𝗓𝗧 to be more cautious in the future and instructed Kurogyari to take him back to base. Later that day, Class 1A returned to the dorms. The following morning, 𝗕𝗁𝗁's body was discovered floating in the river, showing signs of having been consumed by alligators and piranhas. Class 1B was devastated by the loss of another member. Meanwhile, Shigaraki and the doctor observed the awakening of a new creation. The doctor confirmed that the alterations had been successful, and Shigaraki welcomed the new Mineta, who pledged his loyalty. As they prepared to leave, Alexa reflected on the potential of the students as new nomes, intrigued by their capabilities. She decided it was time to go shopping, while the doctor cautioned her about the risks of being discovered by heroes. Noticing Alexa, the doctor realized she meant a different kind of shopping. Alexa confirmed her intent, suggesting that he should be prepared to create more of those creatures when she returned. As she walked away, she pondered who would be her first target. After the incident at the Hosu, the Legion of Villains was enjoying themselves at the treasure voyage in Nightlight City, a place that transformed into a vibrant hub of activity after sunset. The city, now known for its dazzling lights, boasted clubs, bars, minigolf, and an increasing number of casinos, all thriving due to the success of the treasure voyage. Many casino owners admired the young boss, unaware that he was only 13 years old. Some viewed him as easy competition, believing they could intimidate him into 𝗵𝗵𝗻𝗻, but that often backfired, leading them to face dire consequences as the casino bosses would pay them an unwelcome visit. The three boys had undergone a significant transformation. No longer were they allowing others to push them around. They had grown stronger and wiser. Milo had moved on from his ex-girlfriend Lisa and was now focused on making money through the bar racket. Sean, while still a laid-back stoner, took his responsibilities seriously. He was also making money by running a club racket and assisting at the casino. Finally, there was Nolan, the big boss. He kept a watchful eye over Nightlight City, ensuring that everyone adhered to his guidelines. Essentially, he was the king of the city, maintaining order and control. In his office, Nolan observed the lively scene below. People were enjoying themselves, particularly the Legion and others who had supported him on his journey. Karen was behind the bar, serving drinks with a smile. Azura was dancing energetically on the floor, radiating positive energy. Junior and the Malachite twins were having a good time while remaining vigilant. Meanwhile, the casino bosses were diligently attending to their usual tasks. Yumiko was at the poker table, skillfully hustling the other players. Meanwhile, Milo and Sean were busy at the slot machine aisles. In his office, Nolan and Mustard observed everyone having fun. Nolan remarked on the beauty of the scene, mentioning it reminded him of something from a movie, though he couldn't quite recall what. Mustard expressed his pride in Nolan, likening himself to the older brother Nolan never had, and inquired about the whereabouts of Milo and Sean. Nolan pointed them out at the slot machines. Mustard then asked Nolan when he was going to mention the numerous dogs he had acquired. Nolan explained they were gifts from Izuku, prompting Mustard to wonder if Izuku had traversed a jungle to gather them. Nolan defended his dogs, claiming they were just misunderstood, even introducing his little guardian angels by name. Mustard was taken aback when Nolan introduced a tiger and a snow leopard, also gifts from Izuku. Meanwhile, the Legion was enjoying themselves in the lobby, engaging in conversation with three demons. Spinner sought clarification about their existence, and 𝗕𝗑𝗑 confirmed they were indeed demons living in an upside-down castle. Izuku noted that their boss was the Demon King, but they could only speak his name if he allowed it. 𝗕𝗗𝗵𝗃 shared his story of becoming a demon after being blind, while Rue explained how he had to defend himself against his own family. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 simply stated he enjoyed playing dodgeball, which led to his transformation as well. Izuku then asked Shigaraki if he had shared the information with Alexa, to which Shigaraki confirmed they would share any information they obtained. Izuku revealed that 𝗔𝗫𝗵𝗃 had a younger brother who was now working with him, providing insights into what was happening at 𝗬𝗏 expressed excitement about having a spy, while 𝗕𝗏𝗏 questioned the significance of the information regarding highway and train routes. Kiwi explained that these were not ordinary routes. They were for money trucks and cargo trains. Shigaraki recognized the potential of this information, suggesting they could use it strategically. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as a confrontation unfolded. A stranger accused 𝗧𝗪 of cheating him out of his money, and Lodo stood up for her. Just as the situation escalated, Izuku intervened, asserting his authority and warning the stranger to back off. He made it clear that any further threats to his family would not be tolerated. Once the situation calmed down, Kaina approached Izuku, concerned about what had transpired. Izuku reassured her that everything was under control. They decided to try their luck at the slots, calling Lodo and 𝗧𝗪 to join them. The Legion expressed their interest in joining as well. Before they could leave, Izuku heard a familiar voice and turned to see his friend Shinra. They decided to catch up outside. However, Toga, curious about Shinra, confronted him with a knife. Izuku quickly introduced Shinra as an old friend, and Toga reluctantly put the knife away. As they prepared to leave, Toga decided to inform the Legion of their plans. Once outside, Izuku and Shinra stood a distance apart, both without their powers. They exchanged a knowing look before charging at each other, ready to spar just like they used to in their childhood. Just like old times, Milo and Sean entered the casino, where the Legion headed to the slot machines. They spotted a frustrated Milo and Sean at the bar, observing a particular group of people. Milo expressed his annoyance at seeing Alex and his companion. Sean noted that Spencer was on the verge of making a significant mistake if he approached Izuku's little girls. Milo remarked that they would have had to clean up afterward. Sean chuckled, pleased to see Spencer able to walk again, while Milo questioned why Sean was so eager. Sean jokingly mentioned wanting to take a swing at Spencer's kneecaps again. Milo then noticed a woman who seemed sad, prompting Sean to suggest they grab something to eat. Just as they were about to leave, they received a call from Nolan, who urgently requested their presence. They quickly made their way toward Nolan's office but were interrupted by Lisa and Whitney, who called out to them. Lisa confronted them about staring, while Whitney warned them not to suggest taking them out, as they already had boyfriends. Sean couldn't help but laugh at the mention of one boyfriend who looked like he had been in a fight. Milo insisted they were just doing their jobs and tried to excuse themselves, but Lisa wasn't having it. Milo, feeling cornered, made a snarky comment, which led to Whitney putting her hand on Sean's shoulder. After a brief altercation, Milo intervened, revealing himself to Lisa, who recognized him. The tension escalated when Alex appeared behind them, attempting to throw a punch. Milo swiftly countered, using his agility to kick Alex in the knee, causing him to stumble. In a surprising turn, Milo headbutted Alex, breaking his nose, which shocked Lisa and Whitney. As Alex cried out in pain, Sean took the opportunity to swing a bat at Alex's leg, resulting in a loud crack and more screams. Milo claimed it was self-defense, but Lisa was not convinced. Realizing they needed to see Nolan, the two boys hurried off, leaving the girls behind. As they reached the elevator, they frantically pressed the buttons, trying to escape. The girls chased after them, demanding they stop, but the boys managed to shut the door just in time, leaving the girls to take the stairs. Once they arrived at Nolan's office, they found him waiting for them. He informed them of a problem. His mother was in the casino. The boys exchanged worried glances, recalling the stories Nolan had shared about her. Just as they discussed the situation, they heard the women outside demanding to see them. Milo and Sean knew they were in trouble, especially with Lisa's stubbornness. Nolan decided it was time to confront the situation and let the women in. The door opened to reveal Lisa, Whitney, and Nolan's mother, Diana. The atmosphere was tense as the boys looked at the women with a mix of emotions. Diana, shocked to see Nolan, was met with his cold response, revealing the pain of his past. Lisa and Milo exchanged heated words, while Sean insisted Whitney follow him to discuss matters privately. As the four left the room, Nolan and Diana were left alone. Diana expressed her sorrow over losing everything, including her home and family. Nolan confronted Diana, questioning her about the past. He knew about the house fire, having barely escaped it himself. Diana was taken aback, struggling to understand how he knew. Nolan explained that while she was preoccupied with Rodney and his friends, he was trying to keep his father alive. He revealed that his father had discovered Diana's infidelity through a CD that arrived in the mail. The painful truth shattered him, leading him to drown his sorrows in alcohol. At first, it was manageable, but then his father became aggressive, throwing things in frustration. One day, in a moment of rage, he struck Nolan, leaving a scar on his head. When his father finally came to his senses, he found Nolan bleeding on the floor and apologized repeatedly. However, Nolan knew the apologies were hollow. When he woke up, the house was ablaze, and his father was nowhere to be found, leaving behind only a bag of money and a note filled with regret. Nolan had been left alone in the burning house, with no parents to turn to, forcing him to run away and survive on his own. Fortunately, Milo and Sean found him, offered him a home, and became his new family. He demanded to know who was truly at fault, emphasizing that Diana could have stopped seeing Rodney but chose not to. Diana was overwhelmed with guilt, crying and pleading for forgiveness, but Nolan felt it was too late to change the past. He needed a drink and asked her to leave his office. Diana, heartbroken, apologized from the depths of her heart as she walked toward the elevator. Just then, Whitney rushed out of another room, tears streaming down her face, followed closely by Sean. Nolan asked Sean what he had said to Diana, and Sean replied that he had told her the cold, hard truth. Suddenly, the door to another room burst open, revealing Milo in a heated argument with Lisa. He was furious, expressing his anger over her betrayal. Lisa, frightened and in tears, begged him to stop. Milo shouted that he wouldn't repeat himself and threw a shot glass in frustration. Lisa pleaded for forgiveness, but Milo was relentless, accusing her of cheating on him for superficial reasons. He felt betrayed after giving her everything, and his anger boiled over, breaking a glass cup in his hand. Nolan attempted to calm him down, but Milo needed to step away for a drink, still feeling hungry. As Milo left, Sean commented on the situation, and Milo explained that Lisa had cheated on him. Sean remarked on the loyalty of some people, and Milo agreed, quoting Chris Brown. The night continued without further incident, with the girls heading home and the group returning to their base. At the base, Shigaraki discussed plans with Izuku and Twice, who were curious about Izuku's recent encounter. Izuku explained that he had been training with an old friend who had joined the Fire Force. In the midst of their conversation, Shigaraki instructed David to gather the gang for an upcoming mission. Izuku had an idea and wanted to call someone about it. He mentioned the Youngbloods, hinting at a new collaboration. The scene shifted to 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝐻's house, where he was awakened by a phone call. He answered, surprised to hear Izuku on the line, who had an idea involving the Youngbloods. 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝐻 suggested discussing it tomorrow, feeling exhausted from his recent troubles. 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝐻 felt exhausted as he considered his plans. He thought about taking 4 girls out shopping and how his wallet was suffering from it. Izuku acknowledged the struggle, expressing sympathy for his friend's situation. 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝐻 suggested that Izuku either call him in the morning or come by their usual hangout. Izuku proposed that 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝐻 should get out of bed and come over instead. 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝐻, still in bed at 4 o'clock in the morning, responded with a hint of annoyance, warning Izuku not to call him with such nonsense again. Izuku playfully questioned if that was a threat, to which 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝐻 assured him it was more of a promise. They both shared a laugh, and 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝐻 eventually invited Izuku to the chill spot. After saying goodnight, 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝐻 hung up, wondering what Izuku had planned for the next day. The following morning, 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝐻 woke up and went through his daily routine, brushing his teeth, getting dressed, grabbing a bite to eat, and training. Once he finished, he decided to check on his girlfriend. He thought to himself that now that everything was taken care of, it was time to see Mikey since he had already sent him a text. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 hopped on his bike and rode off toward their meeting place. The chill spot welcomed 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 as he enjoyed the wind against his face. Upon arrival, he noticed 𝗵𝗃, 𝗧𝗂𝘁, and Izuku already engaged in conversation. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 acknowledged 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻's presence, while 𝗵𝗃 greeted him with a warm hug. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 returned the embrace and mentioned he was just following his routine. 𝗵𝗃 guessed it was about his sister, and 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 confirmed she was trying to go shopping again, claiming he didn't love her. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 remarked that no one caused more trouble than her, and 𝗵𝗃 wondered why she behaved that way. Izuku then shifted the conversation, eager to share his plan. He explained that the Legion was going to attack 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏's training camp. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 inquired about the significance of this situation, and Izuku clarified that the students would be present for 3 days. He noted that Class 1A and 1B would be there, along with some others. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 concluded that it wasn't many, and 𝗵𝗃 expressed disappointment that it seemed like a waste of time. Izuku insisted it was not, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁 asked what role they would play in this plan. Izuku excitedly revealed that they would get to fight, pitting 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 against the Youngbloods to determine which side was superior. The 3 boys huddled together for a brief discussion before 𝗵𝗃 announced their decision to participate, pending agreement from the others. Izuku asked 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 to contact him once a decision was made, and they parted ways. Hours later, 𝗵𝗃 called for a Youngblood meeting with all the captains and their divisions inside a mall they had infiltrated. The atmosphere buzzed with chatter until 𝗧𝗂𝘁, 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻, and 𝗵𝗃 captured everyone's attention with their echoing footsteps. 𝗵𝗃 addressed the group, explaining that they had made a deal with someone promising a good fight. The delinquents reacted with excitement, eager to know more about the fight. 𝗵𝗃 then addressed a rumor circulating about his reluctance to fight. He clarified that while he didn't like fighting, he loved it. He recounted a past encounter with a thug who attempted to rob him, leading to a decisive confrontation. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 shared his own story about a customer who refused to pay for car repairs, resulting in a dramatic resolution. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 recounted a tense situation where he had to defend himself against an intruder, emphasizing the severity of the circumstances. The delinquents listened intently, some expressing shock at the stories shared. 𝗵𝗃 concluded by stating that they loved fighting, whether against the police, adults, teenagers, or heroes. He announced that they had the opportunity for the fight they had always wanted, but warned that it might label them as criminals. The delinquents responded with enthusiasm, ready to embrace the challenge. 𝗵𝗃 rallied the group, declaring that they would face the students of 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 in a few days. He asked if they were in, and the response was a resounding cheer. As excitement filled the air, 𝗵𝗃 noted the presence of flashing red and blue lights outside. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 pointed out that it was the police, causing panic among the delinquents. In the midst of the chaos, 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 smashed a glass bottle on the ground and shouted for everyone to scatter. The group fled in all directions, seeking any escape route before the authorities arrived. The next morning, Izuku met up with 𝗵𝗃, 𝗧𝗂𝘁, and 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 to discuss their decision. 𝗵𝗃 confirmed they would participate in the plan, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁 expressed his curiosity about where it would lead. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 echoed their sentiments, eager to learn the details. Izuku explained the plan, and the 3 nodded in understanding before parting ways. As Izuku walked, he was confronted by 5 men who were not delinquents but rather adults attempting to rob him. Unaware of the trouble they were about to encounter, they ordered him to follow them. Izuku complied, hoping to avoid confrontation, but the men pushed him into a dark alley, blocking the exit. They demanded everything he had, unaware of Izuku's true capabilities. Izuku expressed concern for the others, suggesting they should be careful. A random thug laughed menacingly, insisting they were in danger unless they handed over their money. Izuku, confident, pointed out that while the thugs had knives, he possessed something they did not. The thug, curious, asked what that was. In a swift motion, Izuku revealed a silent pistol, taking down the 4 muggers effortlessly, leaving only one trembling in fear. The remaining thug pleaded, claiming it was all a joke and begging for his life. Izuku reassured him that he wouldn't be harmed, but he still had to mention another advantage he held. The thug, confused, asked what that was. Izuku simply whistled, and suddenly a pack of spotted hyenas appeared, their mouths drooling. the thug fell to the ground in terror, realizing his fate. As Izuku turned to leave, he paused, looking back at the unfolding scene. He remarked that the hyenas should play nicely with their new chew toy and instructed them to leave no scraps behind. With that, he walked away as the sounds of the thug's screams echoed through the alley. Days passed without significant events on either the hero or villain sides. At Lita was lost in thought, worrying about the upcoming training camp and Izuku's potential plans. He debated whether to voice his concerns but ultimately decided against it, fearing the consequences. Aizawa then called for attention, informing Class 1A that they had a new student and would soon be heading to the training camp for a week. A new student introduced himself as Kohei Nishinoya, expressing his excitement to be there. Bakugo, unimpressed, remarked that they had a new student to replace another. Denki, feeling anxious, was silenced by Katsumi, who reminded him to watch his words, triggering memories of past encounters with villains. Aizawa noticed Denki's distress and rushed over to calm him down, while the rest of the class looked on with concern. Meanwhile, Jiro approached Katsumi and confronted her with intensity, expressing her frustration about Katsumi's earlier comment. Katsumi stammered an apology, claiming she had forgotten, but Uraraka and others were skeptical. Aizawa intervened, instructing Katsumi to step outside for a discussion. Reluctantly, she agreed, knowing the matter was far from settled. Once Denki was calmed, Aizawa took the opportunity to de-escalate Katsumi. Afterward, the class boarded the bus, joined by Class 1B. The ride was uneventful until a group of motorcycles zoomed past, catching everyone's attention. Kirishima exclaimed in awe, while Kozai whispered to Rin and Taguru about something illicit, prompting a warning from Lita about the potential consequences. As the bus continued, Aizawa sensed something was off when they reached a stop without the expected welcoming committee. Izumi questioned the sudden halt, and Aizawa explained that they were supposed to meet a group there. Vlad reassured everyone that they would proceed to the camp. Bakugo, feeling restless, wished for something exciting to happen, and just then, a loud shattering sound startled the students awake. They turned to see a broken window and a brick on the floor, prompting Mina to alert Aizawa about a potential problem outside. Aizawa and Vlad quickly assessed the situation, realizing they were being followed by a gang of delinquents led by Hanma. Aizawa ordered Vlad to drive away, and they sped off, leaving the troublemakers behind. However, Hanma and his crew were relentless, launching Molotov cocktails at the bus. The students panicked, but Aizawa and Vlad urged them to stay calm and remain seated. As chaos ensued, Izuku spotted more trouble approaching from the cliffside. Aizawa instructed Vlad to steer clear, but before they could escape, they heard a thud on the roof. The students realized they were being boarded as 4 riders leaped onto the bus. Aizawa attempted to intervene, but one of the riders struck him, causing him to lose focus and allowing the others to immobilize the students. The riders removed their helmets, revealing themselves as Baji, Shifuyu, Kazutora, and Mitsuya. Mitsuya announced that the bus was now under their control and they would be taking the students to a new destination. Denki, confused, tried to correct him, but Baji silenced him with a swift punch, asserting that the training camp had transformed into a battleground. The students, intimidated, nodded in agreement, realizing they were in for a challenging ordeal. Shifuyu suggested that they should tie their opponents up, but Baji pointed out that they didn't have any rope. Instead, Baji decided to take matters into his own hands. He covered his hand in a stone-like substance and approached Vlad, swiftly incapacitating him by smashing his face against the wheel, rendering him unconscious before tossing him out of the driver's seat. Baji then turned to the others, asking who among them knew how to drive. Pony hesitantly admitted that he could. Baji instructed him to take the driver's seat, and Pony complied, settling into Vlad's position. As he began driving towards the training camp, the others remained vigilant, ensuring that no one attempted anything reckless. Hanma and his group were instructed to retreat when the other 4 took control of the bus. After a few minutes, they finally arrived at the training camp, greeted by a large number of bikes and delinquents scattered around. As they ventured further in, they discovered a massive training field or battleground, where the young blood captains and Mikey awaited them. The students disembarked from the bus, some being urged off as delinquents surrounded the area. 𝗵𝗃 welcomed everyone, expressing his pleasure at their presence. 𝗧𝗏, looking around, demanded to know the whereabouts of the 𝗬𝗶𝗵𝐶. In response, Sanzu swiftly appeared behind 𝗧𝗏, a katana poised at his throat, startling everyone with his speed. He warned 𝗧𝗏 to watch his tone or face dire consequences. 𝗵𝗃 intervened, assuring Sanzu it was all right, and snapped his fingers. At that moment, a group of battered 𝗬𝗶𝗵𝐶 members emerged from the forest. 𝗵𝗃 mentioned that one kid had run off, but it was no longer significant. Mandalay urged 𝗧𝗏 to get the students out of there, but Senju and Tiger exchanged heated words. Emma questioned what her friend had said, while Izumi insisted they should be released. 𝗵𝗃 proposed a challenge. If 𝗧𝗏 could defeat South, the students would be freed. Kendo worried about the possibility of 𝗧𝗏 losing, but 𝗵𝗃 assured them they would stick to their original plan if that happened. 𝗧𝗏 warned the kids to prepare for a long stay in prison, to which 𝗵𝗃 retorted that he could say the same to 𝗧𝗏. South boasted about making 𝗧𝗏 drink his food through a straw, and 𝗵𝗃 instructed them to step into the circle drawn on the ground. As 𝗧𝗏 and South faced off, they awaited the signal to begin. 𝗵𝗃 encouraged South to give it his all. South charged forward with a fierce roar, while 𝗧𝗏 calculated his opponent's brute strength and prepared to counter. The two clashed, with 𝗧𝗏 dodging a punch and retaliating with a roundhouse kick. The students cheered for 𝗧𝗏, but South brushed off the attack, eager to show his true power. He leaped into the air, aiming to deliver a devastating kick, but 𝗧𝗏 narrowly avoided it, only to be caught off guard by South's quick reflexes. The crowd erupted as South landed a blow, sending 𝗧𝗏 tumbling. South taunted 𝗧𝗏, challenging him to respond. Before 𝗧𝗏 could gather himself, he was caught in a series of powerful strikes that sent him crashing to the ground. The students shouted in concern, while the delinquents cheered for South. Kirishima attempted to intervene but was halted by 𝗓𝗂, who warned him to wait his turn. Bakugo rushed in, furious, but was swiftly dealt with by Wakasa, who knocked him unconscious. 𝗵𝗃 observed the situation, noting that South seemed to have 𝗧𝗏 down for the count. Just to be sure, South approached 𝗧𝗏, ready to deliver a final blow. However, 𝗧𝗏 opened his eyes just in time, tripping South and landing on him, prompting cheers from the class and shock from the delinquents. 𝗧𝗏 declared that everyone was under arrest, causing panic among the delinquents. 𝗵𝗃 found humor in the situation, even as his friends pointed out that their guy had lost. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 prepared for the next phase, while 𝗧𝗏 remained unaware of the brewing storm. South, enraged, prepared to unleash his fury, but 𝗕𝗏𝗄 intervened, grabbing South's arm and urging him to calm down. South, momentarily subdued, agreed to follow the plan. 𝗵𝗃, looking at the afternoon sky, smiled and announced they could continue. However, the sound of police sirens interrupted them. Taiju expressed frustration at the interruption, while 𝗓𝗂 urged everyone to leave immediately. 𝗵𝗃 declared that this wasn't over and rallied the youngbloods to move out. They hopped on their bikes and sped away just before the police arrived, leaving behind a scene of chaos with a battered 𝗧𝗏, an unconscious Vlad, and a defeated group of delinquents. It turned out 𝗂𝗏 had called the authorities. They secured the area and began their search, but the youngbloods were long gone. 𝗬𝗏 decided to delay the training camp for a week to give everyone a break and allow 𝗧𝗏, Vlad, and the 𝗬𝗶𝗵𝐶 to recover. The two classes were sent home for the week to rest at the hospital. Izuku stood with another individual over the unconscious cat heroes. The figure remarked that the plan was progressing smoothly. Izuku agreed, noting that with their help, things would be much easier. They had a week to execute their plan. The figure asked about Mikan's well-being, to which Izuku replied that she was doing well. The figure expressed concern, thinking Mikan might be unwell. Izuku reassured them that she was healthy, finding it amusing how they could handle complex situations but struggled with simple matters. Makoto, the other individual, acknowledged his shortcomings with women. Izuku pointed out that Makoto had 4 wives, which was impressive. Makoto countered that Izuku had a larger HR. Izuku urged Makoto to hurry and complete his tasks so they could leave unnoticed. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 proceeded to inject each of the cat heroes with 2 syringes, one containing a colorful liquid and the other a black and red liquid. After finishing, he confirmed that they were done. They then teleported back to the Legion's base, where they encountered Shigaraki. He inquired if 𝗵𝗃𝗀 had completed his task, and 𝗵𝗃𝗀 confirmed that they just needed to wait. Shigaraki expressed satisfaction, stating that their plan was coming together, and soon they would rid the world of All Might. Izuku felt prepared for the confrontation ahead, but he questioned if 𝗵𝗃𝗀 and Shigaraki were ready. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 asserted that he had been ready since he was 13, while Shigaraki claimed he had been prepared since he was 5. They agreed to continue with their preparations. After the week-long delay, Aizawa, Vlad, and the WWPC were back in action, ready to train their students. The students of 𝗬𝗓 returned to the training camp, eager to train their bodies and quirks alongside some special guests. Mandalay instructed the kids to get ready, as their training would begin shortly. Pixie Bob encouraged them to bring their best energy for the weekend, while Ragdoll emphasized that there would be no slacking. The students responded affirmatively. Momo raised a question, but Monoma interrupted, expressing his frustration about the presence of the former Hope's Peak students. Leon reminded him that they now had names, and Kyoko clarified that they were now known as Class 101 Ultimates. Monoma voiced his concern about Junko, recalling her chaotic reputation. Izumi and Izuku shared their memories of her actions, noting that she had taken over half of Japan in a short time before disappearing. Katsumi reminded everyone that this had happened 3 years ago. Momo questioned why the Ultimates were there, and Pixie Bob explained that Nizu had decided to include them due to the challenges the heroes in training had faced against villains. Togami pointed out that the students had been struggling, which led to some tension. Before Toguro could respond, he felt a pair of scissors at his neck, wielded by Toko Fukawa, also known as Genocider Sayo. Sayo warned Toguro that threatening Togami would have serious consequences. Toguro, though intimidated, tried to maintain his composure. Sayo then returned to her classmates, sneezing and momentarily bringing Toko back to reality. Toko expressed confusion about what had happened, and Mondo explained that her Kill SW had activated. Chihiro reassured Toko that they were simply training with another class. Toko realized they had arrived at the training camp, and Bakugo questioned where she had been. Kirishima urged Bakugo to stop, and Aizawa announced that it was time to start training. He instructed everyone to run around the perimeter until they heard the whistle. Bakugo protested, wanting to jump straight into quirk training, but Mandalay explained the importance of physical training for their quirks. Ragdoll and Pixie Bob emphasized that neglecting physical training could lead to serious consequences in a fight. Bakugo, determined to prove himself, declared he would take on the challenge. The teachers teased him about his confidence, and Bakugo accepted the weights they offered, ready to prove himself. As the 3 classes ran off into the forest, the teachers exchanged glances. Aizawa questioned whether it was necessary to put weights on Bakugo, while Pixie Bob and Ragdoll explained that they needed to temper his ego. Mandalay noted that they were there to teach him that being a hero was serious business. The WWPC walked off toward the building, leaving Aizawa and Vlad in shock at the changes they had witnessed. Aizawa speculated that perhaps it was just that time of year. The scene shifted back to the 3 classes, ready to embark on their training journey. As they raced to see who could return first, Lita and Nekomaru were neck and neck, with Akane and Katsumi close behind, leaving most of the class trailing, especially Bakugo. Izumi asked if anyone knew where they were, to which Denki admitted he was just following the group. Jiro sighed, acknowledging Denki's usual behavior. Shoka encouraged everyone to keep going until they spotted the building, while Bakugo expressed his frustration at being left behind, vowing to catch up and confront the others. Kamaru noted Bakugo's anger, and Toko commented that he was likely always like this. Shoto, unfazed, pointed out the truth in Toko's words, prompting Bakugo to threaten him. Shuji then mentioned a feeling of being followed, which Sato dismissed as just Shuji's imagination. Koda, however, found it strange that he couldn't locate any birds to assist them, explaining that he could communicate with animals due to his quirk. Sayaka found this interesting, but Koda was puzzled by the lack of wildlife in the forest. Yasuhiro suggested that perhaps the animals had been scared away by something. Aoi requested Yasuhiro to refrain from his wild theories at that moment. Unbeknownst to the students, someone was observing them from the trees, holding a dead bird and finding their cluelessness amusing. The mysterious figure decided to leave before being noticed. As afternoon approached, the students finally emerged from the forest, exhausted. Mandalay greeted them, urging them to prepare for a meal. Denki eagerly anticipated food, while Kazuchi joked about having to eat his shirt. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃 clarified that they would need to cook for themselves, prompting 𝗕𝗪𝗕𝗪 to assure everyone he would handle it. Ragdoll playfully interrupted, reminding 𝗕𝗪𝗕𝗪 that he couldn't cook for everyone. 𝗕𝗪𝗕𝗪 protested, insisting he was just big-boned. 𝗕𝗏𝗶𝗃𝗁 chimed in, suggesting it sounded like excuses, and instructed everyone to cook their own meals. Chiaki expressed concern about those who didn't know how to cook, to which 𝗕𝗏𝗶𝗃 replied that they would either have to starve or negotiate for food. Aizawa sensed something was off, and Vlad agreed, hinting at the time of the month. Izumi asked if anyone knew how to cook, and Siro admitted he didn't. Izuku explained that they never had the chance since their mom always cooked. 𝗕𝗪𝗕𝗪 offered to teach them, but Izumi then noticed a little boy with a horned hat glaring at the classes. Izuku approached the boy, introducing himself as Izuku Yagi. The boy, Koda, responded with hostility and unexpectedly struck Izuku, causing him to fall. Izumi called out to her brother, while the other students reacted with laughter. Katsumi confronted Koda, who defiantly explained his actions, claiming he felt like it. Mondo was impressed, while Kyoko recognized Koda as the son of All Might, prompting her to consider further investigation. With the group hungry, they decided to cook. As the sun set, they prepared their meals, while those who lacked cooking skills settled for lunchboxes or sack lunches. Siro questioned Aoi about her lunchbox filled with donuts, to which she cheerfully confirmed her love for them. Sayaka added that donuts were her usual choice. Katsumi compared Aoi's preference to Bakugo's love for spicy food, leading to a humorous exchange between them. Lida admonished the name-calling, and Kiyotaka supported him, insisting it was inappropriate. Bakugo and Katsumi continued their banter, much to the dismay of their classmates. Ragdoll then instructed the students to head to the hot springs, separating the boys and girls. After finishing their meals, the students made their way to the springs. Meanwhile, in the forest perimeter, two individuals were stalking the teachers. One of them, Roberta, identified Aizawa as the more problematic teacher due to his quirk, while Vlad posed a different challenge. They discussed their scouting duty and anticipated the upcoming attack, with Roberta preparing to set things in motion. Back at the hot springs, the boys were enjoying themselves, with Leon performing cannonballs and Chihiro cautioning them about the shallow water. Siro joined in with his own cannonball, while Lita warned about the potential for injury. Mondo decided to show off with a cannonball of his own, prompting Kiyotaka to urge him to be a better influence. Kirishima then noticed that Kaminari was missing, leading the boys to start searching for Denki. Denki was perched at the top of the wall that separated the girls' and boys' areas. Kazuchi looked on, puzzled, while Sato urged Denki to come down, worried he might get hurt. Denki reassured them, confident in his abilities. Leon, sensing something was about to happen, watched intently. Suddenly, Denki shouted, "Cannonball!" and leaped off the wall, plummeting toward the spring below. The boys cheered him on, excitement filling the air, until Tanaka noticed something unusual. He pointed out the sparks emanating from Denki, prompting Siro to express his surprise. Rin confirmed the strange sight, and Kirishima identified Denki's quirk as lightning. Panic ensued as the boys realized the potential danger, and they sprinted away from the hot springs to avoid the impending chaos. Meanwhile, Monoma confirmed that everyone was accounted for, but Yasuhiro noticed Togami was missing. The boys of Class 101 spotted Togami sitting at the edge of the spring. Just as they called out to him, Denki hit the water, creating a spectacular splash that electrified the spring. In a flash, Togami was pulled to safety by Izuku, who had acted swiftly to save him. Grateful yet surprised, Togami thanked Izuku, who simply brushed off the gratitude and headed toward the boys' locker room to dry off. As Izuku walked, he was lost in thought, reflecting on his inability to save his own brother, feeling a sense of helplessness. Kyoko approached him, curious about his connection to Izumi and whether they were the children of All Might. Izuku, caught off guard, initially denied it but eventually admitted the truth, realizing that Mina had already revealed their identities. When Kyoko inquired about Izuku hesitated, unwilling to discuss the painful memories associated with that name. Understanding his reluctance, Kyoko decided to leave him be, while Izuku made a silent promise to his brother that he would bring him home one day. Meanwhile, Izuku sneezed unexpectedly, prompting concern from his friends. They wondered if he was sick, but he dismissed their worries, joking that someone must be thinking about him. The playful banter continued as Toga expressed her affection, and Izuku responded with a gentle kiss on her forehead. The girls playfully argued over who deserved a kiss next, each claiming their closeness to him as a reason. Izuku, feeling overwhelmed by the attention, decided he wouldn't pick favorites, knowing he cared for all of them equally. Izuku had quietly slipped out of his room while the others were busy arguing. Back at the training camp, the sun shone brightly as the classes trained their quirks to become stronger. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗆 encouraged everyone to work hard, while Ragdoll urged them to stretch their limbs. Tsuyu focused intently, and 𝗵𝗲𝗍 called for everyone to strengthen their quirks. Katsumi motivated the group to evolve into something greater, while Izumi and Izuku prepared for their turns. Izumi activated her telekinetic ability, and Izuku followed with a boost of energy. Mondo observed their progress, and Leon wondered if something was supposed to happen. Izumi expressed her confusion, prompting 𝗵𝗲𝗍 to comment on the noticeable increase in their power. Ragdoll confirmed that they could sense the rise in strength, and Tiger praised their efforts. Izumi and Izuku were surprised to learn that their quirks had indeed grown stronger. Kyoko remarked on their lineage, hinting at their connection to All Might, which left Izuku feeling bewildered. Class 101 reacted with shock, and Kazuchi questioned the implications of being the child of a hero. Hyoko made a dismissive comment, prompting Myheru to apologize for her behavior. As the conversation shifted, Fuyuhiko brought up All Might's past struggles, and Izuku defended him. Kyoko pointed out that All Might's frequent hospital visits suggested he was weakening, which sparked a heated discussion. Izumi, frustrated, decided to return to training, while Sonia questioned her anger. The training resumed under the watchful eyes of 𝗵𝗲𝗍 and 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗆, who ensured everyone stayed focused. As the sun set and the moon rose, 𝗵𝗲𝗍 congratulated the group on their hard work. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗆 announced that they would now prepare for outdoor activities, which surprised some students who felt exhausted. 𝗵𝗲𝗍 explained that the upcoming activity would resemble a haunted house experience, with the instructors hiding around the camp while the students searched for them. Togami expressed his fatigue, but 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗆 motivated him with the promise of a luxury area for the first group to return. As the students formed groups of 4, Mina eagerly anticipated the fun. Aizawa reminded those who had not passed his test that they would need to retake it, much to Mina's dismay. Vlad chimed in, teasing Aizawa about his students' performance. With the groups ready, the WWPC signaled the start of the forest activities, and the students ventured into the woods. In a secluded part of the forest, 2 scouts prepared for the excitement ahead. One of them, filled with anticipation, instructed Roberta to relay their findings to the others. Roberta sniffed the air, detecting the presence of the students. She contemplated her options, deciding to let the hunt begin. With a determined stomp, she extinguished her campfire and dashed into the forest, ready for the challenges that lay ahead. While everyone was engaged in their own activities, Koda sat atop the mountain, gazing out at the forest. He pondered the motivations of others, questioning why so many aspired to be heroes. It seemed foolish to him, wasting one's life to save the day. Sacrificing oneself for strangers was beyond his understanding. He missed his parents and sighed, realizing he should return to the camp before his aunt grew worried. Before Koda could leave, he overheard voices nearby and crept closer to listen. A group was discussing something important. One of them, Izuku, outlined their mission, reminding the others to find 3 specific individuals: Koda, Momo, and Kendo. He warned that anyone else they encountered could be eliminated. 𝗕𝗵𝗍𝗶 expressed confusion about their leader's interest in the trio. Izuku explained that 𝗂𝐽𝐻 was the son of a long-lost water hero. Momo possessed a highly valuable quirk, and Kendo might be a potential recruit or a nomu. 𝗂𝐽𝐻 realized they were after him and his friends and felt a surge of urgency to warn someone. However, before he could escape, a hand covered his mouth, and he was thrown toward the group. Izuku recognized him as one of their targets, and J gleefully noted their success. 𝗬𝗏 suggested they move quickly, but Izuku insisted they wait a moment longer, confident that their ally would arrive soon. Just then, someone shot into the air and landed gracefully before them. The newcomer announced her presence, and Izuku expressed relief, fearing she had been caught. Setsuna, the newcomer, dismissed the idea that anyone could catch her. Toga inquired about another member, Roberta, and Setsuna explained that she had tasks to complete. Izuku revealed he was already aware of her whereabouts, instructing them to listen for the screams. 𝗕𝗵𝗍 questioned the significance of the screams, doubting Roberta's capabilities. Izuku clarified that Roberta was not just an ordinary maid. She was someone who could confront even the most terrifying foes. As if on cue, the chilling sound of children screaming echoed through the forest, sending shivers down the spines of the group, except for Izuku and Makoto. Izuku smiled, knowing that Roberta was about to turn the forest into a scene of chaos. Now it was time for action, and everyone knew their roles. 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗬𝗏 were assigned to capture duty. 𝗵𝗃 acknowledged the plan, while 𝗬𝗏 expressed his uncertainty. Izuku instructed Toga, Setsuna, Roberta, and Seiryu to hold off the students and teachers they might encounter. Toga eagerly anticipated the chaos, while Setsuna was excited about the challenge. Seiryu mentioned their intent to eliminate anyone who got in their way, and Koro grinned in agreement. Izuku then directed 3 others to unleash their full power alongside the nomus. Moonfish craved meat, while Muscular expressed his frustration about not being able to confront a particular student, but he was confident the others would compensate for it. Izuku reminded Denji to refrain from using his chainsaws unless absolutely necessary. Denji seemed troubled and pointed out that he hadn't heard any nomus. Izuku explained they were underground, and just then, the ground began to tremble. A massive hole opened in the mountainside as lower nomus, mannequins, juvies, and wretches rushed toward the forest. Finally, something large and yellow leaped up and landed with a thud. Denji commented on the creature's appearance, while 𝗕𝗏𝗍 expressed disbelief at its existence. Makoto revealed that it was a failed berserker he had created in his lab, known as a lambent berserker. He instructed the creature to attack anyone except for 2 specific individuals, showing their images and emphasizing the need to capture them. The lambent berserker roared and jumped off, leaving Makoto to explain that he wouldn't waste a failed experiment. Izuku urged everyone to focus on finding the 2 targets and then activated a portal. He quickly threw 𝗂𝐽𝐻 through it before it closed, signaling the start of their mission. Meanwhile, the students were in a state of panic, scattering in different directions. Shoto questioned the chaos, while Katsuki accused their rivals of setting them up. Tokoyami urged caution, but Katsumi pointed out the seriousness of their situation. Pikoyama noted that only a specialist could have set such a trap, recalling stories from an old friend. Fuyuhiko speculated about the identity of the trapper, while Izumi pressed Pikoyama for answers. Before tensions escalated, Pikoyama took a defensive stance, prompting Fuyuhiko to question her actions. She insisted that he and the others should escape, but he refused to leave her behind. Katsuki intervened, lifting Fuyuhiko to move them along. As they fled, Pikoyama prepared for a confrontation. Roberta emerged from the shadows, acknowledging Pikoyama's bravery. Pikoyama challenged her to face her, but Roberta revealed her true nature, swiftly incapacitating Pikoyama with a shot to the shoulder followed by a powerful kick. As Pikoyama fell, Roberta contemplated her potential, deciding to let her live while she pursued others caught in her trap. Meanwhile, 𝗂𝐽𝐻 and Monoma were fleeing in terror. 𝗂𝐽𝐻 expressed his disbelief about the earlier events, and Monoma confirmed the reality of their situation. 𝗂𝐻𝐻 felt helpless without a way to call for backup. Setsuna's voice interrupted their conversation, taunting 𝗂𝗬𝗧. Before 𝗂𝗬𝗧 could react, 𝗵𝗲𝗲 pushed him out of the way of an incoming ice shard. He was relieved to have noticed it in time. Setsuna, amused, introduced herself but dismissed them as soon-to-be casualties. As she prepared to attack, her claws became encased in ice armor, and the temperature around them dropped dramatically. 𝗂𝗬𝗧 was confused by the sudden chill, while 𝗵𝗲𝗲 reassured him that he had copied a quirk that would protect him. Setsuna, however, revealed her true position, lounging casually on a tree. She taunted them further, indicating their imminent doom. As she retracted her claws, 𝗵𝗲𝗲 felt a sudden warmth and looked down to see the consequences of their encounter. He turned to see 𝗂𝗬𝗧 lying motionless, his throat injured, sending a wave of fear through him. 𝗵𝗲𝗲 felt desperate, pleading for help in his mind. Setsuna prepared to finish him off, but before she could act, the sound of multiple footsteps and shouting approached. She clicked her tongue in frustration, realizing her luck had run out, and decided to flee into the forest just as Vlad and 𝗬𝗧𝗪 arrived to find the two students, one incapacitated and the other in shock. Vlad exclaimed in disbelief, urging 𝗬𝗧𝗪 to check for 𝗵𝗲𝗲's pulse. 𝗬𝗧𝗪 complied, his heart racing as Vlad expressed his fear of losing more students. He called out for the WWPC, desperate for assistance. Sato's voice broke through the chaos, and Vlad felt a surge of relief upon seeing him and 𝗵𝗲𝗍. He quickly requested backup, urging 𝗵𝗲𝗍 to contact the heroes. 𝗵𝗲𝗍 agreed and activated her quirk, but suddenly, a bullet whizzed past her, striking Sato in the head. 𝗬𝗧𝗪 and Vlad were horrified as Sato fell lifelessly to the ground. 𝗬𝗧𝗪 stammered in confusion, questioning the unfolding chaos. 𝗵𝗲𝗍 revealed the shocking truth: they were being betrayed, and the WWPC was no more. Vlad's anger flared as he confronted 𝗵𝗲𝗍, recalling his suspicions about her and the others. 𝗵𝗲𝗍 dismissed his concerns with a smirk, and just as tensions rose, Seiryu emerged from her hiding spot, smoke billowing from her weapon. She taunted Vlad, questioning who he would inform about the betrayal. 𝗬𝗧𝗪, enraged, charged at her, but Vlad called out in warning. 𝗵𝗲𝗍 then signaled for May to join them. As soon as she appeared, 𝗬𝗧𝗪 was suddenly pulled into the forest, his screams echoing as May casually slipped out. She assured Vlad that 𝗬𝗪 would be fine, albeit with some injuries. May demanded information about Class 101's whereabouts, offering a deal to spare the remaining students. Vlad scoffed at the idea of negotiating with villains, casting a glare at 𝗵𝗲𝗍. 𝗵𝗲𝗍 shrugged off his disdain, stating she would be at the meet-up point. May, undeterred, prepared for battle, declaring her intent to unleash her metallic wrath. Meanwhile, J0taro and 𝗬𝗁 were locked in a fierce confrontation, with J0taro gaining the upper hand. He mocked 𝗬𝗁, who insisted he was no ordinary opponent. As the battle raged on, J0taro unleashed a powerful attack, but 𝗬𝗁 managed to evade one of the sickles. J0taro retaliated with a flurry of strikes, leaving 𝗬𝗁 struggling on the ground. Just as 𝗬𝗁 felt himself slipping, J0taro relented, allowing him to breathe, but not without a parting shot. He left 𝗬𝗁 unconscious, finding the encounter tedious. Elsewhere, Ojiro, Shoji, and Aoyama were desperately searching for help. Ojiro lamented their dire situation, while Shoji expressed his hope for a break. Just then, they were relieved to see Tiger and 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 approaching. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 urged them to hurry, revealing they had found their teacher and other students. However, the mood shifted as 𝗵𝗃𝗏's demeanor changed, and the sound of chainsaws filled the air. Ojiro and Shoji turned in horror to see Aoyama being overwhelmed, revealing Denji, who was reveling in the chaos. Denji laughed maniacally, enjoying the moment as 𝗵𝗃𝗏 and Tiger joined him in their betrayal. Shoji was left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the shocking turn of events. Tiger explained that their master had blessed them with better quirks than they originally possessed, which is why they now served him. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 added that now that Ojiro knew the truth, their friend would have to face a grim fate. She walked away, leaving Ojiro enraged. He rushed forward, leaping into the air to launch an attack at 𝗵𝗃𝗏. However, Tiger intercepted him, swiftly incapacitating Ojiro, leaving him limp and shocking Shoji to his core. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐵 sighed, remarking that Ojjiro's fate could have been avoided, but now it was too late. Denji, eager for a challenge, rushed forward, calling out to Shoji to come at him. Shoji responded with determination, and the two began to clash. Meanwhile, Aizawa and the other students remained in the test room, unaware of the chaos outside. Denki expressed concern about the frightening sounds they heard, while Shiro felt relieved to be inside. Mina teased Shiro about his fear, but Kirishima urged him to relax, insisting it couldn't be that bad. Aizawa, frustrated with the noise, reminded them to remain silent during the test, even if it was a retake. He wondered what Vlad was doing when suddenly, a loud crash startled everyone. They were shocked to see Vlad, injured, along with a terrified Monoma and Tetsu, who was missing a leg, thrown through the wall. Kirishima rushed to Tetsu, who urged him to escape. Aizawa pointed at Monoma, demanding to know what had happened. Monoma explained that they had been attacked in the forest. Just then, a series of explosions interrupted him, and he panicked, insisting they needed to leave immediately. Aizawa questioned him further, but Shiro shouted a warning just as fire erupted toward them. Aizawa dodged the flames, carrying Monoma to safety, and turned to see their attacker. It was myheroacademia, proudly introducing her latest creation, the 3 Malawian Quatches Panzerhound. Aizawa was taken aback, recalling her previous project. May reassured him that her earlier creation was still around, but it was now hunting. Mina, confused, asked what it was hunting, and May casually listed various creatures, including children. Aizawa's alarm grew as he realized the implication. May explained that her purpose was to test her new invention, courtesy of her brother's work. Kirishima recognized May's brother as the pink-haired student from Class 1B. May requested that they stand still so she could demonstrate her creation's capabilities. Aizawa declared the test over and instructed the students to find help. Denki rallied the group to carry the unconscious Vlad and the other students toward the main building, leaving Aizawa to buy them time. May taunted Aizawa, confident in her machine's superiority, and commanded the Panzerhound to attack. Aizawa, determined to stall, prepared for the oncoming confrontation as the Panzerhound charged toward him. Meanwhile, Momo found herself alone and frightened, calling out for her friends in the darkness. Mandali sighed, wondering what she was going to do. While Momo was walking around, she heard noises coming from her direction. She prepared for a fight but instead saw Yosetsu and Teruteru from Class 1B and Class 101 running the other way, both showing signs of injury. Yosetsu was out of breath as he said they had lost whatever was chasing them. Teruteru, also panting, questioned what those things were. Momo rushed over, concerned for their well-being. Yosetsu, frustrated, exclaimed that his hand had been severely injured. Teruteru tried to calm him down, reminding him to be respectful. Yosetsu snapped back, pointing out the obvious state of his injury. Momo, feeling overwhelmed, expressed her fear and confusion, revealing that she had just witnessed a traumatic event. Teruteru noted that Yosetsu had upset her, prompting Yosetsu to apologize and comfort her with a hug. Momo calmed down slightly, and Yosetsu insisted they needed to escape the forest, suspecting it was a trap. Teruteru explained that the forest's activity was a trick by the WWPC. Momo was shocked, unable to comprehend how heroes could be involved in such a situation. Yosetsu voiced his frustration at the absence of any heroes to help them. Suddenly, Ragdoll emerged from the bushes, surprising the trio. Momo felt relieved, thinking Ragdoll was there to help. Ragdoll reassured them that everything was under control, but Teruteru pointed out the chaos around them. Ragdoll dismissed their concerns, claiming they should not worry. Yosetsu, angered by her nonchalance, demanded to know how she could say that. Ragdoll simply replied that they were next. Unbeknownst to the others, Ragdoll slowly revealed her iron claws. Yosetsu, sensing danger, prepared to use his quirk. However, Ragdoll swiftly struck him, causing him to stagger back in shock. Momo and Teruteru watched in horror as Yosetsu realized the severity of his injury. His last words were a panicked admission that he could no longer feel his face before he collapsed. Momo screamed, and Teruteru joined her in terror. Ragdoll noted their loud reactions, worrying they might attract attention, and decided to act quickly. Before 𝗕𝗪𝙢𝙢 could finish his sentence, a group of mannequins leaped out, tackling him to the ground. Momo was horrified as she watched him being overwhelmed. Just then, Ragdoll grabbed Momo by her hair, lifting her off the ground. Momo pleaded for release, but Ragdoll shushed her, explaining that she had plans for her and Kendo, wherever she was. A purple portal opened beneath Momo, and Ragdoll dropped her into it before it closed. Ragdoll then mused about her future, stating her career as a hero was over, but she was about to become something greater before running off. Meanwhile, another hunting party searched for Kendo without success. 𝗬𝗏 expressed his frustration at the lack of progress, while 𝗕𝗏 reminded him to refer to Izuku as 𝗬𝗏 during missions. Just then, something was thrown toward them, and they narrowly dodged it. They were shocked to find a student, Kojiro Bando, lying on the ground, bleeding and unconscious. 𝗕𝗏 noted that Kojiro was not their target, and 𝗬𝗏 wondered who could have done this. They were about to find out when they spotted two glowing red eyes watching them from the woods. A creature emerged, carrying a bloody and unconscious Kendo along with a barely conscious pony. It was a green 𝗓𝗓𝗃. 𝗕𝗏 realized they had found their target but faced a significant problem. 𝗬𝗏 panicked, unsure of what to do. The 𝗓𝗓𝗃 dropped both students and transformed back into green mint, leaving the villains relieved. 𝗬𝗏 noted that they had found the target and suggested calling in the others to leave before backup arrived. As he spoke, the distant sound of multiple police sirens echoed through the area. 𝗕𝗏 urged everyone to hurry as they ran back to the meet-up point with the two students. Upon arrival, they found the 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗃 along with Makoto and the rest of their group, except for Moonfish and Muscular. 𝗕𝗏 questioned the whereabouts of the other two, but Toga dismissed the concern, emphasizing the need to escape. Seiryu confirmed the approach of the police sirens, while Izuku confirmed they had everyone and the three targets. Mei curiously pointed out who Green Mint was carrying in his arms. Green Mint smiled, but 𝗕𝗏 admitted he didn't know why Izuku had brought her along. Izuku insisted they could figure it out later and called for Kurogiri. A giant purple portal opened, and everyone began to step through one at a time. Just as Toga was about to enter, a wave of fire surged from the forest toward her. Izuku reacted quickly, kicking her into the portal, but in the process, he burned his foot. Toga called out to him in concern, while Dabi urged him to hurry. 𝗕𝗏 echoed the urgency, and before Izuku could follow, tape ensnared his feet, causing him to stumble. Denji shouted that he was coming to help, and Makoto reassured Izuku that he was on his way. Izuku urged Kurogiri to close the portal immediately. Kurogiri hesitated, asking about Izuku's safety, but Izuku insisted he would be fine and urged him to close it. Kurogiri complied, but Legion protested. Just as they were about to escape, Kurogiri shut the portal, leaving Izuku behind. He quickly freed himself from the tape and turned to face what remained of Class 1A, Class 1B, and Class 101. Izuku declared that this was the end of the line for him, stating he had no intention of running anymore. He began to grow in size, warning them that before he unleashed his full power, they could speak if they wished. Rin asked what he planned to do with their friends, and Izuku replied that he had no idea about Kendo, but for Momo, his boss wanted her quirk. Izumi pleaded with him not to go through with it, expressing her longing to avoid hurting him. Katsumi urged him to listen, insisting it wasn't too late to stop. Shoka echoed this sentiment, while Shoto suggested he turn himself in for a lighter punishment. Katsuki demanded that Izuku stop, threatening him with an explosion. Izuku, now fully grown, taunted Katsuki about his past threats and warned that what he had done on the school roof was only the beginning. He had dragged everyone into this mess. Izumi rallied everyone to prepare for the confrontation, and the classes responded with determination. Izuku announced it was time to begin, entering a fierce mode as he charged forward, followed by Izuku and the others. As they clashed, Izuku swiped at many of them with his powerful paws, sending them flying. He challenged them, questioning if that was their best effort. Izumi unleashed a telekinetic punch, while Izuku attempted an earth-based attack. Izuku dodged Izumi's punch and threw her aside before rushing toward Izuku. Just then, two enormous rock hands emerged from the ground, attempting to trap him, but he narrowly avoided them. Katsumi and Katsuki launched their own attacks, but Izuku absorbed the hit from Katsumi and retaliated by sending her crashing into Shoka. Katsuki's blast nearly struck Rin, who warned him to aim carefully. 𝗔𝗪𝗧, another classmate, began to grow, claiming he could match Izuku's strength. Izuku welcomed the challenge and charged at 𝗔𝗪𝗧, who was prepared in a sumo stance. As Izuku closed in, 𝗔𝗪𝗧 attempted to bear hug him, but Izuku's weight surprised him. 𝗔𝗪𝗧 realized he might have underestimated the situation. Izuku demanded 𝗔𝗪𝗧 release him, slashing at him and sending him flying, leaving a mark on his face. However, before he could continue his assault, he felt something wrap around his neck, not tightly but enough for him to notice. 𝗬𝗪 jumped onto Izuku's back, attempting to wrap tape around his neck to control his movements. However, Izuku had a different plan. He thought about how 𝗬𝗪 was trying to ride him, then let out a mighty roar, warning 𝗬𝗪 to hold on tight. As Izuku shook his head, 𝗬𝗪 fell in front of him. Izuku began spinning 𝗬𝗪 around by the tape, using him as a weapon to hit Mina, Kirishima, and Denki, who ended up getting shocked and knocked out. Izuku expressed his disappointment, thinking that he expected more of a challenge. Shoto reminded him that he was surrounded. Before Izuku could respond, a powerful sonic wave sent him crashing into the cliffside. Slowly getting back up, he realized that only one person could create such a wave, Present Mic. This meant that the others were likely nearby as well. Emerging from the crater, Izuku spotted the U staff and a large number of police officers. Aizawa confirmed Izuku's suspicion and cancelled his quirk. Izuku, feeling the pressure, declared that even without his quirk, he would continue to fight. He pulled out a pair of brass knuckles, naming one, the Devil Destroyer, and the other, the Angel Annihilator. In his mind, he imagined Mariana and Darius's reactions to his new weapons, feeling a sense of pride. Meanwhile, Namuri urged Izuku to stand down, but he refused, apologizing for the stomach pains he was about to cause. In a swift motion, he blitzed toward Midnight, delivering a gut punch that knocked her out. The others rushed at him, but Izuku charged forward, dodging their attacks. He faced Snipes, who shot at him, but Izuku evaded every shot and landed a punch that knocked Snipes down. As Snipes attempted to recover, Izuku delivered a swift kick, rendering him unconscious. Dodging an incoming sonic wave in Aizawa's capture scarf, Izuku engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Aizawa, both showing impressive skills. Aizawa acknowledged Izuku's abilities, and Izuku replied that he had trained hard. He then began to move at an incredible speed, making it difficult for Aizawa to keep up. Getting behind Aizawa, Izuku prepared a powerful punch, calling it a bear punch. The strike sent Aizawa flying into the forest, knocking him out. Transforming back into his bear form, Izuku let out a loud war cry, boasting that despite losing his quirk temporarily, they still couldn't defeat him. He found the situation boring. Izuku, another opponent, attempted to entertain him with a powerful punch, but Izuku stood firm, surprising Izuku with his resilience. Izuku, frustrated, questioned how Izuku remained standing after such a hit. Just then, Kohei revealed himself, having cut Izuku while he was distracted. Izuku, confused about what had just happened, learned that Kohei had stopped him from causing further trouble. Kohei then unleashed a series of small cuts on Izuku, causing him to lose consciousness, shocking everyone present. Kohei bowed, stating that he sensed Izuku could be a problem in the future. Izuku and the others were stunned by Kohei's effortless defeat of Izuku. Kohei asked about Izuku's connection to them, noting that he had been a formidable opponent. As the group exchanged uneasy glances, Kohei pressed for answers, suggesting that Izuku had been misled onto a villainous path. Tensions rose as they debated whether to share their secrets. As Kohei sped away, the police moved in to apprehend Izuku. Just then, a loud crunch echoed through the area, causing everyone to turn in fear. Izuku stood tall in his bear form, having recovered quickly, with 2 police officers incapacitated at his feet. He explained that he had only pretended to be unconscious while they were arguing, revealing his resilience. Izuku laughed, stating that he was tougher than they thought and introduced his new form, the great scar bear. Just as he was about to demonstrate his power, he received a message from 𝗓𝗧, informing him that she would be transporting him and the others who had fallen in battle. At the moment the bar was raided, Izuku managed to teleport everyone to 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏's base. He instructed everyone to revert to their base forms, and after a brief moment he transformed. Izuku then expressed his longing to leave, stating he had places to be, and with a laugh, he was enveloped in a slime-like substance before disappearing. The others were left in disbelief, questioning how he had managed to escape. Meanwhile, the Legion observed as 𝗓𝗧 and All Might engaged in a fierce battle. Suddenly, a member of the Yakuza rushed in, reporting that 𝗬𝗏 had appeared and fallen from the ceiling. The Legion quickly exited the room to find Izuku, Muscular, and Moonfish rising from the ground. Izuku commented on the unpleasantness of the teleportation method and noted he needed to have a talk with 𝗓𝗧 about it. Without warning, he was tackled to the ground by his girlfriends and daughters, who expressed their relief and frustration at his reckless behavior. They had been worried about him and had even devised plans to rescue him if necessary. Izuku reassured them that he was fine and asked what had happened during his absence. Shigaraki explained that the heroes had discovered their location due to a tracking device created by a kid with a creation quirk. They had been raided and almost arrested, but the 𝗵𝗏𝗄𝗏 had been released, leading to their teleportation. Izuku learned that the kids had also arrived through a similar teleportation method, appearing as if by magic. Shigaraki continued, revealing that they had been transported to the ruins of the 𝗕𝗏𝗄 factory, where All Might had shown up. They had witnessed the intense fight between 𝗓𝗧 and All Might, with 𝗓𝗧 dominating the battle. Izuku turned to see 𝗓𝗧 overpowering All Might, who was struggling to defend himself. The fight escalated, and just as 𝗓𝗧 was about to finish All Might, she was suddenly sent crashing into a building, shocking everyone. Nana Shimura had arrived, determined to put an end to 𝗓𝗧's rampage. The two women clashed fiercely, each refusing to back down, while the onlookers held their breath in anticipation. As the battle raged on, 𝗓𝗧 began to laugh, catching Nana off guard. She taunted Nana about the past, hinting at a dark secret regarding the 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏. Nana, confused and alarmed, demanded to know what 𝗓𝗧 was implying. 𝗓𝗧 revealed that 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏s were created from deceased individuals, and with a snap of her fingers, she summoned a horrific creature from the rubble of the factory. Nana fell to her knees in despair as the monstrous form emerged, revealing the truth about her long-lost husband. 𝗓𝗧 relished in Nana's anguish, declaring that they had brought him back as the first high-end 𝗕𝗏𝗄, downfall. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the battle continued, and the fate of everyone hung in the balance. Efo let out a chilling laugh, pondering whether his sister had the resolve to correct nature's mistake and confront Downfall. Meanwhile, in the midst of battle, Downfall roared in pain, and when Nana heard her husband's voice filled with anguish, fury surged within her. Tears streamed down her face as she locked eyes with 𝗓𝗧, charging at her with determination. Nana was resolute in her intent to confront 𝗓𝗧. 𝗓𝗧 remarked that such anger was not very heroic, snapping her fingers to summon Downfall. He lunged toward Nana, attempting to stomp on her, but she dodged just in time, gazing at her former husband, now transformed into a high-end 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏. Nana's heart ached at the sight of him. Downfall, in a moment of clarity, pleaded with her to end his suffering. 𝗓𝗧, observing the scene, noted the bittersweet nature of his request, taunting Nana about whether she had the strength to fulfill it. Just as the tension escalated, 𝗓𝗧 teleported away, leaving Nana to face Downfall alone. In a separate location, 𝗓𝗧 arrived at 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏's base, collapsing onto the couch as questions bombarded her. She explained that the creature she had unleashed was a high-end 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏, significantly stronger than the usual ones. When asked how many lives it took to create such a being, she revealed that it only required one, provided that person had the will to fight. They had chosen Nana's husband, Daniel, for this purpose. As the conversation continued, 𝗓𝗧 elaborated on the name, Downfall, linking it to the consequences of choices made in life. She explained that they had underestimated Daniel's capacity for rebellion, which led to his imprisonment until he was needed. Additionally, she warned that if Nana succeeded in killing him, there would be a price to pay. The group turned their attention back to the battle, witnessing Nana's fury as she fought Downfall with relentless determination. Despite her emotional turmoil, she was delivering powerful blows, yet Downfall resisted, caught in a struggle between his commands and his instincts. The fight raged on until dawn broke, revealing Downfall impaled by a sharp rock, while Nana stood victorious, her fist raised high amidst the cheers of the crowd. Shigaraki expressed frustration at their near success, while Izuku noted that both sides had suffered losses. They turned their focus to the hostages, and 𝗓𝗧 assured them she could work with the situation. Ritsu questioned the consequences 𝗓𝗧 had mentioned, to which she cryptically replied that they would soon find out. In the aftermath, All Might retired, and Nana chose to pass the title of #1 hero to 𝗕𝗏𝗏, surprising everyone. 𝗬𝗧 was under scrutiny following the attack on the training camp, and the search for 2 missing students intensified. Meanwhile, Izuku began training with a sword, preparing for future confrontations. Hours later, Nana received a call from the hospital, rushing to find her old sidekick and best friend, Gran Torino, had passed away. The news of his death spread across Japan, with varying opinions on the cause. As the Legion watched the news, Shigaraki realized the implications of their actions, while 𝗓𝗧 confirmed that Gran Torino's death was a consequence of Nana's battle with Downfall. In Tartarus prison, 𝗕𝗏𝗏 mused about Nana's ability to confront her lover, surprised by her resolve. Just then, Nana and Toshinori entered, demanding answers. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 revealed a shocking truth about Nana's family, claiming she had another grandson, the leader of the Legion, Tamura Shigaraki. Devastated, Nana ran off, while Toshinori confronted 𝗕𝗏𝗏, who taunted him about their shared neglect of family. As tensions rose, Toshinori left, vowing that 𝗕𝗏𝗏 would never see the light of day again. 𝗕𝗏𝗏, with a sinister grin, hinted at deeper secrets yet to be uncovered. The story continued, with the heroes remaining on high alert in the wake of the Kamino Ward incident. The story begins with a group of friends embarking on a quest filled with mystery and adventure. They navigate through dense forests and treacherous mountains, driven by a shared goal. Each member of the group brings unique skills and perspectives, contributing to their dynamic. As they face various challenges along the way. As they journey deeper into the unknown, they encounter strange creatures and obstacles that test their resolve. The atmosphere is tense, filled with moments of suspense as they confront dangers lurking in the shadows. The friends rely on each other, their bonds strengthening as they overcome each trial. Throughout their adventure, they discover ancient secrets and hidden treasures, which reveal the rich history of the land. The thrill of exploration fuels their determination, pushing them to uncover the truth behind their quest. As they draw closer to their destination, the stakes rise. They must confront a powerful adversary who stands in their way, leading to a climactic showdown. The friends unite, combining their strengths and strategies to face this formidable foe. The battle is intense, filled with daring maneuvers and clever tactics, showcasing their growth and teamwork. In the end, they emerge victorious, having not only achieved their goal but also forged unbreakable friendships. Their journey leaves a lasting impact on each of them, shaping their futures and instilling a sense of purpose. The adventure concludes with a promise of new beginnings and the excitement of future quests yet to come. 2 children had gone missing, leaving their families and the entire community in a state of distress. The search efforts intensified as the days passed, with volunteers combing through the woods and local parks, hoping to find any clue that would lead them to the missing kids. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the ground, a sense of urgency filled the air. Parents clung to their loved ones tightly, their hearts heavy with worry. The local authorities organized search parties, and the townspeople rallied together, determined to bring the children home safely. In the midst of the chaos, a group of friends decided to investigate on their own. They believed they had seen something unusual in the woods earlier that week. With flashlights in hand, they ventured into the darkening forest, their hearts racing with a mix of fear and determination. As they moved deeper into the woods, the atmosphere grew tense. The trees loomed overhead, and the sounds of the night surrounded them. They whispered among themselves, sharing their theories and trying to stay brave. Suddenly, one of them spotted something glimmering in the distance. They approached cautiously, their hearts pounding, hoping it would lead them to the missing children. What they found was a small, abandoned campsite. The remnants of a fire lay cold, and scattered belongings hinted that someone had been there recently. The friends exchanged worried glances, realizing they were not alone in the woods. They felt a chill run down their spines as they considered the possibility that the missing kids might have been taken to this very spot. Determined to uncover the truth, they pressed on, their resolve stronger than ever. The search for the missing children had turned into a quest for answers, and they were determined to find out what had happened, no matter the cost. The events surrounding the 𝗕𝗶𝗶𝗄𝐵 and 𝗂𝐷𝗀 unfolded in unexpected ways. Tensions rose as the characters navigated their challenges, each facing their own trials. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, and the stakes were higher than ever. As they confronted their fears and insecurities, the bonds between them grew stronger, shaping their destinies in ways they had never imagined. The journey ahead promised both danger and discovery, pushing them to their limits as they sought to uncover the truth behind their circumstances. The Legion had become a top priority after the tragic deaths of students at the training camp. Security at 𝗬𝗧 was at an all-time high, making it significantly more difficult to enter and exit the premises, with patrols lasting longer than usual. Meanwhile, at Overhaul's base, the Legion was gathered, enjoying a moment of respite. Loto approached Izuku with a curious expression. She asked if she had a grandmother and grandfather. Izuku replied affirmatively, wondering why she was asking. Loto explained that she and 𝗬𝗧 had been discussing it and were curious about why they had never met their grandparents. Izuku shared that his parents had neglected him during his childhood, focusing their attention on his siblings, who had caused him pain. Loto hugged him tightly, expressing her sorrow for what he had endured. Izuku reassured her that he had grown stronger from those experiences, and while his siblings were trying to reconnect, he had no intention of allowing that to happen. Loto, still concerned, inquired about Lucy, to which Izuku clarified that she was a good sister, the one he had always wished for. Just then, 𝗬𝗧 called out to Izuku, saying that Uncle Shiggy wanted to speak with him. Izuku told Loto he had to go and that she could play with Eri in the meantime. As Izuku walked toward Overhaul's office, he reflected on the promise he had made to himself when he first met Loto and 𝗬𝗧. If anything ever happened to them, he would do whatever it took to protect them. Upon entering the office, he found Shigaraki, Overhaul, Toga, Mr. Compress, and Makoto gathered around a letter on the table. Shigaraki began to explain the situation. A flashback revealed that earlier that morning, Overhaul and Shigaraki had been discussing 𝗬𝗧's heightened security and their ongoing search for the two individuals they had kidnapped. Overhaul mentioned that their projects were progressing well with the help of Makoto and Mikan. He then asked Shigaraki if he thought the heroes would search the underworld. Shigaraki doubted it, stating that the underworld was filled with criminals and was practically untouchable. Suddenly, two figures appeared, one smiling brightly and the other casually holding a cigarette and a letter. Shigaraki demanded to know who they were and how they had found the place. The smiling figure introduced herself as 𝗧𝗪, a demon and killer for the Hajime crime family, while her companion, Justice, introduced herself in a similar manner. Shigaraki was intrigued, and Overhaul was annoyed by their banter. 𝗧𝗪 tossed an envelope onto the table, and Overhaul picked it up, asking what it was. The demon clarified that it was indeed an envelope. Overhaul opened it to find an invitation addressed to the leader of the Legion of Villains, inviting them to a meeting with Hajime Hinata, the godfather of the crime family, along with two other gangs. The meeting was set to take place in Little Italy at a diner called Mama's Amore Edificio. The letter warned them not to be late and emphasized the importance of attending. Shigaraki was taken aback by the significance of the invitation, while Overhaul struggled to maintain his composure. Shigaraki reassured him that it was just a meeting, but Overhaul insisted that it was a life-or-death situation. Alexa then entered, explaining that Hajime was not just any godfather but the godfather of the entire underworld. She advised them to bring only those they trusted to behave appropriately. Returning to the present, Izuku acknowledged the situation and agreed to attend the meeting, expressing his curiosity about Little Italy. 𝗲𝗏𝗃 instructed everyone to dress nicely for the occasion, and after a brief preparation, they returned, ready to make a good impression. Shigaraki suggested they not keep the godfather waiting, and the group prepared to depart, eager for what lay ahead. The group decided to take Izuku's car. 𝗲𝗏𝗃 expressed his doubts about the vehicle's suitability, but Izuku was eager to prove him wrong. They all got up and walked down the corridor, stepping outside to find a sleek car waiting for them. Toga's eyes lit up as she asked if it belonged to Izuku, to which he proudly confirmed that he had won it at a car auction. 𝗲𝗏𝗃 quickly dismissed his earlier concerns, and Shigaraki complimented Izuku on his impressive ride. With excitement, Izuku suggested they take the car for a spin. They climbed into the vehicle and set off toward Little Italy. The drive lasted about 30 minutes, and as they arrived, they were met with a tense atmosphere. Gunmen from various gangs lined the streets and perched on rooftops, keeping a watchful eye on everyone entering and exiting the area. Toga wondered aloud why there were so many armed individuals around. 𝗲𝗏𝗃 explained that when the godfather made an appearance, all gang members, hustlers, and criminals paused their activities to show their respect. This highlighted the godfather's significant influence, making it crucial for them to make a good impression. Compress had always heard stories, but he never thought they were real. He felt that all this security was a bit excessive. 𝗲𝗏𝗃, the most successful and dangerous person in the area, assured him that such measures were necessary. Izuku parked the car right in front of the restaurant, and everyone began to exit. The squad looked ahead to see Justice outside, checking everyone who entered through the front door. Justice smiled upon seeing them. It was good to see them, and he mentioned that the evening would be awesome. Shigaraki asked if they needed to be checked, but Justice waved them through, asking if they had the letter. Izuku confirmed he had it, and Justice instructed him to show it to the man with black hair, who would take them to a private room. A random gang member questioned why they didn't have to be searched, to which Justice replied that they were special, unlike him and his crew. The gang member retorted, but Justice warned him to be quiet if he wanted to get in. The tension eased as Justice allowed them to enter, and Shigaraki expressed that it was no trouble at all. As they stepped inside the restaurant, they found a medium-sized dining area filled with a mix of regular patrons, mafia members, and mob bosses from across the underworld. Izuku admired the place, while Toga found it pretty. Mr. Compress loved the scenery, and Shigaraki anticipated the food would be excellent. 𝗲𝗏𝗃 added that it would be more than just good, it would be transcendent. An employee interrupted them, pointing out they were holding up the line. 𝗲𝗏𝗃 apologized and handed over the letter. The employee examined it briefly before leading them through a glass door into a much larger dining area filled with more prominent gangs and mob bosses. He directed them to a big round table where other special guests were seated. Shigaraki thanked the employee, who introduced himself as Asucar Ludenberg, the bodyguard of the godfather. 𝗲𝗏𝗃 expressed their appreciation for the hospitality, and Asucar assured them he enjoyed serving them as long as they caused no trouble. With a cheerful farewell, Asucar left, and Izuku suggested they move to their table. As they approached the large round table, one of the bosses acknowledged them as special guests. Shigaraki confirmed their identity as the Legion of Villains. Another boss, Sal Marcano, introduced himself, along with his associates Sergio Velez and Mero, the leader of the Brotherhood. Mr. Compress was pleased to meet such notable figures. Sal invited them to sit and asked about the mask Mr. Compress wore. They took their seats, attempting to engage in small talk, but it fell flat. Izuku inquired about the name cards on some seats, and Sal explained they were for others arriving soon. Just then, Lillian Morningstar entered with her squad, greeting everyone and acknowledging familiar faces. Mero invited her to sit, but not in the reserved seats. Lillian brought her companions to the table, and 𝗲𝗏𝗃 asked her why she had brought two people to such a serious gathering. She suggested he focus on his own affairs instead. Sal inquired if they knew each other, and 𝗲𝗏𝗃 confirmed they were business partners. Lillian added a playful remark about Izuku, who was oblivious to her interest. As they waited for the boss to arrive, they discussed their businesses with the other bosses offering tips. As the sun began to set, more members of the crime family entered, and the final guest, Wu, the leader of the 18K triad, arrived. Tensions rose as Connor, another guest, exchanged harsh words with Wu, but before things escalated, someone flew out of the kitchen, bloodied and panicked, followed by two angry figures. Finally, 𝗕𝗵𝗲, the godfather, entered. The atmosphere shifted as he confronted the injured man, demanding to know why he had acted so recklessly. The room grew tense as Hajime made it clear that disrespect would not be tolerated, and he awaited an explanation from the trembling man before him. Hajime confronted Haji, accusing him of betraying their trust. He reminded Haji of what Kotoko had mentioned recently about his inappropriate gaze towards her. Haji stammered, insisting he hadn't done anything wrong, claiming he was merely looking out for her. In a sudden burst of anger, Hajime struck Haji's knee with his cane, causing him to cry out in agony as he locked eyes with Hajime. Hajime warned him sternly that Kotoko was a child and that he never wanted to see Haji lurking around her or anyone else again. Haji pleaded for mercy, assuring Hajime that he had shared everything he knew about the police and the heroes. Hajime pressed him for one crucial detail, demanding to know who he had been sharing this information with. Haji reluctantly admitted that he had given it all to the police chief, Donald. An uncomfortable silence fell between them, stretching on for what felt like an eternity. Laughter echoed through the room, from the goons to the other mob bosses, leaving the three guests puzzled about the source of the amusement. Hajime lowered his head to glance at Haji, who appeared terrified. He informed Haji about the crooked cops and how Donald, who brought donuts every Thursday, had given him all the files Haji had provided. Hajime expressed his frustration, instructing his men, Kuchillo and Kadena, to take Haji away, ensuring he would suffer slowly. The guests watched in shock, accustomed to the brutal realities of mob life. As Hajime took his seat at the large round table, he apologized for the interruption and signaled the start of the meeting. Wu remarked that it was about time, to which Hajime retorted, urging him to hold his tongue. He then addressed the group, explaining that the meeting was called due to recent developments in hero society, particularly the fall of All Might from the top hero position. The crime family responded with applause, but Hajime warned them of a new threat, 𝗕𝗏𝗲. Unlike All Might, 𝗕𝗏𝗲 was a strategic thinker, and Hajime cautioned everyone to be careful with their operations to avoid attracting the attention of heroes. Next, he introduced Mrs. Morningstar, who had managed the casinos since she was 14. He offered her the chance to run the entire operation, to which she expressed her honor but questioned why he couldn't do it himself. Hajime explained that while managing the underworld was manageable, running operations could be challenging, especially with troublesome individuals like Wu around. Hajime then turned to the Legion, asking why they had been antagonizing the heroes. Shigaraki explained their goal was to dismantle hero society and allow villains to take control, a sentiment echoed by Sal, who compared it to a time when only low-level cops were present. Hajime appreciated Shigaraki's ambition and expressed his support. However, he confronted Wu about his inability to manage his crew and his reckless behavior. Wu defiantly claimed he did whatever he wanted, disregarding authority. The tension in the room escalated, and Hajime asked if Wu spoke for the entire triad. When Wu confirmed he did, Hajime snapped his fingers, prompting Azucar to shoot Wu in the neck. The chaos continued as others eliminated Wu's associates, leaving Wu gasping for breath on the floor. Hajime stood up, took Azucar's pistol, and confronted Wu, who struggled to speak. After delivering a final warning about disrespect, Hajime shot Wu in the head, letting out a long sigh as he returned to his seat. He instructed his men to clean up the mess, and they promptly began their task. Overhaul, concerned, asked if Hajime was all right. Hajime counted down, anticipating the arrival of the head chef. The kitchen door burst open, revealing his mother, furious at the scene before her. She questioned Hajime about the dead bodies, to which he explained the disrespect shown to him and the family. Understanding but still displeased, she offered food to the group, and they expressed their gratitude. Hinata welcomed everyone with warmth, encouraging them to call her by her name, Mimako. She clapped her hands, signaling the arrival of 3 large carts filled with food. The delicious aroma wafted through the air, heightening everyone's anticipation. Mimako proudly introduced the feast as her special sit-down specialty, inviting everyone to enjoy the meal. As she clapped her hands again, the other chefs lifted the metal trays, revealing an impressive spread of dishes. Hajime expressed concern that the guests might not be able to finish all the food, to which 𝗵𝗃𝗄 replied with hope that they would enjoy it regardless. With a cheerful farewell, she walked away, leaving Hajime to conclude the event. He raised a toast to a bright future, one where the city had no heroes. The crowd echoed his sentiment with cheers, celebrating together. As the sit-down came to an end, laughter and joy filled the restaurant. However, outside, the 18K crime family faced dire consequences, dwindling in numbers until they were no more. As closing time approached, everyone began to disperse, returning to their respective lives. Meanwhile, at 𝗬𝗧, the staff gathered at 𝗧𝗏's request for an important announcement. 𝗧𝗏 greeted them, acknowledging the short notice. Aizawa, still recovering from a recent incident, inquired about the purpose of the meeting. Midnight echoed his sentiment, expressing her surprise at Izuku's newfound strength. Snipe remarked on Izuku's impressive abilities, while Small Might questioned how he had acquired a quirk despite being previously deemed quirkless. 𝗧𝗏 suggested they could investigate that later, revealing that they would soon have guests to assist with the Legion situation. Nana was curious about who 𝗧𝗏 had called in. 𝗧𝗏 introduced Giovanna, Milia Rage, and Ram Lethal Valentine, 3 international heroes who would aid in capturing the Legion. It seemed 𝗧𝗏 was finally taking action, and things were about to get intense. To be continued. Snow blanketed the ground, a reminder of the chill that lingered in the air. On Onigashima, Ultai felt a sense of belonging, declaring it her home for all seasons. Page 1 encouraged everyone to embrace the moment and enjoy the festivities. At Company 8 HQ, Shinra suggested they escape the sun and dive into the cold. Iris expressed her love, envisioning a place filled with joy. Tatsumi proposed a trip to the North Pole for a happy adventure, while 𝗧𝗏 reassured everyone that there was no need for tears during the Christmas season. The Legion celebrated with their snowman, joyfully shouting Merry Christmas. Izuku joined in, wishing everyone a wonderful holiday, though Shigaraki felt less festive. Loto innocently inquired about the police presence, and Izuku explained their sneaky entrance to sing. Tiara questioned the legality of their actions, but Izuku reassured them that as long as they were singing, they were fine. Just as they were about to leave, the police arrived, prompting a hasty escape. Meanwhile, the students of Class 1A and 1B buzzed with excitement at the airport, ready for their trip to Island. After everything they had endured, they deserved a well-earned vacation. Izumi asked if everyone was excited, and Katsumi enthusiastically declared her plans for a spa day. Momo agreed, while Kirishima celebrated their manly adventure. Kohei, however, reflected on the challenges they faced, especially the losses from the training camp, and wondered about Izuku's secrets. Aizawa called for order as they prepared to board the plane, reminding them to stay quiet. Vlad confirmed the importance of listening to their guests, which included 𝗕𝗏𝗏, Toshinori, and Giovanna, the number 5 hero from Brazil. The students were surprised to see them, especially Denki, who inquired about Giovanna's identity. Aizawa introduced her as their security for the trip, and Giovanna assured them she was there to keep them safe. As the plane took off, the teachers discussed their reasons for being on the trip. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 admitted he needed a break from the stress of being the number 1 hero, while Toshinori looked forward to reconnecting with an old friend. Aizawa reminded him to prepare for the conversation about Izuku, who had become a villain due to bullying and neglect. Giovanna listened intently, realizing the challenges they faced with Izuku's power. The flight passed quietly, with students either sleeping or worrying about their missing friends. Upon landing at Island, they were greeted by David and Melissa Shield. David welcomed Toshinori back, and Melissa excitedly hugged her uncle. Izumi curiously asked about David, who was surprised to learn that Toshinori had children. Aizawa noted the playful banter between the 2 old friends, while David shared the wonders of Island, home to 1,000,000 scientists. As they exited the airport, another group arrived. Overhaul surveyed the island, while Dabi dismissed it as a haven for nerds. Izuku clarified that it was a place for brilliant minds creating groundbreaking inventions. Wolfram reminded them of their mission to enhance their quirks, prompting Izuku to express his longing to leave. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 agreed, and 𝗕𝗵𝗃 followed Izuku, while 𝗕𝗏𝗃 sighed at their antics. The boys split up to explore until their next meeting. Izuku wandered, contemplating how to pass the time, when 𝗕𝗵𝗃 caught up with him, deciding that joining Izuku would be more interesting than being with the others. Izuku and 𝗕𝗵𝗃 were wandering around when 𝗕𝗵𝗃 posed a quick question about their acquaintance, 𝗕𝗏𝗃. Izuku expressed his distrust, and 𝗕𝗵𝗃 agreed, noting that 𝗕𝗏𝗃 seemed self-serving. As they continued walking, Izuku spotted what appeared to be an aquarium. Curious, they entered the aquarium and concealed themselves behind various displays. They observed their classmates, Lita, Jiro, Kirishima, Siro, Izumi, Rin, Ibra, and Komori, fascinated by the fish and sea creatures. The two friends trailed behind until they reached a walk-through tunnel where the group. 𝗕𝗵𝗃 wondered what their next move would be, concerned about being seen. Izuku reassured him that their current distance was sufficient. He pointed out a massive great white shark in the back of the tank, its body adorned with chains and battle scars, and a metal muzzle on its face. A mischievous smile spread across both their faces as Izuku shared his idea. With a moment of focus, Izuku locked eyes with the shark, which suddenly exhibited a wild frenzy, attempting to break free from its chains. 𝗕𝗵𝗃 was astonished by Izuku's ability to influence the creature. As the shark's jaw began to enlarge, it shook its head violently, dislodging the muzzle before crashing into the tank floor to free itself from its restraints. Izuku commanded the shark to attack. The great white surged forward, targeting a dolphin performing tricks for the audience. The scene turned chaotic as the shark lunged, shocking the onlookers. The frenzy escalated as the great white began to attack other sharks, causing panic among the tourists as the water turned red with chaos. Once the commotion settled, Izuku and 𝗕𝗵𝗃 emerged from their hiding spots, surveying the aftermath. Izuku remarked that their plan had succeeded, while 𝗕𝗵𝗃 questioned the extent of what had just occurred. They quickly exited the aquarium before security could intervene. Once they were far enough away, they sat at a table. 𝗕𝗵𝗃 urged Izuku to explain what had happened. Izuku revealed that he had discovered new abilities with his quirk, allowing him not only to transform into animals but also to command them. 𝗕𝗵𝗃 found this intriguing and asked what their next move would be. Izuku suggested grabbing a bite to eat, but 𝗕𝗵𝗃 reminded him about the shark. Izuku clarified that the shark was likely still within the aquarium. Just as they were about to leave, they heard more screams and turned to see the great white had entered the orca show area, engaging in a fierce struggle with an orca. Update the app now to see it. Then, before the orca could escape, it found itself in the jaws of the great white shark. The shark leaped into the air and clamped down, causing a shocking scene that left everyone watching in horror, except for the two villains. 𝗕𝗵𝗃 expressed his concern, questioning whether this would cause any problems, while Izuku reassured him that as long as they stayed away from the water, they would be fine. They decided to move on. Meanwhile, another group had also witnessed the shark and orca fight on the big screen. 𝗓𝗏𝗏s commented that it seemed Izuku was already causing trouble. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 disagreed, insisting that Izuku wouldn't do anything so reckless that could blow his cover. 𝗬𝗵𝗏 and 𝗓𝗏 echoed her sentiments, agreeing that while Izuku could be rash, he wouldn't go that far. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 teased them, asking if they were all dating Izuku. They all affirmed, leading to a playful back and forth about their feelings. 𝗓𝗏𝗏s dismissed the others, telling them to find something else to do. As they continued their conversation, they realized that their friends had been gone for too long. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 expressed concern, and 𝗕𝗏𝗏 agreed that something might be wrong. 𝗬𝗵𝗏 suggested they go look for them, but 𝗓𝗏𝗏s pointed out that their friends were returning, albeit running. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 panicked, and 𝗓𝗏 noted that they were already causing chaos. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 urged everyone to run, and the squad took off as security began to chase them. 𝗓𝗏𝗏s questioned how they got into trouble so quickly, and 𝗕𝗏𝗏 insisted they should run first and ask questions later. Security shouted for them to stop, but 𝗕𝗏𝗏 retorted that they were just security guards and not the law. She grabbed a coconut from a vendor and threw it at one of the guards, hitting him on the head. Rebecca joined in, throwing a watermelon that knocked down two guards, slowing them down. The squad managed to outrun the security guards and hid in an alleyway. 𝗓𝗏 demanded an explanation from David and Lucy about what had happened. Lucy took charge, explaining that Rebecca had gotten angry at a vendor who mistook her for a child, leading to a series of escalating confrontations. 𝗕𝗲𝗍𝗍 reminded them that they were supposed to blend in, and they all realized the gravity of their situation. Toga suggested they continue being sneaky and enjoy their time until trouble arose. 𝗕𝗲𝗍 insisted they split up to avoid being caught, and they decided to stay in pairs. The group dispersed to avoid detection. Meanwhile, 𝗕𝗏𝗏 was with Shigaraki and Makoto at the harbor. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 asked what they were doing there, and Shigaraki explained they were there to pick someone up. Makoto revealed that they had shipped themselves in a crate. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 was skeptical but didn't question it further. Shigaraki used his quirk to decay the crates, revealing a group of people inside. They emerged, expressing relief at having made it safely. Makoto welcomed them and encouraged Kota to try out his new powers. Kota successfully turned off a security camera, impressing everyone. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 urged them to leave before security arrived, and they quickly made their exit. Back with Izuku and 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗆, they were secretly causing chaos for the 𝗬𝗏 students whenever they had the chance. Izuku remarked that the trip had become much more enjoyable, and 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗆 agreed, stating that hanging out with Izuku was more interesting than what everyone else was doing. As they discussed their next move, Izuku noticed Izumi approaching, leading to a moment of surprise. It was at the aquarium when the incident occurred. It was frightening. The water turned red right before their eyes. Izuku expressed his frustration, while Izumi, curious about his activities, teased him about his newfound interest in learning. Izuku, flustered, denied any romantic involvement with Melissa, insisting it was not like that. Izuku, observing the situation, noted that he was David Shield's daughter, and wondered if they had informed her about him yet. Realizing he had overstayed his welcome, he decided it was time to leave. As he got up from his seat and walked away, he sensed someone following him. He continued until he reached a shaded pathway and paused, questioning who was behind him. Dodging a kick aimed at him, he turned to see Giovanna. She introduced herself as the number 5 hero from Brazil. Izuku was surprised but curious about why a hero would attack him. Giovanna revealed that she recognized him as Izuku Yagi and his companion, 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗆. Izuku, feeling cornered, asked how she knew that. Giovanna explained she had been tracking him since the aquarium incident. When she suggested a sparring match instead of a fight, Izuku agreed, and they both took stances. They rushed at each other, their fists colliding in a flurry of movement. Neither could land a hit until Giovanna managed to knee Izuku in the face, following up with a series of punches that sent him flying back. He quickly recovered, wiping blood from his mouth and expressing his enjoyment of the challenge. They resumed their sparring, trading blows and showcasing their skills. After a while, Izuku requested Giovanna to keep his presence a secret, not wanting to draw attention. She agreed, and they prepared to continue their match. However, Giovanna had to check on the children she was chaperoning, prompting Izuku to take his leave. Transforming into a pelican, he flew off, leaving Giovanna to reflect on how cool he was. Izuku flew toward the bar where 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗆 was, landing beside him and reverting to his original form. He noted that 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗆 wasn't drunk yet, to which 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗆 inquired about the reason. Izuku mentioned it was almost time for their plan. They walked back to the meet-up point outside the central tower, where others began to gather. Wolfram expressed surprise at their presence and questioned their outfits. Izuku brushed it off, and Wolfram outlined the plan, reminding everyone of the need for a diversion. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 confirmed that someone had to create a distraction for them to take their positions. Wolfram assured them that his team was ready, and they discussed who would take on the role of the diversion. Izuku volunteered, despite Toga's concern. He reassured her that he had a plan. With that, they proceeded inside, where they noticed the crowd. Makoto pointed out the potential problem, and Shigaraki confirmed that Izuku was still set on being the distraction. As the two split from the group, the others dispersed to their designated floors, waiting for the signal. After 30 minutes of anticipation, Wolfram grew impatient, while Shigaraki urged him to be patient. Suddenly, the crowd's attention shifted to the stage, where Izuku and Makoto appeared in their outfits. Izuku greeted the audience, thanking them for attending and hinting at a special performance. With a nod to Makoto, They prepared to kick off their distraction, ready to engage the crowd. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers after the two performers finished their act. They took a bow, and Makoto expressed gratitude to the audience, announcing that they had one more song before concluding the night. He exchanged a nod with Izuku, who acknowledged him in return. As the final song played, the crowd's excitement grew, and the two boys took another bow before exiting the stage. They headed to the bathroom, and Izuku activated his earpiece, signaling 𝗲𝗏𝗻 to proceed. With a swift motion, 𝗲𝗏𝗻 pressed a detonator hidden in his pocket, causing a loud explosion that shook the entire tower, marking the beginning of their plan. As chaos erupted, mercenaries stormed in, capturing people and taking them hostage. Makoto and Izuku returned from the bathroom, now dressed in their villain outfits. Izuku commanded the crowd to listen closely if they wanted to survive the night. Makoto instructed everyone to place their valuables on the ground for the mercenaries to collect. Izuku warned against any funny business, making it clear that disobedience would have dire consequences. The crowd complied, leaving their belongings on the floor as the mercenaries gathered them. One mercenary questioned what to do next, and Makoto directed them to stay vigilant while Izuku casually announced that any jewelry collected would belong to the mercenaries. As the mercenary hesitated, Makoto insisted on taking a pearl necklace, asserting his claim with authority. After a brief exchange, they moved on, heading to the next floor where they found several mercenaries incapacitated and 𝗵𝗲𝗍 engaged in a fierce battle with Vlad and Giovanna. Vlad, taken aback by 𝗵𝗲𝗍's presence, struggled to recall her identity. 𝗵𝗲𝗍 reminded him of the downfall of the WWBC, igniting a spark of anger in Vlad as he charged at her. She skillfully caught his punch, twisting his arm until he cried out in pain, then launched him into the air with her 𝗕𝗏𝗄, sending him crashing against the tower walls. 𝗵𝗲𝗍 quipped that if Kodo were present, she would tell him to make a wish. Giovanna rushed in, urging 𝗵𝗲𝗍 not to get distracted, but 𝗵𝗲𝗍 confidently prepared for the next fight. She called upon her ally, Ryuko, and 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏, who was eager to join the fray. As the battle commenced, Izuku and Makoto approached 𝗵𝗲𝗍. She expressed surprise at seeing Makoto, who reminded her that the unexpected often happens. 𝗵𝗲𝗍 informed them that Shigaraki and 𝗲𝗏𝗻 were pursuing a blonde-haired girl for reasons unknown. Izuku recognized the name Melissa Shield, having heard about her from Izuku, who had spent much of the day with her. Makoto found it strange that they had no business with her or her father. He instructed 𝗵𝗲𝗍 and 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 to prevent any heroes from advancing further and to cut off communication with the outside world. 𝗵𝗲𝗍 acknowledged the order, and Makoto and Izuku prepared to ascend to the next floor, where they encountered the Serpenters, Barrows, Arrow, and 𝗲𝗏𝗍 engaged in combat with Class 1A, including Momo, Siro, Mina, Izuku, and Katsumi. Izuku expressed concern about being spotted, while Makoto found humor in the situation. Izuku insisted on being cautious and requested Makoto to carry him, leaving Makoto momentarily bewildered by the request. Izuku transformed into a cobra and coiled around Makoto's leg as Makoto sprinted toward the stairs leading to the next floor. Suddenly, Mina spotted them and alerted the others. Katsumi quickly fired a fast shot toward the two, forcing Izuku to leap off Makoto's leg, revert to his human form, and push both himself and Makoto out of the way just in time. Izuku sighed, feeling the urgency of the situation. He acknowledged Katsumi, who called out to him, and then declared that he and Makoto needed to leave. Grabbing Makoto, he dashed away, bidding farewell to the others. Izuku, determined not to let them escape, rushed after them, with Katsumi following closely behind. Before they could catch up, Barrows shot Katsumi in the leg, while 𝗲𝗍𝗍 hit Izuku in both shoulders. Barrows taunted them, stating that their fight was with her and her partner. Katsumi retaliated, but Momo stepped in, reminding them not to underestimate the students. 𝗲𝗍𝗍 dismissed them, calling them children in a grown-up world, to which Momo confidently responded by using her quirk to create a massive cannon, shocking everyone around. Makoto was taken aback by the sight of the cannon, while Izuku urged him to run faster. Momo fired the cannon, sending a cannonball hurtling toward them. Fortunately, it missed and struck the wall instead, causing the entire floor to tremble as debris began to fall from above. Momo realized that perhaps the cannon was too much, and Shiro, Mina, and Katsumi echoed her concern. As both sides fled the crumbling floor, the structure began to collapse, sending pieces crashing down to the lower levels. 𝗂𝗲𝗍𝗍 whistled at the sight of the impending fall, while Izuku urged everyone to hurry and find Shigaraki. The squad dashed through multiple floors, feeling as though they had been running for hours, until they finally reached the top floor. There, they encountered Wolfram, Shigaraki, Dabi, Toga, Melissa, David Shield, Lucy, and Rebecca, who had Izumi at gunpoint. Izuku questioned if they were interrupting something, to which Shigaraki casually replied that they were just finishing up. Wolfram confirmed that all he needed was the code, but David Shield refused to cooperate, even when threatened with his daughter's safety. Makoto, attempting to intimidate David, produced a metal box and set it on the ground before stepping back. Suddenly, a creature burst out and charged toward Melissa, causing her to scream. David Shield reacted instinctively, calling out to Melissa, but the creature halted and returned to Makoto's side, leaving everyone in shock. Izumi stammered in disbelief, while Makoto introduced the creature as a spazzing spider. He warned David Shield to surrender the codes or risk his daughter facing a dire fate, gesturing toward David's apprentice, Samuel, who lay on the floor as the spider rushed toward him. Once the spider entered through Samuel's mouth, he began to convulse on the floor. After a few moments, he stopped and stood up. Shakily, his eyes and mouth filled with foam. David shielded himself, expressing concern. Makoto stated that Samuel was no longer alive, just a walking corpse, and warned that if they did not cooperate, their loved ones would be in danger. David reluctantly revealed the code, 185503. Wolfram thanked him, pleased with the outcome, and approached the safe door to input the code. The door opened, revealing what he had sought. Wolfram declared that he had finally obtained it. Izuku asked what it was, and Wolfram explained that it was a quirk enhancer, capable of amplifying one's quirk tenfold. Makoto remarked that it sounded like steroids for quirks. Wolfram dismissed their understanding and stated he had what he wanted, the enhancer and the professor, leaving the rest as payment. Izuku doubted there was anything he wanted. Wolfram then instructed to meet him on the roof. Shigaraki followed Wolfram as he grabbed David and ascended the stairs to the helipad, with the Legion trailing behind. Upon reaching the top, they found 2 helicopters waiting. Wolfram remarked that this was where they would part ways. Shigaraki ominously stated that there would not be a next time. Wolfram was taken aback, but before he could react, gunshots rang out. He fell to the ground, and Shigaraki approached him, watching as he began to decay. Shigaraki mentioned that Alexa sent her regards, and Izuku considered it a job well done. Makoto praised his team for their first mission, and the ragdolls expressed their gratitude. Toga questioned the presence of 3 ragdolls, and Makoto asked them to return to their original form. They joined hands, and a bright light enveloped them, revealing Ragdoll in her true form. Makoto approved and suggested they leave the island. Dabi pointed out David, but Shigaraki insisted they had completed their mission and left him behind along with Wolfram's objectives. The Legion boarded the helicopter, leaving David tied up with the quirk enhancer. They flew away, and everything else proceeded as usual, except for Wolfram's demise. The mercenaries were eventually captured, and everyone returned to their rooms to rest before heading back to Japan. The following day, both classes gathered at the airport, preparing to leave. Izuku remarked on the previous day's events, and Melissa expressed her hope to see them again. David bid farewell to the children and Toshinori. Melissa then asked Toshinori about Izuku, causing him and Izumi to freeze. Toshinori inquired where she heard that name, and she revealed it was from Izumi. David confirmed he had heard her mention it as well, prompting Toshinori to agree to discuss it privately. He took Melissa and David aside and shared everything about Izuku's past, shocking them both. Melissa began to cry, while David expressed his anger towards Toshinori for his actions. Toshinori admitted his mistakes and expressed a longing to make amends. David wished him luck, and Toshinori returned to the group as they boarded their plane back to Japan. Meanwhile, another plane took off with the Legion in first class. Izuku reflected on the day's events, noting the chaos they had caused. 𝗬𝗵𝗍 and Overhaul agreed, while Makoto questioned Shigaraki's actions. Shigaraki justified them, and David enjoyed the moment with Lucy, who cuddled him. Rebecca joined them, prompting playful banter. Toga and the others agreed to keep the romantic exchanges to themselves, and they all raised their drinks in celebration of their successful mission. As the Legion celebrated, the scene shifted to a sunny day where Izuku and Roberta were on a rooftop with sniper rifles, waiting for a truck. Izuku sighed in frustration over the delay, while Roberta reminded him of the importance of patience. They discussed their pasts, with Roberta sharing that she had come to enjoy life with her friends, though plans had changed. Izuku was engaged in a conversation with Roberta about their specialties. Roberta mentioned that her expertise was in eliminating threats. Izuku acknowledged this but expressed concern for the people she had left behind. Roberta reassured him that the young MSTR would call her if she was needed. Izuku then activated his earpiece, inquiring if anything had occurred on their end. 𝗬𝗵𝗍 and Lucy both reported nothing, while Kiwi confirmed the radar was clear as well. Izuku, feeling anxious, asked about Kiwi's apprentice, but the response was negative. 𝗵𝗲𝗏, curious about the day's events, decided to contact 𝗕𝗏𝗄 for updates. When 𝗵𝗲𝗏 reached out to 𝗕𝗏𝗄, she greeted him enthusiastically, but her excitement was met with mixed reactions from the group. They teased her about her bubbly demeanor, prompting a playful exchange about past interactions. Tensions rose slightly as 𝗵𝗏𝗏 and Lucy exchanged banter, but Izuku urged them to focus on the task at hand, wondering about Shigaraki's activities. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was accompanied by Alexa, Mineta, and Dr. Garaki. They discussed Mei's ambitions to create high-end gnomes, with Shigaraki expressing skepticism about her capabilities. Dr. Garaki confirmed he had gathered the necessary supplies for their experiments, revealing a hidden chamber containing the remains of former students. Alexa was intrigued by the potential of these bodies for her experiments. Shigaraki then inquired about a captured hero in training, and they speculated on his quirk, which turned out to be quite unusual. As they plotted their next steps, Shigaraki decided to give Mei a week to demonstrate her abilities, despite Dr. Garaki's concerns about the timeline. They transitioned to discussing Makoto's experiments, with Shigaraki playing a recording from him that humorously revealed a slip-up about his past. Afterward, they prepared to move forward with their plans. Back with Izuku and the others, Roberta sensed something was amiss. Izuku expressed frustration about waiting under the scorching sun, while 𝗬𝗵𝗍 pointed out their lack of air conditioning due to his absence from the safe house. Kiwi finally detected movement on the radar, prompting Izuku to ready his sniper rifle. They identified a convoy as their target, and excitement surged among the group as they prepared for action. As the drivers of the convoy traveled along the highway, they engaged in casual conversation, unaware of the impending confrontation. Tensions were high as Izuku and his team readied themselves for the mission ahead, determined to make the most of the day. The job was tough, filled with constant threats and the pressure of maintaining the massive truck. The pay was decent, but the stress was high. Driver 8 expressed his disbelief at how anyone could handle such a job. Driver 4 reassured him that their team was the best, and no one would dare challenge them. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the air as a bullet pierced through the window, striking the driver. The truck swerved violently, colliding with other vehicles on the highway, causing chaos. The remaining drivers scrambled to react, but another shot rang out, claiming another life. The other drivers quickly exited their vehicles, grabbing weapons from the trunks while using their cars for cover. Meanwhile, the truck driver struggled to reverse, his tire stuck. Frustration filled the air as Izuku signaled for his team to get ready. Main rallied the crew, urging them to act quickly since they had limited time before the authorities arrived. Roberta reminded everyone to be efficient, while Kiwi expressed her concerns about the modern security systems. Thor, armed with explosives, was ready to breach the defenses, despite Kiwi's objections about potential damage. As the crew executed their plan, they launched grappling hooks onto the interchange, catching the security guards off guard. A fierce shootout erupted, with the team taking out as many guards as possible before they could respond. Amid the chaos, Izuku provided sniper support, taking down enemies from a distance. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 kept track of the casualties, noting her impressive count. Just then, a car sped towards Lucy, but David reacted swiftly, saving her just in time. He activated his mantis blade and leaped into action, confronting the attackers with fierce determination. The scene turned chaotic as David unleashed his fury, taking down adversaries with precision. After the dust settled, Lucy rushed to check on David, who emerged from the fray, bewildered and covered in BLD. Concern washed over the group as David's demeanor shifted. He laughed uncontrollably, prompting alarm among his teammates. Mayne and Pilar intervened, trying to restrain him as he struggled against their hold. Rebecca quickly assessed the situation and delivered a punch to snap him back to reality. As David regained his composure, confusion filled his eyes, but Lucy's embrace reassured him. Izuku sought clarity on David's behavior, and Kiwi explained the phenomenon known as BLD psychosis, a state triggered by excessive violence. Unlike a complete cyberpsychosis, David could return to normal with the right intervention. The team realized they had limited time before the authorities arrived, and 𝗵𝗲𝗏 confirmed they had about 15 minutes left. As the tension escalated, Rebecca pointed out a fireball in the distance, signaling the arrival of a powerful hero. Izuku quickly devised a new plan. Instead of unloading the truck, they would take the entire vehicle. Mayne urged the team to move swiftly, aware that they needed to act before the situation escalated further. Izuku had a plan. He took a bullet, bit into it, and secreted some venom onto the projectile before loading it. He was confident that when their target got close enough, he would deliver a venom shot. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 acknowledged his strategy and asked if he was prepared. Izuku assured her that he was ready and urged everyone to steady their aim. Pilar noticed the rising temperature and expressed concern. Izuku reminded everyone to concentrate, while Lucy urged him to act quickly. Izuku took a moment to breathe deeply, but Mayne interrupted, suggesting that now was not the time for yoga. Izuku focused, and Rebecca urged him to hurry. Suddenly, 𝗕𝗏𝗏 appeared, declaring that they were surrounded. He unleashed a powerful attack, but before he could land a punch, he was struck in the leg and fell hard to the ground. Izuku felt a sense of relief, having provided support. David was startled, and Rebecca scolded Izuku for his reckless actions. Izuku reassured them that they had a few more minutes to escape, as the venom shot he used had a slight paralysis effect. Dorio suggested they take the truck and leave the highway. Mayne swiftly dealt with the truck driver, taking control of the vehicle. The rest of the crew used grappling hooks to descend and hopped into their car, speeding off. Kiwi reported that they were on the move, and Izuku confirmed that it was time to protect the truck. Toga and Dabi acknowledged their roles, while 𝗵𝗃𝗏 raised a concern about how they would catch up. Izuku confidently led the way to the indoor parking lot, where they found one of his cars, affectionately named the Rhino. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 was impressed by the vehicle's speed and power. They climbed into the Rhino and took off after the truck, but soon the police arrived. Izuku felt a surge of anxiety, while 𝗵𝗃𝗏 suggested they stay calm. A police officer commanded them to pull over, but 𝗵𝗃𝗏 had other plans. She prepared for target practice and asked Izuku to roll down her window. As he complied, she pulled out 2 handguns and began firing at the pursuing officers. Mayne called for help, revealing that he had the SWAT team on his tail. Izuku assured him they were on their way and checked in with the others. Dorio reported 3 armored cars approaching from behind, while Pilar speculated about the truck's valuable contents. Izuku confirmed its worth and urged Mayne to hold on as they approached from the left side. Lucy warned that they might crash into one of the SWAT vehicles, but before she could finish, Izuku accelerated and rammed into one of the armored trucks, flipping it off the road. Pilar found the situation amusing, while Rebecca insisted they focus. Their banter escalated into a heated exchange, but Dorio interrupted, demanding silence. Izuku then asked Kiwi how far they were from their destination. Kiwi warned them that there was still a long way to go and advised caution. Izuku rallied the team, determined to clear the SWAT team off Mayne's back. Toga took on the right side threat, while Dabi handled the vehicle behind the truck. Lucy expressed relief that they had finally arrived. Izuku questioned the choice of their vehicles, noting that they were supposed to avoid suspicion. Dabi retorted, pointing out that Izuku had an armored truck himself. The banter continued until they spotted a SWAT truck explode, revealing an ice cream truck adorned with miniguns and a clown face. Main, glancing in the rearview mirror, was taken aback by the sight. Izuku admitted to regretting the creation of the Sweet Tooth, a project born from a drunken night when Toga had provided him with blueprints. Lucy was incredulous, questioning how Toga had acquired them. Toga proudly revealed that she had taken them from Twice, while 𝗬𝗵𝗲 expressed his disinterest in knowing the purpose behind the vehicle. Toga, curious, pressed a button, causing speakers to emerge and blast music, adding to the chaos of their escape. After the music ended, the speaker returned to the truck, and everyone was either laughing or looking confused. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 wondered if Twice had come up with the idea, but Izuku clarified that it was actually his. Main questioned whether it was the alcohol talking, to which Izuku admitted it was indeed his idea. Lucy sighed, commenting on the boys' antics, while 𝗵𝗲𝗏 agreed that they often made foolish choices for fun. As 𝗬𝗵𝗲 prepared to take action, he positioned himself behind the last SWAT truck. Suddenly, the back doors opened, and a hailstorm of projectiles struck his car window, cracking it. He quickly hit the brakes and maneuvered behind Izuku's car. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 expressed his surprise at the unexpected attack, while Main asked what was happening. Dorio urged Main to stay calm and asked Kiwi for a status update. Kiwi reported that 4 more vehicles were approaching. Roberta asked if they were more cops, but 𝗵𝗲𝗏 warned that it was worse, the heroes were coming. Izuku instructed Roberta to take the wheel for a moment, explaining his plan to open some windows. As the vehicles drew closer, Izuku climbed out of the window and onto the top of the vehicle, holding on tightly. Rebecca shouted in disbelief at his reckless move, but Izuku reassured her that he knew what he was doing, urging the heroes to come closer. The heroes were bewildered by Izuku's actions, speculating whether he was crazy or preparing to use his quirk. As he ran on all fours and leaped through a window, he began to engage the heroes in a fierce struggle. He dodged attacks and countered with precision, taking down his opponents one by one. The chaos escalated as he shot a driver and took control of the vehicle, ramming into another car. Just then, a hero emerged with spikes, threatening Izuku. However, Izuku retaliated with a venomous attack, causing the hero to drop his weapon and the car to fill with smoke, leading it off the road. With 2 heroes down, Izuku prepared for the next wave of attackers. David warned Izuku of incoming projectiles, and he swiftly maneuvered to avoid them, expressing his frustration with the relentless assault. He accelerated toward the SWAT car, leaping onto it and unleashing chaos from above. Pulling out a grenade, he tossed it inside, causing a massive explosion that sent the truck crashing off the highway. With the SWAT trucks dealt with, Toga celebrated their victory and prepared to take on the heroes. She expertly maneuvered their vehicle, turning it around to face the incoming threats and unleashing a barrage of fireballs that destroyed several cars. Izuku praised her skills, while Toga playfully mentioned her gaming experience. As they continued their escape, the sound of sirens grew louder. Pilar warned that the authorities were closing in, and Rebecca eagerly prepared to fight back. With the heroes and SWAT teams in pursuit, they engaged in a fierce battle, Toga activating another weapon that wreaked havoc on their enemies. Amidst the chaos, 𝗵𝗲𝗏 alerted everyone to the helicopters overhead, and Izuku urged them not to let the enemies catch up. The tension escalated as the helicopter released mysterious cargo, signaling the arrival of new threats on the road. Izuku and his friends braced themselves for the challenges ahead, determined to evade capture and fight back against their pursuers. Rebecca signaled for the lawbringers to stop, but her words fell on deaf ears. She decided to take action and threw a grenade at them, watching as it exploded. Surprisingly, the lawbringers emerged unscathed. Izuku noted that they were on a whole other level, while David agreed that they were not to be underestimated. Izuku called out to 𝗵𝗏𝗏, who assured him that he was close. Izuku warned everyone that they were bringing out the big guns, so they needed to be prepared. As the Legion accelerated, the lawbringers began to catch up. One of them collided with the Sweet Tooth, causing it to swerve slightly. Toga, feeling the pressure, exclaimed that they were on her tail. Lucy suggested pressing a button, while 𝗕𝗵𝗿 asked Izuku how many modifications he had made to the vehicle. Izuku instructed Toga to press the black button first, followed by the small yellow one when they had enough distance. Curious, Toga asked what the buttons would do, and Izuku assured her that she would find out. Toga pressed the black button, causing oil to leak from one of the exhaust pipes onto the road. One of the lawbringers lost control and slid on the slick surface. Toga then pressed the yellow button, igniting the oil trail and causing the lawbringer's tires to catch fire. The vehicle swerved into the water with a loud splash. Izuku cheered, proud of his knowledge, while Toga praised him. The driver of the lawbringer prepared to fire its cannon, aiming directly at the sweet tooth. The cannon fired, hitting the vehicle and causing a significant explosion that left the back of the sweet tooth in flames and balancing precariously on two front wheels. Toga screamed, Lucy cursed, and 𝗕𝗵𝗿 reacted in shock. Izuku, filled with rage, began to grow rapidly inside the vehicle, making it difficult for Roberta to drive. She warned him that he was going to break the roof, but Izuku was too focused on his anger. In a surprising move, Roberta drop-kicked Izuku out of the rhino, sending him flying toward the lawbringer. Mid-flight, Izuku transformed into an animal hybrid, grabbing hold of the lawbringer and shocking everyone. Main expressed disbelief, while Lucy wondered if Izuku's quirk had evolved. 𝗕𝗵𝗿 admitted that he looked impressive, and Toga called out to him. Izuku lifted the lawbringer, preparing to throw it into the water, but more police vehicles appeared in his line of sight. He redirected his throw, launching the lawbringer with all his might at the incoming officers, resulting in a massive explosion and police cars flying through the air. Izuku beat his chest in triumph. Toga requested to join Roberta in the car, and when asked what she planned to do, she stated that she was going to calm Izuku down. As Toga hopped into the rhino, Roberta turned the vehicle back toward Izuku. Toga called out to him, urging him to calm down. Hearing her voice, Izuku looked back and saw her smiling, which helped him regain control and revert to his normal form. He jumped back into the vehicle as they caught up with the rest of the crew. 𝗕𝗵𝗿 questioned what had just happened, and Izuku admitted he didn't remember much except for Toga's scream and his vision turning green. Lucy suggested that his quirk had indeed evolved. Izuku then asked 𝗕𝗏 how far they were from their destination. 𝗕𝗏 informed them that the tunnel was just ahead, and once they passed through, they would be home free. The crew agreed to accelerate, determined to escape. After a thrilling chase lasting about 30 minutes, they finally reached the tunnel, where 𝗕𝗏 and Spinner awaited them with a rocket launcher. 𝗕𝗏 reassured them that help had arrived, while Spinner was eager to cause some chaos. Izuku urged everyone to get through the tunnel, and one by one, they made it through. Once they were safe, 𝗕𝗏 and Spinner fired rockets at the police, causing a pileup. With their mission accomplished, 𝗕𝗏 and Spinner prepared to leave the scene. Meanwhile, the getaway crew continued driving until they reached a secluded spot where 𝗕𝗏, 𝗕𝗏𝗏, 𝗬𝗏𝗫𝗫, 𝗕𝗏𝗏, and Makoto were waiting. Main parked the truck in the woods and got out, commenting on the intensity of their recent escapade. David agreed, noting how crazy it had been. Pilar expressed curiosity about the truck's contents, while Rebecca insisted that whatever was inside better be worth the trouble. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 calmed them, promising that they would soon understand the importance of what they had retrieved. Izuku expressed his need for a drink, and 𝗕𝗵𝗿 concurred. 𝗬𝗏𝗫𝗫 offered to take them back, and Toga, feeling exhausted, agreed. 𝗬𝗏𝗫𝗫 opened a portal to transport the crew back to base. As they stepped through, Spinner and 𝗕𝗏 reappeared. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 instructed 𝗕𝗏 and Spinner to return the truck to base after sunset, emphasizing the value of its contents. They acknowledged the task and prepared to leave. After 3 hours, they began driving the truck back to the hideout and parked it outside. Spinner announced their return, and Shigaraki welcomed them back, inquiring about the others. 𝗕𝗏 asked where everyone was, and Shigaraki directed them to the downstairs lobby. Spinner decided to park the truck on the lift leading to the underground parking lot, and Shigaraki expressed anticipation about the truck's contents. As they descended, they found Izuku, Toga, 𝗕𝗵𝗿, and Main's crew waiting for them. Shigaraki noted their eagerness to discover what was inside, and Main echoed the sentiment. Izuku was particularly curious about why prototype weapons had been sent after them. Shigaraki confirmed that they were indeed prototype weapons, specifically mentioning the Lawbringers. He then used his quirk to decay the back of the truck, revealing numerous metal crates of various sizes. Rebecca remarked on the number of crates, and Shigaraki suggested they investigate further. Izuku grabbed a medium-sized crate and tore the top off with his claws, revealing blueprints inside. Toga expressed disappointment that it was just blueprints, while David urged them to check the larger crates for potentially more valuable items. Izuku rallied Main and Pilar to help lift one of the big crates, carefully placing it on the floor. Pilar commented on its weight, and Main agreed, noting it was the heaviest thing he had ever lifted. Izuku was determined to open it, relieved to find a button that would help them access its contents. To unlock it, Izuku pressed the button, and steam shot out of the crate as it slowly opened to reveal an exoskeleton resembling a human. Dabi expressed his confusion about the discovery, while Shigaraki suggested it might be some type of robot. Gentle thought it best to take the find to Lady 𝗵𝗲𝗻, and Izuku agreed, believing she would know what it was. Toga then pointed out a crate at the back of the truck, which had a warning label stating, "Caution, don't open. The person inside is extremely dangerous. I'm serious, don't open this if you value your life." Dorio questioned if there was a person inside, and Toga was curious about the situation. Izuku noted the labels on the crates, which read, Prisoner 119, 526, 999, and 613. Dabi realized they had potentially saved someone from a life sentence. Shigaraki suggested they open it to see who was inside. He entered the truck and decayed the crate containing Prisoner 119, revealing a boy with purple and blue hair in a straitjacket. The boy exclaimed about having guests for tea time, mistakenly believing they had arrived at Tartarus prison. Shigaraki clarified that they were not at Tartarus. The boy introduced himself as Zenki Yamazaki, also known as the Cheshire. Shigaraki introduced himself as the leader of the Legion of Villains, which excited Zenki immensely. He called out to his friends, expressing disbelief at meeting Shigaraki. Zenki then asked Shigaraki to free his friends from their cells. Shigaraki obliged, decaying the doors of the other 3 prisoners, who were either in straitjackets or orange jumpsuits. Zenki confirmed his introduction, and Shigaraki inquired about the others. One introduced herself as Minoka Seigo, another as Hatoru Aki, and the last as Sasori Kazuhiro. Dabi noted they looked like teenagers, to which Minoka confirmed they were. Toga was curious about their crimes, and Zenki explained their violent pasts, including neighborhood destruction and other misdeeds. Izuku realized they were all victims in some way, and Sasori acknowledged that they were indeed fans of Izuku. Zenki and his friends expressed their admiration for Izuku's exploits, and Toga playfully claimed Izuku as hers. Shigaraki shifted the conversation back to the crates, asking if they knew what was inside. Zenki mentioned he had heard they contained robot parts, which, when assembled, could be lethal tools. Shigaraki pointed to the exoskeleton, and Zenki explained it was likely a villain hunter, designed for police raids against dangerous villains. Sasori added that a student from 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗡 had created the blueprints for them, which intrigued Izuku. Hataru asked if they could stay and join the league, and Shigaraki welcomed them. Zenki and the others cheered, excited about their new alliance. Just as they were about to celebrate, Izuku heard a faint beeping noise. He followed the sound to discover a small device under the truck. When he showed it to the others, Kiwi warned them it was a tracking device. Izuku quickly smashed it to pieces, stopping the beeping, and they rushed to inform the others. Izuku urged everyone to pack their belongings quickly, sensing they were about to be raided. Just then, an explosion rocked the area, and Overhaul demanded to know what had happened. A random Yakuza member shouted that the heroes were attacking, signaling the start of the raid. Outside, Ryuku and other heroes battled against Rikiya Katsukame and numerous Yakuza members. Rikiya commanded his allies to prevent any more heroes from entering the manor, while Ryuku encouraged her team to push forward. Balalaika, positioned on the roof with snipers, prepared to take aim at the heroes. She lit a cigar and ordered her team to open fire, unleashing chaos upon the heroes. As Ryuku transformed into her dragon form to block incoming shots, Rikiya seized the opportunity to charge at her, knocking her into a building. Balalaika reported to Overhaul that everything was going well, noting the surprising effectiveness of their training. Overhaul reminded her not to underestimate their opponents. Balalaika informed Overhaul that things were going well on her end. Overhaul responded that he had gathered a substantial amount of evidence to dispose of, nearly finishing the task. Balalaika then mentioned that a few heroes and some students from 𝗂𝗏 had entered the area during the chaos. Overhaul acknowledged this but seemed unconcerned, explaining that the underground was like a maze and that there were several lieutenants on each floor. By the time the heroes reached their location, they would have already escaped. Balalaika advised him to be prepared for a fight, as unexpected events could arise. Overhaul promised to heed her warning before ending the call. Balalaika turned to her comrades, stating they would hold their position until they were overwhelmed, at which point they would execute a tactical retreat. The snipers responded affirmatively, and Balalaika ordered them to continue shooting to eliminate the heroes. Meanwhile, Izuku, Toga, Twice, and the new 4 members were navigating the corridors in search of someone. Zenki inquired about their target, and Toga clarified that they were looking for a person, not a thing. Sasori asked who they were searching for, to which Izuku revealed he was looking for his children and little sister. He caught a whiff of caramel apples and urged everyone to hurry.